they just pulled an LG, or more specifically, they just pulled a Spree, because we set a new standard last week.
Yeah,
I don't think any team wants to surpass that bar that was set. Hopefully teams will be a little bit more disciplined, but I'm going to say this much. I'm not going to be surprised if something crazy happens once more.
It's a classic I am Spartacus situation where all these teams, they want to remove that C9 meme. But you had another thought on that there?
Well, I was trying to figure out Liquid's path to victory tonight, and they can't buy a win on Hybrid. They're 1-7 in the tournament in Hybrid. The one they won was Hollywood, so I imagine this is not Liquid's map. I'm not entirely certain, to be honest.
It is Team Liquid's map.
It
That's
is
the
Liquid's
interesting
map.
thing, too, because they lost in their original matchup versus Immortals.
They played it close, except for the back cap, but I think that they maybe can sneak out a Hybrid win here. They should be able to contest on Assault. Control is going to be very interesting, because Immortals has struggled on Control, but Team Liquid not exactly world beaters. But that's kind of the victory. They have to win Assault, probably. Eichenwald was very close, so it's interesting. But like I said, 1-7 on a Hybrid.
Well, if Eichenwald doesn't work out here for Team Liquid, and perhaps they would have been better served by picking Hollywood, that would make total sense, because you take a look at the tournament here so far, teams have not been very good about picking maps that they're actually good
right.
on. The home team has actually been losing by a fairly significant margin, so especially when you take Hammers out of the mix, so it's now LG Evil, so it's actually very weird how little teams know their strengths right now, for better or for worse.
Yeah, it's almost like they're intentionally doing this, but I mean, based on the performances, I don't think that's the case. Well, let's actually just do a real quick recap of the first matchup between Immortals and Team Liquid. We had already talked about Eichenwald, because that was what the map that Immortals picked last time. And, well, if you can guess, you can almost probably guess how that went for Immortals. Immortals pretty good on first, decent on third, completely gave up second in most regards. That Streets phase, I don't know if you can call it that on Eichenwald.
They're cobbled streets.
Yeah,
Cobbled streets.
It's cobblestone. It's the type of thing where if you are foolish enough to run on it, everything in your body will hate you the next morning.
See, there you go. This is from the mouth of ZP, words of wisdom. But then Temple of Anubis was the second map. Immortals was able to win Eichenwald. They won Temple of Anubis. I think they had 6 minutes coming into round 3 and 4 to take first, as they were able to defend against Team Liquid on their first defense. And then Oasis was picked up by Team Liquid. They picked it up 3-0. They somehow managed to turn the tables, and we can maybe speculate as to why Oasis specifically went that way. And then Gibraltar went in favor of Immortals, and that is another map that historically has been in favor of Team Liquid. But you know what, the map I want to look at right now is Eichenwald, because we are back on it. And I think Liquid, they're hoping for no more caps, but we're going to have to see.
Mean streets of Eichenwald here, Hex. Not quite mean streets of Gadgets, and don't expect any goblins to be popping out here, but perhaps haunted suits of armor.
Well, perhaps those goblins are down in the moat, chilling with the crocodiles, which we've clearly established is lore now on this map. I said it, it's lore, and don't argue with me.
One thing we've established over time is that Eichenwald, despite being somewhat run down, probably has a very large operating cost in just maintaining a variety of things. You got backup gates, you got crocodiles in the moats. I mean, who else knows what's here? You also have a sword that's perpetually burning. Presumably something is keeping that going. Not cheap to run this castle.
And for what? Do you think they run tours through here?
Maybe. I mean, why else? Why not?
I suppose just to have your war grounds. But as we do see the teams now finally setting up onto their compositions, Team Liquid is running, I have to believe, a combo at some point in time. Otherwise, why is Dehang on... Well, this is all sorts of weird, but that's attack anyway. That's why it's confusing me. What do you see on the defense there, ZP?
Well, we're looking at the defense here, which is far more sensible. It's a standard 3-tank setup, 1 DPS to support, and Grim Reality going to be the man of the hour as DPS in the backline. If he falls, the doors will be open here for Team Liquid, but Immortals really sticking with more previous meta tried and true, not really branching out to some of the crazier dive defenses that we've seen.
Yeah, Liquid's going to go for this combo dive attack, which means they're going to have a Genji and a Tracer going in on a dive target with Mez as well. And the combo's going to try to supplement that, give some damage over top. And then if they see an interesting moment, dive in over their agilities, misses that very first hook onto AZK. Longer cooldown now so they can play a little less pressure.
Well, we had ID and Dehang going to that backline. They've gotten very well done. ID barely skips with his life. Dehang ends up falling. So for Team Liquid, the flank setup here from the Pharah Mercy combo not going to be too effective. So Immortals, relatively quiet defense here, but that's how you like it on defense.
Yeah, they're just burned away a minute. We're going to see what this combo gets done next. Combo could be very effective, even when not going to the flank, but that is one way to shut it down. Dahang goes down early. There goes ID to follow him. So far, 0-2 for the Pharmacy duo.
Well, the way they've been opening here in terms of angles they've been taking have just been very predictive, really in the line of sight here for Immortals. So they're not throwing any sort of curveballs at this Immortals defense. I mean, if you're going to be coming in, at least come in from a sneaky flank, something that gets you some good poke to begin with, but Team Liquid trying the brute force and getting very little for it as a result.
Yeah, dive composition has not dived just yet. ID is going to have damage boosted rockets, putting a little bit damage into the house. They do get them all back into the retreat in that corner. That's where they're going to be.
Well, now Team Liquid engaging a little bit more heavily here. Mezar into the backline, but they lose AZK early on. AZK not able to sustain here, and now a lot of pressure is going to be on ID to find a way of cracking this open, and Shatter. Shatter able to take down Grim, so that's a good start early on here. Even though it hasn't been super explosive for Team Liquid, they're still in and around the point looking for their opportunity, but for the rest of Immortals, reasonable health here. Hype now under a bit of pressure is going to get booped right off from ID as ID finally finding a way through, takes down 2, and Team Liquid now on the verge of taking this point off of a slow starting but consistent DPS from Shatter and ID.
Really nice there to finally be able to focus the same target. That's what sent the Zarya off the cliff, and beyond that, it actually gave Shatter the dash reset he needed to start running through the remaining targets he had there. Grabbed a couple, so ID and Shatter combined for the kills. They will have their ultimates available in this next fight. Mostly just ground ultimates up for Immortals as there's an Earth Shatter and a Whole Hog, but gonna try to take this high ground immediately. That's the smart choice. They're not really giving a lot of pressure up here, but Mez goes down to Nomi's hammer.
Well, Mezar's gonna die immediately. ID go look for the barrage, and oh, the reflect right into the Helix rocket from Reality. Gonna shut that down in a hurry. So any hopes that Team Liquid had of controlling the high ground, keeping Immortal staggered, not gonna happen here as Hype goes to town for a bit of a finish.
Yeah, Hype to the follow through really nice there. We see teams time and time again being much more aggressive on this first point. First payload part of Eichenwald Hold, oftentimes fighting right outside the enemy spawn. No different here, and look at this Immortals defense, stacked, loaded to the gills with ultimates.
And this is where Shatter has to hope that he doesn't throw his Dragon Blade into a vortex of nothing here. This is where Team Liquid, they might not know it, but they do need a junk rush heavily. Here comes Hype, flanking Graviton coming in, get pulling 2, and that's 2 immediate kills. Agility's right there at the fall through, and they only burn 2 ultimates to stop this push cold.
2 ultimates, might not need them both, but Whole Hog's one of those things that you get so much charge from just your damage and self-healing. It's not the one you really want to hold on to just in case. It's fine. You want to make sure you have the perfect follow-up for the Graviton. They did, and now Grim takes down Dahang before he can leave spawn. This is all sorts of brutal. Liquid's composition, yes, they took first point, has not looked very impressive.
Well, Team Liquid, they will have Dragon Blade in the sound barrier for this next fight, so they're going to be going up quite a bit against Immortals. The key here is they need to get on Grim early on this fight, who is very well protected here over the top, has Reinhardt in the front, and he's actually going to drop down, so we'll see how this works out. Back up here once more. Attack Visor still at the ready. And Team Liquid being very hesitant on their engage here, but Grim is certainly something they need to take out. Otherwise, Attack Visor will be ruining their day.
Well, they did take down Nomi, which is nice. That means there's no shield on the other side. They are very light on their own shields as well. They trade off to AZK, comes in the pulse bomb. Tanks dying all around on the bottom. Now the pressure finally comes up, takes down Grim.
Mezar able to be a big part of that. Good round here from Mezar. Picks up another off the Primal Rage. Mezar finding a way of opening this up here. Winston makes it 3 before it is all said and done. So that is one way of dealing with Grim. Grim didn't really feel like he had to use Attack Visor there until it was too late.
I think Skull Island is opening this weekend, or had opened, and Mezar just celebrating with his King Kong moments of himself. A couple of nice leaps and crushing down. Mezar gets some pressure early on into this too. Gonna force them back in a corner, opening up some nice space for his team.
Their space went up, and ID piling on, taking down Agilities. They'll end this fight, but here's Attack Visor. We didn't see it last fight. We're gonna see it this fight. Already takes down 1, and is going to be zoning Team Liquid far out of this fight, which means Immortals will be able to get a little bit more stability with only 1:45 left now next.
A decent-ish sound barrier, saved a couple lives, but it didn't matter. They were still in the fight when it wore off. Rafa's got to be careful. He's been picked off a couple times trying to get out, and no get out for him as Agilities closes him down. 90 seconds left on this clock.
And now, Hex, this is the time where you have switch-ups if needed. And I was about to say, will they swap up? And they do. ID now is going to D.Va. Do you think this is just to get in Grim's face and neutralize him?
Well, Grim has been the problem, and we've seen time and again. If you can just shut down Grim, the rest of the team starts scrambling for answers. I think it was smart to go a little tank heavier overall anyway. As you see, Mez is going to be on the Reinhardt going for the slow push. They've been really just getting poked down by Grim, whether it's entering a fight or exiting it. So I think this is a direct response to him.
Those are able to find Nomi early on, and this has been a continued trend where Nomi dies early on from these fights, and it's 3 unanswered kills by Team Liquid, catching Immortals completely off guard. And even though they Graviton, Hype doesn't have a good situation to use it now, Hex. He has to back out, wait for his team, and this is going to be very close in regards to the cart, where he might have to go out earlier than he wants.
Well, and there's a Diva on the field, too. Always makes his Zarya think twice here if she can get it down. The grab does get down. They grab 4 in it. Is there the cleanup there? The healing's there so far. Relatively bloodless. Nade comes in late, but that's a giant Earth Shatter.
Nomi knocking down 4. That's going to be enough for Immortals to clean it up. He gets back to the fight just in time after an early death, and Immortals going to hang on here. They have to blow both Graviton and Earthshare, but that's well worth. With under half a minute left here, Hex, Team Liquid are going to be down to their final shot.
Just in time is the perfect way to describe how that fight went. Couldn't hold that grab any longer, had to wait for follow-up. They got a Bio Grenade late in that fight, an Earth Shatter late in that fight as they just staggered out that door, but now they're going to be holding high ground. Last push incoming for Liquid.
This is actually very scary for Liquid because they might not be able to touch a point in time. This is going to be down to the wire. Nomi trying to go for a charge on Agility's Dragon Blade out early on. Just taking down anyone who's trying to get to that point in time, and that's going to be successful. 3 kills here from Immortals. Overtime ticking down, and even though Team Liquid is able to touch the payload here, bring this back, almost impossible at this point. Shatter might have attack visor, but means very little against a boosted Reinhardt in your face.
Not the ideal person you want to see coming through that doorway when all you have to do is hit the cart. So Liquid stopped short just before second point by Immortals. And we didn't really touch on it into this. Immortals needs to not only, in my opinion, not only beat Liquid, but beat them in substantial fashion. Because I just feel Immortals has fallen off. They could get some much needed momentum going into the rest of this tournament.
Well, almost certainly. One of the biggest indicators of how good a team is by how much they beat up on teams that are perceived to be lower than them. When teams like, for example, Rogue in the last Overwatch Monthly Melee tore through things, they weren't just winning games, they were crushing games. And if you can't bring that level of space, that level of dominance, even if you get the W, what does that say when you go against teams that have objectively been playing stronger over the course of the tournament? It doesn't necessarily bode very well.
Absolutely. Well, this Team Liquid defense perhaps is going to run double builder, something we generally saw Renegades run back in week 1 or so, but they do have the capacity to perhaps run it. I don't think so, though, because, well, I don't know. Rafa would be the one to flex onto that Symmetra. ID is going to switch momentarily to Lucio. That's to boost him out. They're going to be running double builder.
Very likely. And let me just note here that there's some great scenery there in the distance. Shame about Bastion tearing down at least half the trees that are in and around there, mostly because the bird woke him up.
Yeah, well, that bird unwillingly destroyed his entire species habitat. So is Ganymede really a hero, or is he a villain?
Almost certainly a villain.
Almost certainly. Well, this is double builder coming up from Liquid, knowing that one of their best chances is a full hold on to first because their progress not even bringing them all the way to second point. So we're going to see Symmetra setting up turrets. Torb setting up turrets up front. Of course, those are not going to deter them from long, but any free charge is good charge when you're a builder. On top of that, they have ID and Mezzer playing their typical roles in Reinhardt and 76. AZK is going to flex onto the Roadhog here.
All right, and we'll see how this works out. For Team Liquid, though, this is very much high risk, high reward on this defense here. If this works out on their first defense, they can gain a lost ability off this double builder setup. But if they lose it, they're going to be very far behind the momentum. They have to swap off 2 people that are going to be even further away from Ultimate.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this works out here for Liquid.
I think it's a risk they have to take because Immortals is a team that you can stun on second anyway. They're just traditionally not very good at second points in these types of maps. So why not go all in on first, knowing that you'll probably be able to fight again on second anyway?
Well, Immortals not really wasting too much time in getting on to the point here. Both teams trying up Hope with the hang, almost going down immediately. Very lucky they leave there with his life. And Nomi can be first to fall here again. However, with AZK falling, it's now 5v5 on the point. Shatter not quite towards the molten core. Turret going to fall. And now Immortals really making some inroads onto this point, coming in from multiple flanks. Again, Rafa lucky not to die there as Liquid barely hanging on here, but still Immortals. Very big positioning advantages of how they're on the point pretty definitively.
Well, the kill on Nomi was more important because it was Rafa who got the kill. Teleporter's going to be going down right now for some reinforcements as they lose ID. He should be back in this fight momentarily.
Well, that kill on Nomi could be the difference maker. As I mentioned, Teleporter's coming in, so this fight not over yet, despite Team Liquid getting thoroughly trounced in the opening here. We'll see if the Teleport can give them new life. If it does give them new life, they're already down 2 ticks here from the looks of it, or about to be 2 ticks. But respawns are coming in, and it's not necessarily going well. Immortals able to take down 3 early on off the Teleporter. Reinforcements not phasing this, and just very little punching power behind this defensive Liquid here. Double Builder not really working out at all.
Some of the most damage they got done was actually from Rafa's Symmetra because he plays a very aggressive Symmetra, was able to get that telly up. But telly up when the team knows where it's coming from and you're not grouping up as 6, because honestly, they didn't have the time to regroup as 6, even with the teleporter. It's big trouble. Grim is creeping on this high ground. Everyone in that quarter, I imagine they're going to give up space and then try to blitz him up top.
Very likely. He's not giving Nano Boost to go with it, but might not need it if he catches Team Liquid enough off guard. Now, we do have the swap buff here from Team Liquid. Rafa now in the Lucio Shatter on the Genji, but this means that they're not going to have ultimates up anytime soon for this next push, so a real moment of opportunity. Immortals now coming off the flank. Early hook on the ID, going to remove him from the equation. Grim with attack visor takes down Shatter. 2 unanswered kills there by Immortals, and this flank looking to be pretty well executed here.
Well, that's 100% what it's meant for. It seemed like Liquid may have gotten wind of it, seeing only 3 on the cart. They were looking around, just could not find it. The Genji deflect was meant to act as a tank to try to prevent that hook coming in, but nice patience there from Agilities to ignore it, get the high priority target behind there, and that is about as good of a fight you can ask for if you're Immortals as they continue to push forward. They're going to have all of their tank ultimates up. Not looking great for Liquid. How do they pull this back, ZP?
How do they pull us back? I mean, well, I'll say Mesrar getting good Earth Shatter would be a way to go. He's coming in off the top rope here, looking for it. Can't throw it out raw here. Still has to wait for Nomi to make a move. While this is going on, Agilities finds ID again with the early hook. So Team Liquid going to have to fight this back 5 versus 6. Earth Shatter comes down by Mez. Takes Agilities out of the fight, but is going to be enough. The counter Earth Shatter is in as Immortals takes down 3.
That counter Shatter was insane. Speaking of Shatter, here comes with his Dragon Blade trying to get it out. He gets booped in the melon by Verbo. He goes down. Nothing but open space in front of Immortals right now on Eichenwald.
Well, Shatter definitely experiencing a case of tinnitus after that one, as Team Liquid now just looking for the miracle to delay this out. But the yellow box of victory is right there. They don't even have to take down the gate, much to the joy of the Eichenwald maintenance crew. But Immortals really just mopping up the last 2 kills here. Nano Boost almost certainly going to seal the deal here. Everyone from Team Liquid falling, and you know, we were saying that Immortals want to be decisive here. That did feel pretty decisive towards the end.
That was good.
It was a good margin of victory.
We have questioned many times on hybrid maps, what are they going to do on second? Now, oftentimes we're talking about their defense and how's their defense going to roll through, but I really like what I saw from that offense. That flank, very clearly planned, very patient, very well executed.
It worked out well, and again, I think we also saw a bit of the downside of Double Builder setup there. Not just the part that it failed on first, but you take a look at how long, or the options that Team Liquid had to actually defend on this. Well, when 2 players have to swap off and they have no ultimate built up from the first phase of the game, that makes your second phase considerably weaker.
And a team that's traditionally been running tank heavy too, I'm not sure how great a Torb is going to be there. They've almost always run several tanks. You saw Zarya eating a lot of the Torb bullets early to charge her shield. I think you can still run a Sim there because I think Sim is very good, especially if you're going to go as all in. But as you mentioned, Double Builder, not the punching power. Despite Torb being okay, I think they could have been better served with a little stronger DPS.
And I was going to ask, because they got Teleporter up, and that's kind of what you want if you're bringing Symmetra in there, Double Builder, at least partially. With that, I guess, why didn't it work this time?
Well, the problem is that when they got the teleporter out, they were already losing the fight terribly. Just similar to the idea that getting a resurrection up when the entire other team is still alive in a good position doesn't necessarily lead to you winning the fight. In fact, oftentimes it loses to you, or it leads to you losing the fight a second time and defeating even more ult. On the same level for the teleporter, if no one has any big impact DPS ults because you're running Double Builder, and you get people running back in staggered, and the other team has better positioning on you, there's really no guarantee you're going to pull that back. You get a second chance at it, but your second chance is actually a very low chance to retake at that point.
Well, and it seems like an interesting point to do it on, because we talk a lot about positioning and how these teams like where they like to fight. And it seems like on Eichenwald, more and more, pretty much every single defense ends up turtling back into the room, which may benefit Symmetra, but I feel like with Torbjorn, you want to split up that fight. You want to be able to put that turret on the other side so that you have the enemy team has multiple threats that they have to deal with to drag out the fight a little longer to allow your DPS to whittle them down. And then, but that just doesn't happen when your Torb turret's getting killed continually because it's in its show.
I don't know. I feel like the Torb turret, when we see it had the most success, it's really when it's protected by a Reinhardt in the back, because yes, you can put the Torb turret to the side, but then you're also now running a real risk that the Torbjorn just gets focused and taken down immediately. So in theory, you could have the flanking power there, but in reality, I think when we've seen it be most effective, it's when it's behind a Rhine shield. It's a huge pain to deal with. You have to really focus on the turret and go through multiple barriers to actually make it happen.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's often best when it's against a Pharah, and I know that seems counterproductive, but she has to waste so much time and energy dealing with that turret and then using the concussion to get the run out. But it's not like Immortals is a team that's defined by their Pharah play. In fact, of all the teams we have, they run Pharah probably the least. Sometimes Agilities will switch into it, but that's about it. So I do just think that Torb, not enough firepower overall.
Well, we could talk about Torb all day. I know I could. But let's talk a little bit more about what we saw. We saw ID into Hang on the Pharah Mercy. It didn't work the first couple pushes, seemed to do pretty well in taking first, and then they utilized it on second. But what I really want to talk about is Immortals on second. Usually we've talked about them being very strong on first, breaking apart a little bit on second. So have they learned from their mistakes, or is this more of they just had good answers for what Team Liquid brought?
In the small sample size, yes, I like that flank a lot. They're both macro and micro because they were so patient waiting on it. They almost peeked out once early, and then when they did finally peek out, it was the patience on the hook that led to the kill.
I think, though, Hex, if you look at things here as far as Immortals goes, I feel like their bigger Achilles heel has been their defense on second. And I don't think that they necessarily had a much better showing here. I just think that Team Liquid was not playing super well at all. And let me just break down the first point again as well, is that, yes, they did take it eventually, but part of it was that ID was floating around for ages, not really with a decisive fair engage. He just wasn't getting killed by what Immortals was running, which, I mean, as part is him evading, but I think a lot of it, too, is that Immortals just did not swiftly deal with it well, and there was a lot of initiation coming in from that Fair Mercy combo early on that just did not look good at all.
Yeah, well, and on the first point, Grim Reality, I mean, he loves that high ground. We talked about Immortals and how much they gravitate towards high ground fights, and you know, that's the differentiating factor for them. Well, on first, you don't really have the high ground. I mean, you can kind of be up on the second level of the house, but it's not really high ground. Whereas, and so he wasn't doing almost anything on that first point on Soldier. But then on second, you know, he's got that high ground, and until Messer got up there with his ultimate to do anything, he had free reign, and so that's where Immortals was actually getting a stop on second. But it was partially just because he wasn't getting dealt with. Liquid was not contesting that high ground. Well, I'll tell you what, Team Liquid has selected another map for us, and it is Temple of Anubis. Take it away for this one.
Well, it makes sense we're going to Anubis. Team Liquid has not played Hanamura so much this tournament. So far, 0-0-0 on Hanamura.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Hanamura because I was at the store buying milk earlier today, and there's actually a picture of Hanamura there asking if I had seen it recently, and the answer when it comes to the OCS is no. No, I haven't.
I think they stopped putting missing kids on milk cartons now because I think it was probably depressing people over their morning cereal. I mean, I'm all for finding kids, but I just want my Fruit Loops sometimes. Maybe, does that make me a bad? It does.
It actually might make you a terrible
I don't
person.
even need to finish that question. Well, regardless, yeah, we have not seen a whole lot of Hanamura in this tournament in a bit, but on Anubis we go. Liquid, just without even looking at their record, has been serviceable on this map. They've had moments of very good play and some moments of questionable play, which has kind of been the story of Liquid throughout their Overwatch career. And as we mentioned, Grim Reality on the high ground previously, where you see Agility standing now is likely where Grim will end up on the defense at some point in time. Soldiers love this spot.
So, Immortals, this is absolutely much more of a dive defense here, where they're going to be using Nomi the counterpunch pretty aggressively, with Hyped and Agilities being the backbone behind it. Meanwhile, from Team Liquid, no surprise here. This is what they've been running on Anubis all tournament long, where they will have ID flexing to the Widow, looking for early pickoffs, and running pretty heavy dive with it with Mezar, AZK, and Shatter. So Team Liquid very much all in on getting early kills or immediately getting out.
ID's been pretty patient too. He'll take this low ground and look around to see if there's anything there, only going for his shots when he's got eyes on the other team. Right now, not seeing much. A shot will go down onto a jumping Genji back there. ID getting pressured down by this Tracer, needs help.
Does get that help immediately, though. It's always a scary matchup for Tracer just because the one-shot potential is there, particularly when an Ana's in the mix and you have to worry about the sleep dart as well. But Hyped goes down here pretty early as Mezar able to find it. There's a pick-off on the Verbo as Team Liquid now 2-1. ID going to be under trouble here, but while he's fighting Agilities, not only does he take him down, but Agilities also was on the other part of the point where Liquid now very much getting in the dominating position. So this dive offensive Liquid, supported by the Widowmaker, being very successful early on here against Immortals, taking point A with relative ease.
And the Widow got a couple kills, but oftentimes you don't even need that killing blow as a Widow. A lot of damage going on there, making them retreat. The early shot onto Agilities made him back off, not be as aggressive on Genji. That bought some more time for the Widow. So even when you're not getting these giant plays in the kill feed or making headlines with it, Widow's so impactful.
I'm actually very disappointed right now. I thought ID was going to go to the Reaper because Liquid has had their most success with ID on Reaper here. But again, goes Zarya instead. Zarya, not bad at all for last point here, but with the success they've had on Reaper, why wouldn't you use it here again?
We'll see. I think they might switch to it if they have some trouble, but they're just going to go with it with dive, and Zarya helping support the dive mechanics. They do come in right away. 3 kills right off the bat for Liquid.
Shatter setting them up, ID knocking them right down 3-0, and Immortals suddenly looking very mortal here on Temple of Anubis. We'll see if they can bring this back, but they've already lost a tick on the point. AZK piling on. They have to find the way to get out and hyped. Going to take down Shatter. That could be a big swing here as Immortals tries to bring this right back.
Well, that's a fight that Shatter, I think, would tell you he should have won. I thought he had deflect up, not quite there. AZK is going to pull it back. The only 1 kill so far for Immortals, as in another to hang goes down from Grim, but it still has been all Immortals already with the tick. They're getting good contention here.
Well, here's the one problem here for Team Liquid is that they're going to have a lot less healing. Mezar having to look around for health packs. No, they're not. Immortals not able to touch a point even one more time. So, Team Liquid shell-shocking Immortals here, although the disconnect might have had just a little bit to do for that. So, Verbo falling in the middle of that, and being down your Lucio, definitely not a good thing.
Difficult, but the pause mechanics are such an Overwatch that if someone calls for a pause in the middle of a fight, and it just happens that Assault last is one giant fight, you can't really pause it in good conscience, the rest of the team, so you have to wait for it to be over. Of course, Immortals understanding on that. We'll see if we can get Verbo back in here as soon as possible. That's rough.
That is certainly rough. So,
yeah. And if I may interject, the rules specifically do state that you can't pause in the middle of a fight, and there is a little bit of a gray area there. Well, what defines a fight and this and that? But the thing is like it is unfortunate when you have a disconnect, but at the same time, you have to be able to complete the fight. At least what's going on right now before doing anything. We'll go into all the rules as we may if he can't reconnect, but. Yeah, other than that, I just have a question. This is almost exactly the reverse of what happened last time, where Immortals, I think they had within 10 seconds of that time on their first attack. So how do we feel about Team Liquid's first attack?
Well, you questioned why they wouldn't go into Reaper there, and I completely agree with you. They've shown great things on Reaper. I think in that moment, going to the Zarya is always fine, and then running the dive comp, I think Zarya, you just want her there for utility, just to give bubbles to your divers who are going in, who may get in trouble, and then you can bully down. Also, I think Zarya can be okay here on final pushes because D.Va's coming. D.Va's going to be coming to stall.
Well, going to the first push there was, I believe, Mezar taking down Hyped very early on, and I get, here's the thing about Tracer is that you do play a little bit fast and loose, and I'm not sure what sort of poke damage it hit Hype beforehand, but dying to a Winston pretty early on there, definitely not what you're looking for early on in that fight because it was very quickly a 5v6, and once you're down a man early on, then you're stuck with the scenario of who do you put on Widow, because once you put someone on Widow, first of all, you don't know if you're going to be successful, A. B, they're stuck chasing the Widow for a while, and you're effectively down another player in the point, so now you're stuck with 4 people in and around, so I feel like if you can get that early pick-off, the Widow comp is very good. And unfortunately, for Immortals, they did lose one early on the Mezar, and it just sort of snowballed out of control from there.
It was kind of the bullying early that Tracer tried to pull off, tried to get in Widow's face. That was a couple blinks cooldown, that's a rewind down, and then she becomes a sitting duck for Winston, when in general, you're right. If a Winston v Tracer going head-to-head, she shouldn't be around long enough to have the Winston killer, but having burned all those cooldowns going after the sniper just shows you Overwatch, this game of dominoes that are always happening.
The thing I would question there in terms of his target selection is that Ana and Widow were side by side. And to immediately take down the Widow, who is a much bigger hitbox, admittedly, you can burst down, in theory, much quicker. The problem is that if the Ana's right there, you're not putting pressure on the Ana. If you're not putting pressure on the Ana, not only can the Ana heal up the Widowmaker, but you also have to be looking out for the sleep dart, and the sleep dart there really limits your options as a Tracer and how hard you can go in. So it was probably not the best engage for Hyped early on there, and it just probably just spiraled out of control.
Yeah, and I like the idea, because we talk a lot about resources, and especially dealing with something like a Widow on first Anubis, because we've seen teams doing it differently, where you either send one resource and it's not enough to deal with Widow, and then she just picks you apart, or you don't send any resources, you just hang back and play the sightlines, or you send, and so I like the idea of maybe just sending one resource, like Tracer, who can be mobile, who can really just delay things out for you as long as possible, force you to provide, resources like Ana, like Winston to it. But the problem is that if you die, they have just won, and now immediately they have an advantage.
I think if they had their preference, they would have sent Agilities over there. The problem was Agilities took a giant body shot when he was jumping up and down looking for the angle to dash in on it. He had to go down and get healing. I think that was the moment they made the call to send the Tracer in instead, and we saw how that worked out.
So one interesting thing here, and by the way, I want to say big shout out to everyone who is watching us in the Northeast right now. I know it is incredibly wintry up there, to say the least, where you guys are getting hammered with snow, but thanks for joining us as that's going on. The reason why I bring that up, of course, is that I do wonder what's going on with Verbo if he's up in that area, because I thought everyone in Worlds was in a team house, but clearly if he's DC'd, the rest of them aren't. Most likely not. And now I wonder if Verbo is up in that area, because if you're getting that much snow, maybe that's causing some of the power problems.
Yeah, and it does seem power related. Of course, I'm not there, so I don't know. But that's the word that we're getting. So we're going to have to wait to see what Verbo's situation looks like. They do have a sub of Chance, who has played for them in the past.
Yeah.
So we'll see. He also does some coaching, and he's not just there for the sub. So I feel like that wouldn't be a terrible backup plan. It's definitely better than forfeiting, I'll tell you that.
Right.
But we'll have to just see how that pans out.
Well,
But
probably the most familiar with a team substitute in the entire tournament, because Chance was on this roster for an extremely long time, only recently replaced by Verbo like 2-3 months ago. Yeah. So if you have to pull in a sub, I think they're in a better position than most teams.
Well, more accurately, Chance was with them when they went to the Winter Premier Finals because and they won the Winter Premier Finals because, of course, Nomi is not a U.S. citizen. He had trouble getting into the country in that particular setup, and they needed a tank replacement. And luckily for Immortals, that was a very good thing, because Chance used to be a tank player. So Nomi was out, Chance was in. I think if he has to support here for Verbo, I think it's actually a much bigger blow to Immortals, because, of course, it's a different skill set than what they normally have. He might be the coach of Immortals now, so he might be somewhat more in tune with the shot calling, but it's going to be a rougher transition for them over the course of the series, and really does give Team Liquid that upset potential, even if it does involve an outside factor.
Yeah, and it's a factor that we wish wouldn't happen, but it may become a reality here as we're still paused up. Well, if we can, then can we just talk a little bit about? I want to talk about Agilities a little bit, because he's played Agilities in this one. No, he's played Genji here in Temple of Anubis. He's played Roadhog as well. He played Roadhog last map. I mean, how are we feeling about his selection? I think he's had a pretty decent impact in both of those roles.
I think you and I both like Genji on Assault maps specifically because you need giant closeout ultimates. And Roadhog can do that, I guess, with Whole Hog getting entry picks. I think it's one of each, but I think he's a better Genji overall than he is a Roadhog. Not to say anything bad about his Roadhog. I just think he's better off when he plays like Genji, getting those 3 and 4 Dragon Blades.
You did not offend my sensibilities by saying that's where I felt the need to cough as a result. But I couldn't agree more. I mean, Agilities made his name on Genji, and overall, if you look at the overall performance of the different players here on Immortals, I think you can make a very strong argument that Agilities has been the most consistent, period, whether it be on Genji, whether it be on Roadhog. Now, part of it is that he does not command the attention that Grim Reality does. It's easy to feel like you're doing a huge amount when Grim Reality is commanding double teams in a lot of these situations, but, I mean, regardless of what he's been playing, easily the backbone of Immortals in their current form.
And outside of Dragon Blades, because if you're watching some of these matches casually and you're thinking, well, he's not always like carrying the kill feed. The thing about him is, unless you have a Dragon Blade and you get a perfect positioning for that, you're not going to be solo carrying any fights. You need to take advantage of DPS coming in from like a Pharah or somebody else, and they don't have a Pharah. First of all, if it is, it's going to be Agilities, and you're executing on kills, not making kills 100%, and that has been difficult for him, and he's actually been shining despite that.
Well, we talk about heroes that excel when things break down, and we talk a lot about Tracers and McCree in that aspect, but Genji, even without Dragon Blade, is the biggest snowball you can put in your composition, largely because of those dash resets. You start getting one kill, dash through 3 other people, reset, back and forth. I've seen Genjis do it like a rubber band, back and forth, and clear a whole team, and then by the end of that, you have Dragon Blade up in case someone wants to reinforce.
Which, by the way, of course, is very important on assault maps where you do need those very clean and quick decisive wipes. It's not killing an entire team that is necessarily the issue. It's killing an entire team all around the same time, because on a payload or hybrid map, you get a little bit of a bonus for doing it all at the same time, but you get a dramatic bonus for getting that sort of finish on assault, where it can mean the difference between a finish that takes 2 minutes or a finish that takes most of your allotted time.
Yeah, and we've seen some teams, Complexity comes to mind, who really just excel at delaying that out on second of Anubis, which is why you start to see ID, for instance, bringing in Reaper, because not only does that give you that punching power potentially, if I'm going to be using alliteration, but it can also mean that as soon as people are filtering back onto the point, you have an advantage. We didn't see it this last time, but certainly something we've seen quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, other than that, we're looking at Immortals potentially coming back into their first attack, and they've got to try to match 5 minutes and 49 seconds. They did it before. Based on how they're playing right now, and let's just pretend like we're not paused because of a connection issue, do we think that Immortals can bring it back and match that?
Well, I think to do analysis on this, we do have to look at the very likely scenario here that they're going in without Verbo. You're messing with the entire team chemistry. I think clearly if there is a power level here to the teams, well, the power level of Immortals just dropped pretty significantly. And Team Liquid was already looking good on the first fight before Verbo left the game. So going in here, I think that this is perhaps Team Liquid's map to lose at this point.
I think it is one of their stronger maps. I would give them a good chance on this. It does appear that Verbo will be back, so at least they will be fighting with their normal rosters, as that would have been tragic for Immortals. It seems like they've been having to do all sorts of roster stuff for the last 3 or 4 weeks and last-minute subs. I give Liquid a good chance. I think this is a map that overall, even when they started the tournament 0-4, it's a map that they always looked most competent on, most comfortable on.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I feel like this is the caster curse, which has happened a lot, by the way. Like, we're throwing down the gauntlet. Literally, we start talking about Verbo not being there, and immediately he reconnects.
Well, I'm happy for that, because that means at the very least Immortals will be able to run with their normal rosters, so we won't be seeing Chance coming in here. Instead, Verbo now has power. Of course, the question is for how long. There's always a scary thing when your power goes out, because you don't know if you're going to get a secondary power outage just a little bit later. But for Verbo's sake, hopefully that will stay in as Immortals tries to bring themselves out of the deficit they now find themselves in.
Yeah, that deficit which happened when Verbo disconnected in that last fight. So regardless, that's the time we have, 5 minutes and 50 seconds. A blazing fast time. Immortals now is going to be on the attack instead. Defensively, it will be Team Liquid. I'd have to imagine with this composition, yes, that is going to be Mezzer over onto the Winston, running more of a dive. ID will generally set up on the high ground. AZK and Shatter doing work on the ground level. So a lot of it is going to depend on how well Mezzer gets supported, in my opinion. I think when their dive works best, he is alive through most of it.
Certainly, and Mezzer's been having a good series here tonight so far, even though, of course, Team Liquid did get stuffed a bit on Eichenwald when they did get through second. It was because of a pretty big hero play from Mezzer, where he was able to find a way through and get those 3 kills on Winston with the support of his team. So he's been a big factor here for Team Liquid. We'll see if he's a big factor in the upcoming Team Liquid dive defense. And very similar comps here on both ends. Team Liquid, of course, not running the Diva, but other than that, both teams very much interested in running Tracer, Genji, Winston.
Well, I like the variation that Immortals is putting on this, though. They're going to run a dive composition, but of course I'm happy to see Hyped onto Diva. I think can help out a lot. It's going to be interesting to see who he goes with, though. If they just go do a double tank dive and he goes with Nomi, not necessarily a hero to support, and then Ethan on the Zenyatta, I think it's great. I'm not sure this point is great for it. Sightlines aren't perfect, but Zen and dive comps I think is something we need to see more of.
Well, personally, I think that you go after the weak link here, and ID was prone to getting picked off pretty heavily back on Eichenwald. I think you throw a Diva in his face and let the chips go where they may.
Right, Agilities, they just let them in immediately, kind of a slow ground war going on. Now the dive comes in, they dive away. Agility still trying to get some poke here, bloodless so far, but Nomi takes down ID. Ethan gives his life for it, though, trades back and forth, 5v5.
Well, ID being down, that's a pretty big fight, but AZK now in the backline takes down not one, but both supports, so now for Immortals, they're not going to have any healing for the remainder here. They're going to have to rely on health packs only, as Shatter finding himself with really no help there. Health be darned here for the side of Immortals. So more pressure coming in for Immortals despite losing their supports. And Team Liquid actually very much in a rough position here. AZK, though, still trying to pull it back.
Yeah, in a rough position, but AZK has been the hero, as you mentioned. 2 kills early on, takes down Nomi. They haven't been able to deal with Agilities, who's been just getting free damage. Every time Winston leaps on him, he's saving that dash to get away, knowing that his only real counter has been the Scientist so far. Still this poke going on, not able to get a tick just yet. Chaotic opening here to Anubis first.
It is a bit chaotic. Team Liquid able to stay alive, and it's actually Mezar who is very low, getting healed up the last month by Dahang, barely keeping him alive, and that's going to keep Team Liquid's hopes alive here on this point as Immortals still looking for a way in. Nano Boost though comes in from Team Liquid on the Mezar, and that's going to let him just roll in to remains of the Immortals backline, just effortlessly electrocuting Grim here in the back, as Liquid now can get a full restabilization here and buying themselves a lot of valuable time.
And Mez yet again has been doing such a great job. Gets a kill onto 8th in there too, cleaned up AZK. It is all over but the crying for this point, thanks in large part to Mez's Winston. Granted, Agility's got away from him a bunch of times, but that's still forcing Agility to a place he doesn't want to be.
Well, more than that, why is Agility's using his Dragon Blade there?
Yeah.
With so many people dead, why?
Yeah, generally you guess that they're going to switch or something like that, but that does not seem to be the case. Liquid's war chest now fully stocked for this next defense. Only 2 minutes left. That's the sneaky thing about Anubis. You take first for granted, and all of a sudden you get shut out.
So there is one X factor here, which is that Hyped is about to have a self-destruct up. Definitely had very consistent self-destructs in the past. Here comes Soundbear in from Team Liquid. It comes up pretty early into the fight. Now let's see what Hype does with the self-destruct. He even goes for a Chatter. Dragon Blade in the back line. Gonna find Nathan. Self-destruct now in over the top. Will it connect? No, will not connect in the least. Does do a little bit of zoning here. 5v5 still on the point as Team Liquid not really pushing this back entirely, but now the Sound Bear comes in from the offense, and that's going to give them what they need to actually push this back as Grim took down not one, but both supports, and Immortals now with a much more dominating presence on the point.
It's been a tale of two tracers, Grim on one side, AZK on the other. AZK dominating that first bit of the map, but it was Grim Reality's tracer that brought that second part of the map, rather, to bear there as they grab it on the second fight. Incoming here, Grim, maybe an early pulse bomb to open things up. ID got shut down pretty early in that fight, but he'll have the tactical visor as a response given this next push in.
So he'll have the attack visor up, although Grim does have a bit of an opportunity here. I mean, it's pulse bomb, does not guarantee the stick, but if he can find a way through, depending on how aggressive he wants to be here, could be a big turnabout here for Immortals. Remember, they're working against a heavy time differential here, disconnect or no, where they have 4.5 minutes left, which is already less than what Team Liquid has to go if we do go into extra rounds here in Anubis.
So you want to get it decisively, you want to get it quick. First fight incoming. Where does this pulse bomb go?
Pulse bomb right now not being landed at all, but ID finds himself out of position, immediately taking out Agilities into the back, taking down Dahang. 3 unanswered kills by Immortals. Patience paying off right now. They even still have the pulse bomb in reserve, so Liquid finding themselves without a whole lot of presence on this point. Now they're stuck, trying to delay and get back on, but they lose everyone here, Hex. May coming back into the fight. You see how long it's stalled, but Immortals might have very well have just grabbed this point.
Pulse bomb goes into D.Va, not able to eat that one up, cleans up that refuse, and now it is 4 kills, including the mech on the side of Immortals. Just the stall game coming out. Mezar comes in big, takes on Verbo. Need a little more of that if they want a chance to hold on.
Mezar trying to add on to his hero resume right now, but it's just too little, too late. Far too much damage here on the point here for Immortals. Another 4 unanswered kills, and it's not 549 here. Fast Hex, but it's still a very big statement here and definitely keeps Immortals in the game. Very winnable, in fact, actually, now with the time difference being a mere 2 minutes.
The first kill of that fight was the most perplexing to me. They nano boosted, I believe, ID, who had tactical visor. All fine, but you can't just hang out alone on the point when you're not running tanks. He was all alone. They just walked in on him, 4v1'd him right off the bat. When you don't have a Reinhardt or the rest of your team's not on the point, what are you expecting to happen? You know the offense is coming straight at the point.
I think pretty clearly there's 2 things to take away from that. One is that Team Liquid was very clearly not on the same page, where you have that degree of separation between your DPS and the rest of the players. But on the same note, ID has to realize that even though the ultimate has been invested onto him, and all that power is with him at the time, if his team isn't with him, you still have to back out and go, guys, I can't do this. It's still not worth taking the early death there, which very much led to a pretty decisive Immortal snowball right after.
Yeah, hitting Q and praying did not work out for Liquid there, but as you said, still have about a 2-minute advantage as far as time banks go here on Temple of Anubis. Immortals will be on the attack this time around. How do you think that D.Va worked out for him?
The D.Va is a case where we didn't see gigantic plays, but clearly it created enough disruption for Grim to do his thing towards the very end. I'm not sure it's the best option, even with Hype playing it, but what can you say? It worked.
Hard to argue with results. They were able to get in ID's face a couple times. Mez, again, tried to bring it back hero mode. They will be on defense, running similar compositions that they have on both offense and defense. A dive defensive comp.
Mezar not getting the support he needed that time around, hyped with the immediate punish there. And now, big 65 opportunity here for Immortals as they look to even up the score here. Nubis, Hype gonna pick up the double kill, so just almost rising to the challenge here from what we were saying. A much better early round here from Hyped. And now for Team Liquid, they're gonna be struggling to bring this back. To Hang, very much in trouble here. ID get him, try and bring it back. Does get the kill on Nomi here, but seems like a losing battle.
Yeah, caught in the corner. Agility's on the cleanup here, looking for everyone else. Shatter goes down there late. Mezar is back in this fight. Ate a bio grenade, so he took down Ethan. Still not being able to heal. Can Maz bring this back by himself? It's taking them a long time to clean up this point. Rafa will finally follow Tracer back on the point. Seems, wow, AZK gets a double kill, demeching and grabbing 2.
AZK coming back with fury here onto the point. I'm still not sure it's going to be enough, but he's created perhaps an opening for Team Liquid to get back onto this. And Shatter coming in from the flank, able to take that Verbo. So Team Liquid off of AZK, finding those weakened players, actually might be able to bring this back. And they didn't lose a single tick here yet, Hex.
No, it's beautiful. Nice stall out from Mez to open that fight after he got back onto the point. Usually I see Mez go down first and I call that fight over for Liquid, but a great job gutting it out. They've got most of them back now, pressuring people out, trying to not let them come in. They do still need Rafa sustained healing, but wow, a miracle hold for Liquid.
Well, here's the bigger thing here for Liquid too. They're going to have Attack Visor up for the next fight, and it's very difficult to deal with Attack Visor when you're not running a Reinhardt. You have to isolate the 76 pretty immediately. They're going to try it here with the Nano Blade, and they do just that. Able to get in immediately. Both sides, Nano Blade at the ready, but Agility's going to be getting a little bit more. Shatter has to put the blade away, and now fighting versus the World. The World going to win though. Mortals, way too many people on the point, and that's one of the few ways that you can deal with Attack Visor effectively, and they did it pretty well.
Nano boosted Dragon Blade, too much sustain for the Attack Visor to be able to take down as quickly as they like. They both had Dragon Blades out, just a little beefier or a little, juicier targets, I'd say, for Immortals to choose from. You saw a little more value gotten out of that ultimate from Agilities than the other side. Still, clock timing down, about less than 2 minutes left for Immortals to take out this map.
Well, we do have a change up here where ID is going to Zarya instead, does not trust the Soldier on last point anymore. And with Ethan falling immediately or the Mezar, this push could already be all but over. Immortals, they dropped the sound barrier going into it, but because they lost Ethan before it even hit, it just makes things very rough. They're not going to have the sustain they want here in this fight, and Team Liquid should be able to just throw them off relatively easily.
Rafa stays alive through all of this. Nomi is still on the point, trying to get something done. What? I'm not entirely sure. Agility's Nomi dying there late when you think a retreat might have been a little better option.
The only thing that strikes me a little bit odd there is that I don't think they needed to use the Primal Rage towards the very end. That was pretty late in the fight to use. I think Mezar probably could have eaten the death and been completely okay. But you look at ways of delaying this out. There's only a minute left in AZK, holding the Pulse Bomb in a flanking position, moving into the backline, looking for a stick. Not going to get it here just yet, but Ethan is falling again. Where Ethan really getting focused out heavily as Winston explodes like fireworks up into the air. He's with Poochie now.
I must go. My planet needs me. Well, this is a pretty aggressive hold from Liquid. They're getting a lot of damage done with it too, which is exactly what you want to happen when you hold aggressive. The worst thing that could possibly happen is hold aggressive, AZK goes down immediately, and now all of a sudden you've just given them a 5v6. But look where Mez is hiding, right around the corner, going to get all that cleave damage, going to let his divers come in after he softened them up.
The flanking Winston is something we've been seeing a lot more in gameplay here, where people just flank and do a bit of damage, but hold the phone. Here comes Shatter in over the top, gets slapped, and now they're just going to ignore him like a piece of bad garbage as the rest of Immortals moving up, trying to make the most of a temporary 5v6 opportunity. They get onto ID. Here comes Immortals, piercing right through off of that sleep dart by Ethan, and now is it going to be enough? Certainly Team Liquid here on the back foot. Shatter waking up for a snap, getting back to the fight, but having now to deal with a huge number disadvantage, and that sleep dart very well could have won Immortals this map. Certainly could have given them this round.
Well, the stall out's going to have to be huge. So far, no kills for their team. They get Graviton too. That is not great. Big ball of meat to go through right there. They continue to get the cleanup. A sound barrier comes in late for Liquid now as Mezar is trying to hold on to this point. Still have to start seeing some kills if you want any chance for Liquid right now.
Well, AZK trying to be that hero here once more. Already grabs Nomi, looking for a bit more on the point. Grim being the same position here for Immortals. His Tracer darting in around, and it's going to be a big part of why AZK falls. Immortals just needing a little bit more. So close here to that final tick. Team Liquid desperately trying to hang on, but it's not going to be enough. And Immortals putting up a 4th point here on Temple of Anubis.
They give themselves a much more favorable win condition now. Rather than just getting 3 points, they do get 4. Yes, the time bank has been in Team Liquid's favor the entire map, but now they're going to put them to the test. Can you close out Assault?
We will have to see. Team Liquid certainly has a lot of time to move forward here, but very likely not going to be aided by disconnect on last. So we'll see what their last point attack is going to give them in this situation. But man, just to recap here and really give spotlight once more, what a sleep dart by Athan.
That was sick.
Game winning.
Absolutely. There's no other way to say it. Had that gone even medium better for the diving Genji there, you get one kill and you maybe get out, something like that. Way better than getting slept right there. Beautiful dart.
But I think the really cool thing about that, too, is that when Immortals got that, they didn't try and finish off the Genji. They didn't go, Genji's down. They ignored him and ran straight into Team Liquid and punished them severely for that. And I can't even call it an overextension. I mean, they just punished them for Genji getting slept.
Well, I mean, it was a bit of an overextension. You don't see a lot of teams hold that far out, but it was working so well. You had AZK and Mezer up there, too. To add on to your point, once he got slept and they ignored him, that called full retreat for their Tracer and Winston, who are out there, so already out of position. Essentially, you're running versus 6v3, storming the gates. But storming the gates will be Team Liquid now on the attack. 5:45 to get first and second point, force a draw.
Well, ID going to be the man of the hour here once more, looking for pickoffs on this Widow, and that is not the grappling hook he was looking for.
Are you sure? Maybe it was a fake.
I'm pretty sure he didn't want to give himself a concussion on the head bar there. Yes. Yes, I am.
Next level strats, the juking grapple. AZK already down in this fight. He'll be rejoining momentarily as the Tracer, as they do trade out Genjis for the most part. That should actually open things up for ID a little bit. Not going to be anyone to really pressure him out.
Well, for Team Liquid, they still have decent position here. ID still looking for the early pickoff, but it is a little bit sloppier, not as decisive as before, and Immortals certainly perhaps a little bit better equipped to deal with this. They're not giving Widow the sight lines that they did before. Liquid now going to take this fight into the right corner, but while they're taking it there, it makes things a lot harder for ID to get the early pickoffs, but doesn't matter as AZK and Shatter able to take advantage of the party room, taking down 3, and now, even though ID has fallen, this is still looking very much like Liquid's point.
ID with a nice distraction, took out 2 resources there as they both had to focus on him. Meanwhile, the fight was going on behind him. ID will switch off onto Soldier 76. However, not getting the cleanup kills that they need right now. 2 ticks so far, waiting for reinforcements. Mez takes down his opposing number in Nomi, who goes on very early. Now Agility is going to be pressured out. Liquid continues to pile on the eliminations.
No miracle happening here for Immortals this time around and trying to retake this point. Everyone going to fall, and in fact, this is going to give some really nice momentum here to Liquid. They just got so many kills, and now they can roll right onto the point. They're already on the point with Shatter and Lucio here in the back, so
2 ticks for free, for absolute free.
That is bad. That is Immortals staggering for no reason. They've done this on other maps. Now they do it here on Nubis. Here comes Dragon Blade from Shatter looking for final bits of cleanup, but it's Agility's Dragon Blade of his own. Takes down 2. Both Genji striking pay dirt. See if this is enough.
Well, there's a Diva desuited. They're not going to stagger her. Not exactly what you're trying to do there. Now it's just about getting the cleanup. Tahang has gotten a couple in here too. Shatter still alive. The full force of Team Liquid trying to close out this map. Stalls are coming. These kills aren't necessarily coming right as people are leaving the gate. 1 kill, 2 kills for Immortals trying to bring this back.
Immortals is going to be bringing this back. They are going to be throwing Team Liquid off the point here. And that's going to be it. It's going to be a good hold, and it's going to leave Team Liquid with 4 minutes left to bring this back.
Well, Team Liquid didn't get your memo just yet as ID grabbed a couple. There's sound barrier.
Yeah, they go all in despite being down a player, and it's actually working out. The sound barrier setting them up. They get the tac visor kill. Shatter slicing into Hype, not able to take him down, but I do wonder if it is a bit of a waste as Agility's able to get that kill back on the ID. Immortal respawns coming back into the fight. Liquid, though, not giving it up. Still not with any sort of super decisive setup here, and they are starting to bleed out kills as Agilities and Nomi get to work.
That's true, but just as you say that, AZK and Rafa come back in with a couple of their own. This should, in all theory, favor the defense right now as they're evening up numbers, should get a better spawn point. Agility says be very careful. Taken out by AZK, finds another target. He's got his pulse bomb up.
AZK make it too. Pulse bomb coming out. Did it stick? It does! Hyped! Blown the kingdom come. AZK bringing it back on to the point right now, so Liquid perhaps being rewarded for their tenacity, but not really showing up as this has been perma-contested the entire time. It's a very long stall here from Immortals, but one that has been leaving Team Liquid for a loop as here comes Agilities now. Dragon Blade up once more. Takes down Mezar in the back. Still dicing. Finds ID, and that will finally throw Team Liquid off this point.
Whew. It was contested for so long that our progress bar went away. They were so close to getting that 3rd tick.
That is actually very weird as far as that goes. 'Cause
Rafa noticed as well that something was happening with their indicator there. They had 2 ticks very early. They got it for free because of that stagger, but then it went away in a defend the objector kind of thing.
Honestly, I was pretty sure it was the point B indicator and we weren't going crazy as far as that goes. And yet, on the same note, I was going, were we just thinking that they were capping point A and were we just totally out of our minds? No, we weren't.
No, my wits are firmly about me. And yes, our indicator did go away. Had to be an issue. They just want to double check that everything's going ready in the game. That's why we get this pause, because some confusion on both sides of the team, rightfully so. I'd never seen that happen before.
Well, that would be the closest ever if that was in fact the bug. I wonder if part of it, did they have someone on the point when they'd capped point A perhaps, and there's a glitch there? I don't know.
No, because we saw the progress of this as they were rolling through, because I mentioned 2 ticks already, and it was so close. So it bugged out somewhere in that fight.
I was actually second guessing my life through the course. I was like, do I want to issue a mid-cast correction before everyone's like casters, NA, etc.? It's just like, I don't know. I don't actually know, but we were not going crazy. It was 2 ticks.
Whenever anyone says NA casters about anyone, I always just take it as a compliment. I'm like, well, of course, that's awesome. What a wonderful thing to say to somebody.
Now, what if they said Eska casters?
Coming out with it early. I did not flank and die multiple times. However, Shatter is looking to do just that. Not the dying part, of course. He will have Dragon Blade up for this next fight as we reset to 12 left on the clock, which equates to about 2 good pushes here. ID's going to have Tactical Visor trying to get that soldier spot up top.
Well, they are trying to do that. Team Liquid perhaps a little bit disheveled after thinking they had it when they didn't. Grim Reality coming back in, taking down Mezar early on here. So they're going to be down to tank, going to be down to support. 3 unanswered kills by Immortals. Finally, Agility's falls, but damage has been done here as Immortals will be throwing things right back.
Well, not much of note on either side there. Just really nice Tracer play from Grim on the cleanup. But I think Liquid is going into that with a bit of a mental reset of what just happened, and also let's use some alts. Shatter with a late switch here. Gonna go over to Zarya. Probably, I don't know, maybe at the very last second, if they stays alive this fight, we'll have Graviton up, but not a lot of time left for him.
Well, for Grim, all he needs to do is connect 1 Pulse Bomb here, and he can end this fight immediately. And look at this, getting on to Lucio and Rafa early on. Rafa able to give him a little bit of a juke maneuver. Meanwhile, ID at the Tac Visor picks up 2 back on the point. 4 kills here for Team Liquid, so Grim Reality's pressure on the Rafa, though he kills him, comes at a cost. He's not able to participate in the rest of the fight and gets rifle butted right in the face by ID. Team Liquid now finishing out. And look at the time there, Hex. That is actually decisive. 1 minute and 1 second. That means that Liquid gets a final attack, and Immortals, actually in this case for a second rotation, I'm not sure if Immortals would have gotten another attack anyways. This is where it gets very, I think they would have, but we don't see this many rotations on Assault. You don't see this many rotations on Assault even in pub games, really.
I just defer to you. You know the rules better than I for the most part. So.
What it comes down to here is that Liquid gets an attack, Immortals does not.
Simple enough. 1:01 left on the clock for Liquid just to take first. If they do not, we will draw, meaning we will skip this map, move on, and then if we need to at the end of the set, go to a tiebreaker. Liquid's attack has been good, though, for the most part. The ID on Widow has worked out, and at the very least, it's distracting 1 to 2 resources on the other side, and it's opened up room for his team to be able to make those shots. So far, they've been trying to get aggressive with ID on the Widow. I wonder if this time they'll sit back a little further, just take the high ground and let Grim do his work.
We'll have to see, although I do think that right now, indicators, if you look at how sort of anemic the Immortals' defense has been here so far on point A, you got to think that this is favoring Team Liquid to some extent, where Team Liquid is probably 65, 70%. I would say win chance here just based on what we've seen. Of course, I'm pulling those numbers out of thin air, but I feel like this is looking pretty good for Team Liquid if they're able to execute like they did the previous 2 times.
Well, worst case scenario is a draw, so they can play fast and loose with this one. House money, as we like to say. They're going to get set up here. This is the same composition they've run for a while. No early damage from ID, and we've seen that damage should be just as impactful as kills, making people retreat, but they're just sitting on high ground right now. ID, no one pressuring him.
No one on him right now in the beginning, but Shadow's already fallen. Oh! Hook from downtown. Near max length hook going to be bringing ID down to Terra Firma. And Immortals with a much better early opening defense this time around. Can leave Liquid with under half a minute to bring this back. AZK on the point doing a little bit of work, but ends up falling in turn, and now see if he's even able to get back here in time. 15 seconds remaining here for Team Liquid to pull this through.
They added another tank ID off the Widow. Will go to Roadhog instead, trying to get those opening kills to start off the fight. We're going to need Heroic some AZK, and they've not been in short supply in this map. We'll see how it goes. 3 seconds left. They got to touch the point.
Well, they do get onto the point pretty early here. It's going to be AZK sacrificing his body. Has to rewind out, but does trigger the overtime sequence here. 5v5 here in the point to hang already down. Team Liquid going to do this without a whole lot of healing. As Grim in over the top has the nano boost. The raid boss to be defeated. Nezor going to be forcing him off here as this goes on. Both teams very, very close here in this fight. AZK still a threat in and around as Team Liquid picks off another 2. Are they going to take Anubis 5-4? We are about to find out, but it's looking good. Hyped, one of the last people here, just trying to buy time for his team to get on here. He cannot win this fight alone. He's going to fall. Did he buy enough time? We're going to see overtime in progress. The point in the process of being captured. Immortals must come back here onto the point, and they do touch a point here once more. The fight is rejoined again.
ID has been a savior so far with a couple of really nice picks onto Hype to have jumped in there on the Winston, playing Zookeeper. This whole hog will close it out unless a miracle happens. No miracle coming around that bend.
That is everyone except Hype. Hyped again. Good trying to lane. He has the Primal Rage, but this would be the epic stall of stalls if he was able to keep this up for a significant period of time. But no, Hyped falls. Overtime is over, and Team Liquid has defeated Immortals 5-4 here in the Temple Anubis, evening up the series 1-1.
You're going to a de facto best of 3 in the series. You can't let Liquid hang around, I think would be the lesson most teams need to take. Letting Liquid in the game means that Liquid's probably going to take you to 5. They've done it time again. This is one of the pieces they had of the victory map. Win on Assault, ID on Roadhog. Might be towards the end here.
That's some bacon in your face right there.
Yeah, it sure is.
Perhaps the world's biggest outie. I'm just saying.
Now people are going to Google that and ruin their dinner. They're going to ruin their dinner.
Do not Google that. Do not Google that.
Yeah,
just let Roadhog be your guide and all the imagination that you need.
Well, you know, kind of deflecting that there, trying to distract from stuff that you should not be Googling. What a match. I mean, that's the longest. We haven't been to a 5th round, I think, on anything.
Well, overall in Overwatch, to see an Assault game go that long period is very unprecedented. And I mean, to be fair, I think maybe without that disconnect, Liquid doesn't set the time they do. The world may never know. But even taking that aside, Liquid did show very good skill in being able to bring it forward, cap out the map a second time with no disconnection issues, and then finally get that 5th and final point there towards the very end in overtime. So for Liquid, clearly improvement on Assault, and for Immortals, clearly troubles still remaining.
Yeah, there's a lot that we can really break down with that one. I only want to touch on a few things. So first of all, going way back to the second round, Ethan on Zenyatta, I just want to get your opinions. We haven't seen it as much. Do we think we're going to see this more? Do we want to see this more Zenyatta?
I'm of two minds of it because I think it can be very effective with the dive composition. I think the map really has to lend itself to being safe with it. I think you could run it and then run a bodyguard with him. One of the issues with running Zenyatta is we've seen the level of Tracer play that we're playing against. And Zenyatta versus Tracer is not a great 1v1 for the Zen. You have to get lucky with a headshot. At this level, it is pure luck. I think that might be one of the reasons we've seen these Tracers go off. I don't know.
Here's the thing about Zen is that it is a very distinct style change from when you're playing Ana. When you're playing Ana, you're very much okay with your tanks being in the enemy's face, being a little bit more rolling in without regard to their own life, because Ana has some of the very best healing in the game for bringing your tanks up once they have taken a beating. Zen, on the other hand, he prefers you to be a little bit more evasive, coming in from different sides, not taking as much damage, because Orb of Harmony is not that great of a healing utility skill compared to some of the other heals in the game. So overall, I do like seeing more Zen. I think that it has some degree of untapped potential. I think it can really open things up and snowball fights if you get multiple discords in a row that your team is falling up on. But it also is a bit of a change, especially for a team like Immortals, where they did used to run somewhat more tank heavy. And if you try and run that style with a Zen, it can run into some issue.
You do have to have someone to bodyguard you, essentially, as Zen at this level. And I think maybe you could even run it with a Roadhog, because that works out really well. You get that first pick, and now you're already 6v5. And then we've seen what Discord can do in unfair fights. And then the Roadhog's there to not only block for you in his big body, but also hook any flankers who are coming towards you. So that could be something we see. Overall, I guess I'm biased. I just like seeing Zen more.
Right? You know, he's just fun. But I think that maybe you're onto something, a theme that we've actually talked about before as well, and that is the role of like your tanks and like protecting certain people. And And so I'm excited to see if maybe that comes alongside teams getting better at positioning in fights in this new meta. The other thing I wanted to talk about is Grim versus AZK Tracer battle, in one of the longest battles that we've seen, but both of them had integral parts of that very long second attack defense situation that went on and on and on. Who do we think won that, if you had to say, or what did they each do? What did they each contribute?
Well, first of all, AZK had a much better game on Tracer than Grim did. Grim, I think, had his moments, but there's also times where he took his eye off the prize for a bit. I think the thing that strikes out to me is when he went after Rafa in the back line and was chasing Rafa for a billion years while the rest of Team Liquid just said, okay, we're just getting on to the point. Rafa died, but 4 members of Immortals died in turn, and it would be one thing if he took out the Lucio immediately there, but he wasn't. That's part Rafa giving him a juke, but it's also part Grim not finishing his plate and perhaps overdiving when the rest of the Liquid squad was going in hard on his point.
Yeah, I would tend to agree the time to kill way too long on that Lucio. Lucio is a tricky target for a lot of tracers because it does take generally 2 clips with the self-healing, and then if you're not tracking them perfectly, it can take, but then you feel, I've already invested so much, I just need this kill, but you saw it took him 5 seconds completely out of that fight, and I'd just say AZK is playing wonderfully. I don't think Grim's playing necessarily too bad, but also when you're Grim at this situation, and I wonder, no sports psychologist, but you have to start wondering when you have these great players on teams that are underperforming, they maybe put a little too much pressure on themselves. I have to go for this kill, I have to get that kill. That's kind of how I've been justifying what happened to Spree in our last match, is there's replacements on his team. He feels like he has to do everything, and then you start making unforced errors and mistakes. Yeah,
and with the razor's edge that a lot of these fights are happening, you can't be that Grim Reality who just finally killed Rafa. Did he end up killing Rafa? Anyway, and then turning around to see a whole bunch of enemies on the point taking it, because that was the point at which they took that fight.
X, I'm just upset that you did not mention Spree's full title, which is Spree Payload Betrayer. I'm sorry.
I think if we start doing that, it's going to get to this crazy Khaleesi form where there's 15 miles of names, and I have to say every single one of them.
I don't want to have to start that database.
Why shouldn't you just go by your regular name of Kelly C? I don't get it. There's a fine name.
All right.
That was also a title to begin with.
Moving forward,
to begin with.
Moving forward, we're going to Nepal for the next map in this, as you had mentioned, de facto best 2 out of 3, as Team Liquid has tied things up versus Immortals. Let's see these teams duke it out here on Nepal.
Snowy mountains of Nepal, probably a horrific sight to those in the Northeast, because now they're seeing snow on their Overwatch and snow outside their windows. So my apologies for that, because frankly, Nepal is actually nicer weather right now than Boston.
Yeah, well, we've had balmy weather here in Denver. It's been crazy. I don't even have a jacket for this type of weather. It's just too nice, but then it gets cold instantly. I don't know what's up with Denver's weather.
You have the leather jacket that always gets you pulled aside at TSA.
That is true. I'm 100% pulled aside at the airport rates. Maybe I just look menacing. Regardless, both teams going to be running different variations here. The combo coming out for Liquid is the thing we have to take note of. They don't have a pure answer on the ground for it, but Nomi with the flat cannon could be great at deterring the combo.
Well, ID or the Toposphere immediately able to find Grim Reality here, so we'll see if ID's aerial assault is a little bit more effective here than the last few times, but with 2 early kills, why not? I don't think he was under a whole lot of pressure there early on. Certainly got the Tracer for free, got the Ana relatively for free right after. Struggling to kill this Lucio at the very end, but gets the kill, and for now, no significant answer to the fair coming out here from Immortals, and it's a little bit surprising because they really should have expected this coming in. I don't know if putting Grim on Tracer at the very beginning here is the right idea, or at the very least, maybe it should have come with a better anti-air option.
Well, if they want to have anti-air, it's going to have to be a team effort. Ana's going to have to chip in, Roadhog's going to have to chip in. No one hero is going to be able to do this job when they're running against a combo like this. AZK takes down Hyped very early. That's a monkey that could have gotten Farah's face. Now they're going to try to snowball this fight.
Well, they certainly are. Shatter going deep in and takes a snooze here once more. This time, oh my goodness, that was with authority. His body leaving an imprint on the very end. But 3 kills here from Team Liquid. Still not a very good fight for Immortals. Took way too damage from Shatter dashing in. And ID there cleaning up the scraps. So Immortals actually looking very disheveled early on. But we do finally have a switch up here. Grim going on to his tried and true on McCree, and we'll see if this is the answer needed, the shoot ID out of the skies.
Hyped on the Diva switch too, I really like. He's going to be able to keep a lot of pressure off of Grim, which is exactly what they need to have happen. They do rotate in and get caught out kind of early. Grim still with some space to operate that Diva up front, and now the Primal Rage comes in. Mez is going to cause some chaos.
Mezar being the distraction here. You got Wonder where Shatter is for the Dragon Blade, and Wonder no longer. The Blade is unleashed. Picks up 2. Diving in, makes it 3 before suffering the Wrath of Hype. But the Hang gonna res the Fallen here as Team Liquid certainly not looking to give up at least this fight. And 73%, they only have one more fight to go.
That felt so scripted. I wonder where this guy is. Comes tap dancing in with the Dragon Blade already lit up, ready to go in there.
This is not pre-recorded. Unless you're watching the rerun later time.
Oh, I hope this isn't pre-recorded. I was certainly hoping to be wittier and classier than I have been. Thus far, though, it is about one fight away. Grim Reality scanning the skies. He just finds a Winston in his face, going to bully him out. Maybe rotate out. The Barrage comes down, takes down Aetham, but they've traded out support so far.
That took a long time to finish that ID there. Grim needed to be a little bit more decisive than that. And even though Immortals is going to cap the point here, I do wonder if there's just a little bit of rust coming in from the Immortal side. But Grim with the next skill in the Mezar, working that off here as Immortals now with a decent amount of reserve to at least begin this defense. It's going to have to last the remainder of the round.
Well, Grim will have Deadeye up. Hard to get as many giant Deadeyes off as you used to. We've seen Jake get a 4K on this stage in specific, but that was after an Earthshatter had already hit. They will have the ultimate advantage by a pretty large margin. ID will switch off, go to a Zarya instead. Looking to run a little more tank-heavy composition is Liquid. They will leap in. One more fight is needed.
Nomi gonna be getting the boost early on, and he gets slept. Bad day to be a boosted hero as it's starting out, but Grim coming out the flank has already picked off 2. Not satisfied, his bloodlust continues, looking for Zarya. Almost gets a Zarya pick as well, but kind of irrelevant to the rest of the fight. Far too many early deaths here. 14 looking for them to take it, and they don't burn out as much ult-wise as they probably would have liked here.
No, but they should have a nice initiation to Soundberry into it. The problem is Immortals are going to answer it themselves, and if you're second to Soundberry and you can have a little bit of patience, you're going to have a huge advantage in the fight. So they need to find an angle, find a pick-off for something to be able to get in here. Shatter will move over to the Diva, just adding in more tanks onto this Liquid composition.
And dive in here. Here comes the early pulse bomb out from Team Liquid. Does not connect. AZK was looking for the pick, and now Immortals counter pushing in. Sound barrier versus sound barrier. But Team Liquid actually struggling getting in. The Hang almost falling very early on here. Able to stay alive at the very end. Could have fallen early on, and because he's still alive, it means Team Liquid can bring this back. Mezar gets on the hype. The Hang able to keep everyone up and healed. AZK, no health. Rewind comes in at the last moment. Team Liquid winning this fight perhaps on the slimmest of margins, but that's all they need. The Hang gets on the Verbo, and suddenly Immortals on the back foot. Grim gonna have to be a hero, but is there even time for heroics here, Hex?
Well, maybe. Welcome to Juke City population agilities as that Tracer was able to dance all around him. Tracer coming back in now. AZK has been running wild. Agilities and Grim both go down. Now the cleaving damage going to try to clean up any stragglers here. That stragglers being Alucio. It's been Immortals falling all throughout this fight. Shatter gets a couple on this Diva.
I'm getting a note there, by the way, the lack of just confidence Immortals clearly has in the McCree play, where ID had swapped off to the Zarya. Now, for Immortals, they didn't feel like they wanted to swap off the McCree. They had to wait for him to die. But as soon as McCree died again, they went back to the 76. So the era of Immortals running McCree versus many compositions and setups, regardless of how things are going, clearly not so much a thing anymore because they only used it as an anti-air option, which admittedly did make ID swap. We'll see if they swap up here once more, but I don't. It's really interesting to see this shift from Immortals and gameplay philosophy.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. However, they did have a Winston who was prioritizing Grim's McCree. Now, maybe he feels that his 76 is a little stronger against the Winston because he wasn't getting any help when he was getting jumped on. It was just the Winston right in his face. So I think he's trying to find his own answers for his problems rather than relying on his team right now. We do have a triple tank set up from the Immortals. Triple tank on Team Liquid. It's just the difference of DPS.
Nomi able to find the Hang very early on with that Fire Strike, but Nomi going to fall for being that far deep. So still opportunities here for Team Liquid despite being down and healing. And Jilly's actually just found himself way out of position as Verbo takes one to the skates. Grim, though, still going to be trying to bring this back. In off the flank, has one. About to get two, perhaps. Not able to finish that Roadhog kill just yet. But while that's going on, Team Liquid does solidify onto that point, and Grim gonna work around to rejoin the rest of his team, perhaps.
Well, he gets down
AZK! Calculated! That could have went very badly, but instead went very good instead. Picks up the double kill. He knew what he was getting into there, and suddenly, Portal's a good opportunity of retaking this point.
That look on the Roadhog's face is like a kid who'd been caught by his parents or something, and as he's trying to take a breather, ends up getting the gas, but a little too late as he's taken down by Grim's shot to the dome there. That will be Immortals taking
They say
point
taking
back.
in the gas kills their Hex, and clearly for Roadhog, the distraction of taking in the gas killed him.
I think taking in the gas can also make you a genius. Charlie Kelly would be a prime example of that. Genius. Genius at work. Regardless, they are about to solidify even-wise on percentages, as the next time they fight should be about 25%. Each Liquid trying to find their way in. When they do come around this corner, they will very likely be met by a Graviton. Hype looking to set that up.
Well, Graviton and Hype's going to send the Graviton first, but both Gravitons coming in. Everyone group hugging their teammates, but it's going to be Immortals with the follow-through on that one. Nomi and Grim Reality just doing too much after the Graviton fall through. So Team Liquid, they lose their Graviton, no effect from it whatsoever, and Mortals now in a much better position here in the sector.
Grim had taken up point right there, so he had a different angle than the rest of the team, so the shield and everything was going to be up for the Graviton, but Grim able to sneak in a lot of damage on the right side. Agility is now holding very far forward, looking for a sneaky entry kill. Does grab someone who fell on the ground. Now the whole hog comes out. Soundbarrier out too.
Whole hog coming out, that's going to make the Reinhardt shield very fragile indeed, but ID over the top, Barrage only grabbing one before falling right away, so not the greatest value from that, but 2 kills from Team Liquid. They've at least pierced through the door, and AZK now falling through, not just having good day on Tracer, but also picking up 2 here on the Hog. And Immortals losing their forces one by one. Team Liquid going to be recapping this here, but not a lot of margin for error at this point, Hex.
No, not at all. 70%, and Immortals has done a great job mostly in the economy game, so they will have definitely an ultimate advantage going in here. I do like that teams are starting to hold doors now, and for a while teams were backing up onto the stairs. I think the best way to hold some of these controls is right at the doorway. Here comes a charge in, misses everyone.
That is quite the charge coming from Mezar that does absolutely nothing. Everyone just sort of sidestepped him in a comedic fashion where just not great.
No, he had 3 targets and they all sauntered out of the way. That's going to lead to Immortals cleaning up the rest of that fight, losing Maz early. While losing a tank early hurts most teams, I feel that Liquid is in a special brand of hurt when Mez is the first to fall.
Well, Liquid now, with only one more remaining opportunity, not a whole lot to go into this here. They're going to have a nano boost, not much else. AZK with a late swap here onto D.Va. And again, I think this is just to really apply pressure here, the Grim in the back, but we'll see if it's enough. I mean, certainly could help deal with the attack visor that perhaps they know is up here, but ID hooked to the ground here immediately. Losing battle versus Agilities for sure. 2 kills here from Immortals. And AZK tries to contain Grim Reality, but ends up just dying in the process here. So Grim picks up 3. Now we got to clean up the rest of the 8 of the Graviton, and Immortals striking back here on the Sanctum. 1-1 as we continue through Nepal.
Well, we've said it time and again, but it bears noting, when Grim has space, he is a huge problem. Now, that Sanctum has been a stage that we've seen Soldier 76 on for a very long time, largely because of the inherent space he's given with the gap in the ground. You saw Grim getting so much damage, contributing to a lot of kills. That has to be your game plan if you're Immortals. Can you just let Grim carry? Just let him carry. Easier said than done.
Well, the other thing, too, is that we were talking about Zen earlier as well. Well, one of the better combos that you can throw with McCree is a Zen here. I'd be curious to see them try it. Like, just go full out to the wall, throw as much support behind Grim as possible. Now, of course, Athan is a great Ana. There's a lot of reasons why they'd be hesitant to run, say, Zen Lucio here, but I do think it's something that could work out if they give it a shot.
Well, they're going to go with McCree here. That's Grim Reality. Hype will be on the supporting duty, you would think. Just I'm imagining how Jake and Train run the McCree and D.Va combo to perfection. We'll see if they take a page out of that book. So far, seeding high ground, not wanting to jump there. They get Athan so low. Gotta find that kill. They do not, as Nomi and Agilities come into the closet and turn the fight against him.
Agilities just eats AZK to start that out there. Not a great look. Sometimes the Hog just gets you before you know it has happened, and very decisive here from Immortals. They're going to take this point relatively quickly, and Team Liquid gets one more fight here before ultimates really start being a factor.
We'll give some credit to Hyped on the D.Va there. It was able to save Athan, who got so low with the Genji coming in. The follow-up was supposed to be from Tracer, but Athan was inside the defense matrix. They couldn't find the last points of damage they needed.
AZK turning to the back and trying to distract a little bit. Split attention here from both sides. Agilities, of course, and Hot Pursuit. Not hitting AZK. No, finds him towards the very end with a little bit of help. 5v5 here on the point. Shatter gonna have to be the hope here for Team Liquid. No AZK heroics to bring this back this time. Dragon Blade at the ready. Here it is. Comes in and gets hooked right in. Agilities again with the saver. Was it a save? Athan's still gonna fall. Shatter still finding a way, picking up 2. Hooks not going to be a stopping factor here for Shadow, clearly.
I think, if anything, that hook just made him mad. It's like when you just barely spray a bee's nest. That's what happened to Shatter there. He got hooked and got aggravated, went to town, able to get a couple kills, and that will be Liquid flipping the point back over.
I think he earned himself about 4 or 5 sprays of You Are Not Be Prepared. Like, there's a 6, I'm actually going to be a little bit upset.
There's a spray quota. He has used them all. That was a 5-spray ult. You are not prepared indeed. We'll see what happens here as there's some ultimates online for Immortals as they try to come back in here. Whole hog, mostly nano boost. It can be very interesting when you nano boost a McCree. He's going to be close to having his Deadeye. We'll see how they want to go. AZK sticks the pulse bomb, not able to confirm the kill though.
Special delivery might have hit directly on the Reinhardt shield. Either way, it's not a kill to begin with. Grim able to punish to hang early on. This is where Team Liquid needs to get a kill right now to try and equalize before the healing gets out of hand. Earthshatter coming down by Nomi, sets up for 2 kills, and Immortals going to be reflipping this point in short order. Very close here between both teams.
Well, the McCree is a great run, in my opinion, not because it's only good against Pharah, which it isn't, but it just really shuts down these flankers. You see all the damage and all the space it creates. Oddly enough, we talk about McCree needing space to operate. He can create space by flankers not wanting to be within his flashbang range because he's shut them down a couple times now.
Indeed, and now for the next fight, Immortals is in a very good position. Not only have they taken the progress lead here, but they're going to open up here with the Deadeye and takes down Hang again. Hang just getting bopped all around early on in these fights. And that fight, no exception, which is kind of a problem there for Team Liquid because they didn't drain out the sound barrier nor the nano boost here for Immortals. So Immortals getting away with that without really much investment, which means Liquid's job into the next fight that much harder.
It's not the first time that's happened to Hang on this stage against something like that. Just rolls in with this team, doesn't get the memo the shield's going to stop, ends up peeking out too far, taken down. Team Liquid has a difficult time initiating on this stage in particular.
Well, for Team Liquid, they're going to have to find a way through, or the stage will be leaving them. And here comes Jildy's nano-boosted Whole Hog, going directly into the defensive matrix, so bit of a washer. Does finally send Diva on a journey, but while it's going on, AZK finds Nomi early on. Jildy's repaying the favor on the Mezar. Bad day to be a Reinhardt. Grim Reality on the Dehang again. Deadeye or no Deadeye, Dehang not able to escape the law of McCree. New sheriff in town, perhaps, with AZK keeping the hook alive. At some point, AZK going to have to run into Grim Reality here, and I think that Grim would be a little bit favored, but 51 HP, not getting healed, but certainly able to lay in the cleanup. But the fire strike, Mezar freshly respawned, able to deal with it, and Team Liquid still throwing on to that point here in overtime.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite enough, though. The sleep will come out on Agilities, but I got to say, I really like Agilities throwing that Whole Hog right into the Matrix. It just split him off. Knew it wasn't going to get kills if he turned around, but it was able to keep the Ana and the Diva out of that fight, essentially turning it into a 5v4 behind him. Able to keep his life up too, got a couple kills after the Whole Hog. So yes, ideally, you're just throwing that Whole Hog into a non-defense Matrix Diva. But I think it was great there, just use the push power of it to keep the team separated.
If nothing else, the gamble paid off there where no one really wanted to try and engage on him because he had the nano boost on. It does make him more durable.
Yeah.
And it did split things off quite a bit. So not the best round there for Team Liquid, and Team Liquid now fighting for their life here on the Paul. One more round and they are out. Immortals, of course, one more round, and they will be up 2-1 in the series. So, a lot at stake here going to this next round as ID taking to the skies here once more as fair. We'll see if he can get that early boop here. It's been a little while since the last one. Maybe we'll get it here.
Yeah, it's about time for a boop. He's definitely going to be going for it. Order of operations, fly in, try to get the boop. If that doesn't work, spam shields. But right away, gets a nice angle onto Ethan as he's not joining the main fight, getting a lot of damage in. They didn't expect this.
Came from an angle that perhaps was a little bit foreign here than Immortals, but certainly working out. 2 kills from Team Liquid, and this is going to give them first cap, likely. If they're not as decisive on, perhaps not, but Immortals more than willing here to concede quite a bit of ground as ID only one on the point. Had a little bit of hope, perhaps.
Yeah, you don't want to come in when you've lost your Ana. Of all the heroes to lose, it can be pretty rough with your main source of healing and you're trying to take an attrition war on the bridge. They do win the war on the bridge eventually, coming up over the top as they continue to fight. Verbo takes down his opposing number, and Rafa somewhere on the point here below us. We did not see it. Not hitting any rockets, and they've lost a couple quickly.
Verbo serving Rafa on the point in a dancing contest, perhaps, but Immortals coming back. Grim Reality and Jildy's combining for 3 kills there as the front line of Team Liquid breaks down. And oftentimes when you lose a stair fight, it tends to go in against you very, very quickly.
I just got the dance fight portion of that. That was a little "you got served" reference. Have you ever said "you got served" to someone in real life?
I have not. I am nowhere near hip enough to pull that off.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot. We'll find some sucker, we'll punk him, and you can say you got served. All right,
This is how I died.
The bridge board continues. On the other side, Graviton is getting close for hype, but more importantly, he's got 100% charge. He is chunking through these shields, and now he's out for blood.
This is where you want to be as a Zarya, but Grim here on the opposite side, holding things down while Hyped is holding down the front. 3 kills here from Immortals, and as they back up from the enraged Zarya of Hype, they run right into the pulse rifle fire of Grim. And Team Liquid, again, just struggling to win the poke war, which probably was lost when they fed Hyped that degree of shielding. And now for Immortals, they have good tools here to keep piling on here, the Team Liquid. We'll see what Hype does with this Graviton coming up.
Graviton going to be absolutely crucial. Perhaps a giant barrage could come out from ID, but I don't think he's going to have a sneaky flank or get anything more off. I'd be surprised if he completes the barrage.
Graviton's going to come in. It's going to pull in 3. Is the fall through going to be there? Nomi gets into the fray of things, but ends up dying in turn. Not able to really capitalize on, so both teams down a tank. But you got to think that's more of a win here for Team Liquid because they weren't the ones that burned to Graviton early on. ID holding on to the barrage. We'll see this moment. Down goes Roadhog into the pit. But guess what? Grim Reality is Stack Visor coming in off the flank. Going to be literally throwing Team Liquid into a corner here, and yet Rafa coming victorious with that corner, able to take down Hype. Very interesting fight. Another environmental kill. AZK throwing Nomi into that pit. Suddenly, it's Team Liquid plus Gravity versus Immortals, and I'm not sure this team up was sanctioned, but it does give Team Liquid control back at the point, and they have a lot of ultimates now for the next one.
Liquid definitely needing the help of Gravity throughout this match. A couple of nice environmentals there, and that leads to the giant ultimate advantage you're seeing right now. 5 up for Liquid, able to win that fight without blowing any. They've got their full war chest stocked.
And for Immortals, best goal here in this push is going to be trying to drain that out a bit, get rid of those resources, at least within reason. Now, rest of Team Liquid here really staying on the point. They're making Immortals come to them, and this isn't bad. It's dragging things out. They just need to be aware not to lose the poke war. Mezar going to fall. The sound barrier from Rafa not coming in time. Comes late, but ID off the Graviton. Takes down 3. A great Graviton barrage setup. Going to be throwing Immortals right back, but in a sense, Hex, they also do their job. Team Liquid had to use most of their ultimates for this defense.
5 out of 6 ultimates used there for Liquid. As you mentioned it, that Nano will be up for Dahang. Perhaps I could keep ID alive. I was wrong. He was able to finish the barrage, but a lot of help from his friends made that happen. Grim Reality will come in with a tactical visor of his own, so he's got to be very careful for ID to keep himself out of those sight lines. A soldier will solo ult a Pharah without second thought.
And for Grim, he's been pretty good at positioning for the solo ult, so we'll see where he is. Don't think he's with his team right now, and he is coming in off the flank once more. Attack visor out. Hasn't gotten much with it here. Perhaps getting a little bit too sneaky. Does finally get ID and Rafa, so better late than never with those 2 kills. Team Liquid still trying to fight it back, but Agility is going to be vanquishing the last few members here of Team Liquid. Immortals gets onto the point, 92%, and now for Team Liquid, question remains if they can even stall this out. It's going to be very rough indeed as to hang. Not quite making it.
Not quite at all, and they're going to go desperation on the point. Rafa's going to get slapped. There goes a flying Mezrar. Not long for this world. 4 kills. Immortals with the cleanup off the back of the previous Grim Tact Visor. He started out trying to get everyone coming through the choke and then realized there's nothing here. I can't do anything. I'm getting hit by rockets. Rotated all the way around, and I think Liquid simply couldn't find him after that, and he was able to shut down a couple, got as much value out of that Tac Visor as possible.
Now I have to say here, Hex, this is where going into map number 4, almost the impossible decision here for Team Liquid, because do you bring the other team to Dorado, where you've had a storied history, although they did have some recent redemption on it, or do you bring them to Gibraltar? I think this is a case where Team Liquid kind of has to go to Dorado based on the fact that Immortals has been so heavily prioritizing Gibraltar in recent times. I don't think they have much of a choice here.
If this was week 1, I'd say, no way do you take them to Dorado. You take them to Gibraltar instead, and you roll the dice, but that's kind of switched. They're very, very good on Gibraltar. I believe 2-0 on Gibraltar, and they're definitely beatable on Dorado.
Yeah, a lot of our predictions from week 1, coming in planning-wise, have been overturned.
Welcome to Overwatch.
From week to week. Yeah, it's very different. We're
also,
seeing different
many
things.
rosters have been overturned as well. Just throwing it out there, this is a different Team Liquid. Immortals, I mean, I don't think they would change rosters, but hey, I mean, when all the cool kids are doing it, why not just randomly kick someone?
Jump on that bandwagon. Well, before we get too deep into that, because I'd be curious to see which one we get this time around. But I want to talk about a few things that just happened on Nepal. First of all, Sanctum. We saw that twice. And we saw that Grim 76 versus ID Farah matchup both times. And outside of a few boops, which is not the first time we've seen ID really taking advantage of the gravity there, how did that matchup work out?
Grim got the better of it, straight up. And again, I'm not really sold on ID's Farah. I think there's moments where you look at it and go, actually, he's starting to make this work. This is working out well. But then you look at the totality of the footage that's there and you go, actually, I'm not sold on this Farah. And I think it's been a rough time for ID. I think they are trying to make the 3 DPS work when they run it. They are trying to keep the Farah a viable option. But I just don't think they're getting the contribution that you need from a Farah to make that worthwhile in this situation.
I completely agree. I'm beyond the point with Farahs now where a couple big plays salvage around for me. I need more consistent Farah play. And I think you can play. I just feel he has not caught up to where Farahs are being played now, which is you're kind of backline for the most part until you have those moments. You're part of a combo, you're part of a setup, but the glory for you is cracking shields, doing 100 damage and not dying. Staying alive is so much more important.
And Hex, I'm just glad that you agree on this here, because let me just tell you that when Hex is potentially disagreeing with someone playing Farah, you know that it carries weight because there's no more lover of Farah than this person sitting to the right of me.
Yeah, I do have my Farah pom-poms for sure.
Deep
but
within
I
his
do,
heart.
there are... The way you play her now is different than how you used to play her. And I think the teams that have had success with the Farah have picked their spots a lot stronger and are going in. They're playing much more with the team. No longer is it combo and 4 people. We've seen that doesn't work out. You play with the team. That way you don't have to run a Mercy and you get all the damage. And then you communicate and let your flankers clean up your kills.
Well, and we even saw that it did very well in those initial stairs fight because ID was just hanging out in the back, getting in some nice shots. And then from there on, it was the Grim Reality show, getting the high ground as Immortals completely, took both times we had Sanctum there. And I also, the other angle that you can take with Farah that has been taken is complexity, for instance, they just get the Big Bang combo, or I guess in this case, the Terror from Above combo. And they didn't use it at all. There were a couple times when Shatter would grab and then, they wouldn't get a Farah ultimate. They had one good one there at the end, but even then it wasn't enough.
It's too difficult to try to do everything for Farah. Either be part of giant team fights and giant moments, or pick off flankers or pick off the back line, and then also support your team. You have to pick one, or maybe 2 out of the 3, like a build your own kind of meal there. But I also think the best Farahs, her most impactful ability is the concussion blast. And the best Farahs are using it to dislocate Reinhardts, to put flankers in different positions, not necessarily boops.
So I think, Hex, what you're telling me right now and going into this is that if Jeff Kaplan is watching, dual-wielding rocket launchers for Farah 2017, let Farah do everything.
Yeah, exactly.
In one go.
Her codename was Rocket Queen, and right now she's just a Rocket Princess. Time to ascend to the throne.
Alrighty. Well, that is some next level analysis of the hero itself, Farah, and let alone ID playing Farah, which we talked about. Well, let's actually move forward then, talking about the next map, because it is going to be Dorado, and this was Team Liquid's pick. Any surprise there based on the previous performance on Gibraltar?
I think that this is pretty smart map picking here, where again you wouldn't have thought this going into the tournament. Immortals used to really just love Dorado, perhaps now a little bit more bloodied on it, but really it's more the idea that they've been loving Gibraltar even more. They clearly took some life lessons from their last beating at the hands of Rogue and said, actually, we like your defense on Gibraltar. We're going to emulate this and take it for our own. And it didn't quite work out well in that tournament, but definitely has been a better look for Immortals when they played it in the OCS. So I think for Team Liquid here, bringing this on the Dorado, though a site of many recurring horrors here for Team Liquid, definitely a better choice.
I would tend to agree. Immortals seems like they're adapting, but at a snail's pace. They're adapting like an American car company, where once every week or so they'll make a change, a minor change, like trying to play that very aggressive defense, as you mentioned on Gibraltar. Didn't work out for them, but I like that they're trying at least some different things, knowing this doesn't work, we got to at least try something else. So they are changing and adapting at a snail's pace, but adapting nonetheless. My big question is what ID is going to run here on offense, because you could see Farah, you could see Widow. Those are heroes that he's run specifically in these situations.
Well, I think clearly they might have some paranoia over stream delay or something along those lines here, because you take a look here, you can't really judge based on the combo because the hang is not on a support. But now he's going to Ana, so nope, going to Mercy. So it's going to be full Pharah Mercy combo. They are going to be throwing a lot of their support chips into ID's corner. And we'll see if ID is able to deliver as he goes up against what is going to be relatively standard defense here from Seven Mortals. And Hyped taking down the hang immediately. The Mercy slaughter begins.
Well, they do take down Hype there. I was really hoping that ID would come over the top and hit a concussion blast just to cause the chaos, shoot everything off the roof. I think he just missed it as he was going for it. Agilities will take down AZK in turn. So far, defense does not have to vacate this high ground, which is exactly where they want to be. Some dancing in from Shatter might get him caught as he's getting hunted down by the Reinhardt down below. Reinhardt's going to be a little careful, though. Nomi's in a bit of trouble. Able to get back with his team, but now caught out, isolated down below. Now they can get working on top without that shield up there.
This is a little bit of a weird defense for Immortals, where I think they're overextending their welcome. They're not running a dive defense, so I'm not sure they really realize this, but this is very risky for the type of defense that they're running here. Liquid perhaps with opportunities that are not being capitalized on. And even though Immortals in on the top, they do take down Hyped. And now this is problematic for Immortals because they don't have the safety of the courtyard. They have to run back in a hurry. But luckily for them, they do take down Mezar pretty early on. Still though, ID raining rocket after rocket from above. Immortals gets into the courtyard relatively safely for the risk they were taking.
Beautiful blind rocket, knowing that the Tracer might be coming through that doorway is what took him out earlier. That was a damage boosted rocket. Now trying to get more damage in there. They do bait out the tactical, which is okay-ish here. Not everyone was in there. They're gonna lose this fight for sure. But now they should have a lot of options going in.
Well, hang on. The res comes up and the Earth Shatter is a little bit too early. Nomi does use it for nothing. Barrage raining from above, but even though it gets 2 kills, it leads to ID's death. And unfortunately, Resurrection just leading to everyone suffering pain once more. Mercy, don't you know that death is inevitable?
Bleak, man. That's bleak. Correct, but bleak. Shatter will switch off of the Genji as he pulled out the Dragon Blade there. Didn't get much done for all the ults that they threw at this fight. Not the results they won. Shatter instead will come on the D.Va. What do you think of this choice?
It's interesting that we do see Shatter on the D.Va. Clearly, it's the deal with Grim. And Hex, I was going to say, next cast, clearly just need to come in an all-black suit, black tie, black shirt. You want some bleak, like we could bleak it up.
I mean, those Evanescence tickets.
Well, we do have the sound bear coming in here from Immortals, trying to push us out here, but with Grim going down early, the D.Va pressure apparently has done its job. ID going to be a lot more free to move around here, doesn't have to worry about the 76. AZK piling on the Nomi, so 64 opportunity for Team Liquid, so the switch up here, Hex, very clearly seems to have done its job.
Well, now the boost down to Roadhog after he's used Whole Hog, not your ideal target with only 4 rounds in that clip, unable to get anything going from their Agilities, has to back out a little bit as the pressure now mounts coming over the top. Our damage boosted rockets have to be a little careful here, have to be a little careful there. ID does not heed my advice, goes down to a long range hook.
Moral victory there for Agilities. I mean, we'll see if it's enough for them to pull it back. It still seems like Liquid has an overwhelming advantage here. It would be very Liquid of them to not take this, but I do feel like they're going to take this relatively handily. Grim Reality was forced to try and get out to the point towards the end, but once again, making it in time A and B, and if he did, would have just died. So Liquid taking point A relatively quickly, and we'll see if they can keep momentum up in the second, as they do have a bit of an ult advantage.
Fighting Pharah with Pharah now is Immortals. Agilities makes the switch over. Of course, he will not have his own pocket. Mercy much more comfortable running it without it than ID is. ID into Hang still rolling together as a combination as AZK looks for an angle for his Pulse Bomb, maybe going around the back.
And for now, Immortals not really contesting the high ground as much as you might expect here early on. AZK gonna fall here with the Verbo as Agility's swapping up to a Pharah of his own. So they're decided to take the air fight to Liquid, fighting Pharah with Pharah, as it were. And he takes down Dehang early on. So even though this fight is taking place all over here, Immortals doing a pretty good job of delaying things out. Now, the payload is starting to move forward, and the kill trading is still going on.
I'd like to see Liquid be even a little more aggressive, though that time may be past, as just when I've seen them good on this map, it's when they're playing huge aggro. That is it. Barrage takes down Athan and Hyped in the corner. Used a sound barrier to keep him safe and forward. Need to get some pressure here. Nomi, meanwhile, is in the back running wild.
ID trying to be the hero. Got 2 kills off the Barrage, but was able to do very little after that. Not able to shoot Agilities out of the sky. And Immortals, I mean, it's not pretty, but they do force Team Liquid back and seem to be in a much better ultimate situation as well.
Agility's just going to take his free chip damage. Maybe he spotted the silhouette moving around to his left. Is going to look for some of these entry damages as they come in. As he doesn't have ult yet, so you do definitely want to get some damage in to get up to 100%. After that, you're kind of just feeding the opposing team some healing.
So Team Liquid looking to take the high ground here, going up the right stairs, guarded of course by Reinhardt. Is Shatter now on the McCree, going to be on anti-air duty. This is interesting for Nomi. Nomi's really far out. That is a huge, huge misplay. He did not need to be peeking that. He peeked it, he died, and now Immortal's gonna have to suffer a 6v5 as a result, as Team Liquid now approaching from all sides.
And this is a McCree playground here, but Agilities puts an end to that as he does get the barrage over top, takes down Shatter. Agilities will give his life for it, though now the kills are being traded back and forth, mostly in Immortal's favor right now. Still an option for Liquid to continue this fight if they get the next kill.
One problem for Liquid, though, is that they've already given up a lot of their good positioning because they gave it up because they thought they were dropping down for a good fight. Wasn't quite the fight they were looking for, so this has a high potential of stalling out, and now they're going to be running into the Graviton here in just a moment. Hype looking for the grab any moment here. Could pick up 2. Still for now, holding on to it is ID coming in off the flank. So is Shatter here. Liquid retaking the high ground here once more. Oh no, take a look at this. Grim Reality. Gang flank, but turns it around. The nano boost keeps him alive. The tac visor deals the damage. Immortals holding strong.
Not the follow-through they wanted. They're on that flashbang. They had him immobilized for a moment, but unable to connect with the headshot and the follow-up from 2 other people he had there. Now, he did have the damage resistance of a nano boost, but I think they had enough there to shut down Grim. As it is, the execution not there to bring down the executioner. Grim turned it around, grabbed a couple. That clock means time is running out. Last push for Liquid.
Final 5 seconds here underway for Liquid as they try and get through their ancient nemesis, the second point here on Dorado. Sound Bear comes out early on from Immortals. Gonna try and stop this right where it stands. 2 early kills off of that sound barrier. Hype still holding on the Graviton, which very well could be the finisher to take Liquid off this. Look at this point, struggling to even get on the point. Diva having to sacrifice her back. Late Graviton comes out, hits absolutely nothing, but that's because everyone is dead.
Well, Grim had himself a nice game on the Soldier 76. No one really bothering him too much. And as you mentioned, Team Liquid's nemesis, second point Dorado, strikes again. I think they had a moment, and I always go back to this one time. Perhaps it's just the memory that's been burned in from Team Liquid. The one time I saw them dominate on Dorado, they took first, they kept 3 people back, and just Hang and ID went forward. And they camped doors, and they chucked down rockets, and they got a lot of aggressive kills. They were hitting directs. I think they were a little slow there. Part of it was because ID died before they captured first point. He was unable to get there. But I think with this composition, had they been more aggressive onto second, more aggressive in taking and holding that high ground, they would have fared a lot better.
It's very possible. I mean, you take a look at Team Liquid, certainly I would say that they have issues actually figuring out how to engage on that particular point. I don't know what it is, but even when they get through it, they have to use shenanigans like sneaking it to get through. And I don't know. Team Liquid, second point Dorado still remains a bit of a challenge to them, but still probably the right decision to come here as opposed to going to Gibraltar.
Would tend to agree it is the right map for them. We'll see, though. Very easy win condition, perhaps, for Immortals. All they have to do is push it to second point. Progress will be on the ground to inform the viewers at home of that. Do you think they're going to run this Widow?
We'll see. Regardless if they run it or not, I mean, for Immortals, they finish this out quickly. They can still make fishing night here in Dorado Bay. Upsides.
All right.
Well, what do you think they're doing out there? Just sightseeing? Nah. Fishing season.
It's possible. It looks like a resort town of some sorts. Perhaps. There's just, maybe they're parasailing. Let's go with that.
All right. Well, AZK in or the top team Liquid going to be running this highly aggressive defense. We saw this, of course, perhaps perfected in a sense from Rogue in the Overwatch Monthly Melee. We'll see how effective Team Liquid is at doing this time around. Bear in mind that Immortals is not complexity.
They are not. They are not. It's not as all-in as some people think it is, because if you die out here, you can fight in Courtyard again. You're sacrificing positioning should that happen. However, if you can get a couple of team fights out here, you really slow down the progress. They do trade out right away. Nomi goes down to ID eventually, but they did get a kill for the side of the offense too, so pretty even as things go forward. Ana in trouble is going to be cut down eventually by Agilities.
Anytime you can take out Shatter, it's great because now you're forcing ID to do more of the damage there, and he's just not able to shoulder the load. Everything going the way of Immortals there, just solid mechanical play across the board, and now Pretty difficult here for Team Liquid to
Yeah.
hold first. They're going to have another defense here, but they're going to have to come in scattered position and very likely going to be tasting Agility's steel.
They're going to get back, but they're not going to be happy on the position in which they're back. Probably going to have to rotate through this cabinet here. Might get a giant dash through multiple heroes as Agility's still trying to get there. Gets bullied out, but not enough. Still on the ground, and Liquid in a terrible spot to engage.
This is not where you want to be, and now the Dragon Blade going to be ready to cleave through that tiny alley and where Team Liquid has placed themselves. Do have the attack visor coming out here from ID, trying to pull it back the other way. And they've taken out D.Va, but here comes Joldy's late Dragon Blade into the fight, looking for anything here. Getting danced around the fountain. One more slice on the Rafa, gonna take him out with a little bit of help. Not the best Dragon Blade, but has enough damage has been done. It's still very close here, X.
It is close, and Liquid has gone mostly all in on this point. They've used everything that they have. Grim will finally go down to AZK, who has been the saving grace here, getting so much last-second cleanup. To hang using that nano boost onto the Winston was questionable for a moment, but I think they really are all in on holding first here. 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left here. And for Team Liquid, that would be a pretty good turnaround, although Immortals has had some issues here on first points recently. They've been showing weakness in regards to actually moving in. And AZK has been Immortals looking to vanquish that weakness. Early Soundbear coming out here onto this fight as Grim treats AZK to that new scrap gun spread. Delicious scrap delivered right to your face. 2 kills here, though, from Immortals. And Agilities and Hype should be able to get this last bit clean up. Might be seeing a little bit of fireworks, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. That's one way of getting people to move off, and then takes down 2. Goodbye, good night, bunny bombs for days.
Well, one of the reasons why D.Va can be so good, one of the multitude of reasons I've been calling for more D.Va, is when you're running against these compositions, as soon as the Winston barrier's down, there's nothing. There's nothing to hide behind against a self-detonation. So, able to clean that up. No Rhine shields to worry about, so it can be very valuable just from an ultimate standpoint.
I try and hide behind my exaggerated sense of self-worth. It doesn't work out. I still get exploded and my world shatters around me.
Hey, but self-awareness is the first step. Here comes the Dragon Blade.
Agility's coming in, Dragon Blade up, moving to the back line, trying to get on the Ana, takes down the Hang, looking for a little more, not going to get as much as he wants. Nezar putting an end to that electricity over the sword as Team Liquid just fighting for a little bit of stability here, perhaps, but Immortals still in this fight. Grim Reality moving in and around. Bit of chaos on the point as finding Winston in over the top. AZK and Mezar gonna put an end to that as Liquid perhaps getting a little bit better of this fight, but respawns are coming in.
Well, this fight's been going on for all of 15 minutes now. It seems like Agility is trying to bring it down. There's this helpful Zarya, or rather D.Va coming in. Hyped is going to get poked down, but not before he takes Rafa with him, and now we've got a tactical visor up top, nano boosted.
ID coming in, looking for any targets as the self-destruct gonna force him off that high ground and hurry. Does not want to be the next hit on D.Va's list. ID taking down Hype, getting double kill here, so positioning change notwithstanding, ID able to take down 3, so good fight here from ID, and Liquid perhaps looking to vanquish some demons here on seconds once more.
The fight finally stabilizes, mostly because someone finally took the high ground away. It was ID rotating up there. He was gone for the fight for a little bit, but it had been scrappy and on the ground for the majority of that. Able to pop the double ultimate up top, get enough space to clean some things up. It is 2 minutes left for Immortals to get to that progress marker on the ground.
Immortals looking for a slightly better push this time. Shatter, though, with the key to shut it all down. Holding Dragon Blade here in the back line, just looking for the right target. Soundbear comes out here from Liquid. No Blade, though. They don't feel like needed here just yet, and perhaps they're right. Both supports going down without much of a fight. Immortals getting thrown back here once more, but look at the war chest they're building up here. This is clearly intentional, just to drain ultimates from Team Liquid, and successful.
We're able to grab a couple out of there. Shatter has been running wild, though. It's so crazy to see the snowball effect. These dash resets have been coming very quickly, but Mez got slept, and it's going to be the first death as this fight starts off.
Very big opportunity here for Immortals. They get the early pickoff. Now they have ultimates to throw in on it. They're down hyped, but they have so much power that's not going to matter. Nano Blade almost certainly on the menu, and this is what's going to happen to Agilities with the Nano Blade. Takes down Rafa immediately. An early hook in from Grim just to be the cherry on top. 3 kills here from Immortals, and that yellow box of victory looking oh so close here. Immortals about to potentially put an end to Team Liquid's hopes here in the OCS payload. Moving forward, will there be any stall? No. Immortals takes the series 3-1, maintaining a bit of dominance here in Dorado. Team Liquid going the fall, but perhaps not without a fight.
Not without a fight, because the fight got shut down. Shatter was coming in to try to pick a fight with his Dragon Blade, hooked right out of the sky. a microcosm of Team Liquid, if you will, right there. We want to fight, we're ready, and then hooked, yoinked. Hyped, though. Look at this, hyped on D.Va. Who would have thought?
Bubblegum.
Bubblegum. This is such a great way to clear the cart, though, and like I said, there's no shields around. No one can really even stay near it. 2 free kills, take it.
It's kind of a situation where no matter what door you pick, there's just terrible things awaiting you where you can move away from the payload, but it's probably going to get capped. You can stay on the payload, but you're probably going to get exploded. Which door do you choose? No good option.
Exploded. Go out with glory.
Well, there's one thing that didn't happen at all. If you choosing doors, they didn't choose the door of getting back capped a bunch, right? I'm remembering this series correctly. So that's a big win, I'd say, for Liquid if I'm looking for wins.
Sure.
But realistically, at the end of this one, Liquid has an uphill battle, to say the least, to get into the playoffs. But before we get into that too much, taking a look at Immortals versus Team Liquid, and Immortals specifically, you'd mentioned during the cast that they do seem to be improving. Are you going to stand by that? Is it small iterative improvements by Immortals? Is that a good sign? Like, how are we feeling about this squad?
They beat Liquid. I guess everyone who's been watching knows exactly what that means. Liquid is they're tough out sometimes, though. They will at least fight you throughout. They haven't rolled over very much, but I was mostly talking about how they're adapting. Because I thought for 2 or 3 weeks they'd been running the same thing, saying like eventually it's going to work again. Eventually it's going to work again. It did not. So now we're seeing more aggressive defenses out of this team. We're seeing D.Va, which I've been hollering about for weeks now to finally see that come in. We're seeing Grim on McCree. So the adaptation from Immortals, though slow, is finally coming to fruition.
Immortals very badly needed this win.
Yeah.
Straight up as far as standings go and all the rest. I don't think that they are taking this with anywhere near the degree of just margin of victory that they need if they really want to entertain the idea of going up and taking down an LG Evil or a bigger team in the tournament. I think even right now, I think they'd have some issues against Renegades. So I think Immortals still has some soul searching to do. Luckily for them, should they get into the playoffs, they still have plenty of time to do it, but time is running out.
Well, good thing they don't play Renegades twice tomorrow.
I was going to say, and that's the thing is like, because they actually, with that victory, Immortals now is tied 3-3 with Complexity, but there's a difference between Complexity Immortals and their schedule, and that Complexity doesn't have to go play Renegades twice. They do have to play them once, but not twice. And actually, another thing about Complexity versus Immortals, actually, Immortals, not as much, but Complexity also doesn't have to play anymore against LG Evil, so that's got to feel pretty good. We're not going to be watching them at all today, but they are both very close. And Immortals, they have yet to show their true self if they are going to prove that they should be in the top echelon of North American Overwatch, at least for this event, because they started to adapt a little bit. Now they need to turn those adaptations into more victories, because, yeah, as you mentioned, well, they beat Team Liquid, but now how is that going to translate against Renegades? Well, we are going to be going to a short break, and I want to move us along because that was a little bit long. We had a pause and some more stuff going on. There's also too much Overwatch to really break down in any detail because there's a lot of stuff that happened in that last best of 5 going to Dorado in the end. We're going to go to a short break, but come back. Don't go too far away because we're going to be back with LG Evil facing off against Renegades, the first time we've seen first versus second.
Gets hooked right in. Agility's again with the save. Or was it a save? Aiden's still gonna fall. Ground timing, Hype's going to send the ground time first, but both ground times coming in. Everyone group hugging their teammate. A bit damage, but hold the phone. Here comes Shatter. And on the top, gets slapped
out there. The healings are so far relatively bloodless. Nate comes in late, but that is when I've seen them good on this map. It's when they're playing huge aggro. That is a barrage. Takes down the
So Team Liquid again to fight this back 5 versus 6. Earthshatter comes down from Ness, takes Agilities out of the fight. It's skimming out the counter. Earthshatter is in.
Welcome back, esports fans, to the Overwatch Carbon series brought to you by Carbon Entertainment. And, of course, the lovely, lovely gameplay that is Overwatch. We're one down here in week number 4, and it was a big game where Team Liquid's hopes and dreams were somewhat dashed. Unfortunately, maybe a moment of silence for Team Liquid coming in here. Alrighty, that was good. Well, now we're going to be watching another very key matchup, and that is going to be the as of yet undefeated LG Evil facing off against 4-1 Renegades. The Detroit Renegades, they had a tumultuous time last week, just in their own personal situation in their house. Let's see what they can do against LG Evil. We do have a sub coming in, but just based on how these teams have been performing, what are we expecting here?
Well, so the sub coming in, it's not clear if it's a permanent roster move or not, but there are some indications that it might be, is that Saipei is not going to be with Renegades right now. It is Aiko who is coming in as the replacement here today. And I got to say, I have really mixed thoughts on this because I never really thought that Saipei was playing badly when he was playing with Renegades. I really thought it was more of a situation where you look at how Renegades plays, they throw a lot of their support behind Mangachu, for better or for worse. I mean, they aren't second, so perhaps it's been more better, but when it goes bad, I don't know if you can put so much blame on the other DPS that are working with a lot less behind them.
I would tend to agree. It's going to be interesting for Knight because that's a lot of Genji you have to replace, despite what you may think of Saipei, still a very talented Genji player, and we've seen most teams running Genji most of the time in this region and in others, so it'll be interesting to see what Aiko can bring. I believe he was on Oslo Lions beforehand, so I'm not sure if he's from Europe or if he's going to be playing. Okay, so he's going to be playing on that ping. Also going to be an issue with projectile DPS especially, so that's something to look out for. And to top it all off, they have to play a team formerly known as Hammers called LG Evil, who showed no weaknesses at all. And when you expose a weakness of them, they just simply run something different and then prove you wrong. No, we weren't weak, we were just faking.
LG Evil,
we were just
it has
faking.
no weakness.
Yes. Yeah. Aim for the eyes. There are no eyes. Anyway.
Some people got my reference.
Yeah, no, and I'd like to see all three of those people in Twitch chat. Thank you. No, but anyway, yeah, and I was going to mention Renegades. They were looking very strong on the 3 DPS, or as someone put it, the Velociraptor comp. I think, in one of the matches. I think that's one of my favorite nicknames. Just like the multi-pronged approach, and like you got Mingachu ringing down, and then you've got Tracer, and you've got Genji. So we're going to see if they utilize that, or if maybe they're bringing in Aiko for another reason. But let's take a look at their roster in general if we haven't already seen it. So Aiko's going to be that other damage dealer flex person on top of Mingachu and Jesus, and then of course Juvenile, Sherlocki, and Jur. Rounding it out. What do you think about Jesus and Mangachu? Are they going to need to, and how they're going to mesh with maybe a new DPS player?
I think Jesus is very good. My worries about this roster as a whole is, what do you do when Mangachu has an off day? It seems like you put so much of your focus on him carrying on whatever different hero, whether that's Pharah, sometimes Bastion, even on his Torb sometimes, that I look across the rest of the roster and I don't know who has the capability beyond Jesus to step it up. Can your supports really play at that super high level of, say, an Aethan or something along those lines?
Well, Jesus usually has to be very self-sufficient when he runs, and it's probably telling in regards to how the support situation is on Renegades, where Jesus has his best plays when he's on Tracer. What does Tracer do very well? Tracer doesn't need nearly the support of other DPS heroes to go into the back and do some real damage. He's probably one of the most self-sufficient heroes in the entire game. Compare that to the situation that Taipei was often faced with. So, I mean, it's not a surprise to me that Jesus, being a good player and also playing a hero like Tracer pretty often, can find ways through. But you're right. At times where Mangachu might be being off, I don't think Renegades has a really convincing plan B. And the problem for them is that a team like LG Evil is very much equipped with the tools to take away one of your tools. So for Renegades, I do think this is going to be a very big challenge. And if we go by the performance of both these teams, you really do have to favor LG Evil coming into this matchup.
Well, I'll tell you, and no one can really argue against that, I think. But I do want to take a look at the player to watch. So while we do have some changes in the DPS side of things, one thing that has remained the same for both of these teams for a good amount of time is the Reinhardt. And there are no more hammers left in LG, but Juvenile is going to be our tank to watch on the side of the Detroit Renegades, and our little moniker is to bind or to unbind. But the one thing we've talked about with Juvenile is he thrives under aggressive circumstances. Are they going to try to play to that, or is he going to be left out to dry?
I don't know if I want to say he thrives under aggressive circumstances. I think Super is a more aggressive Reinhardt than Juvenile is. I just think Juvenile is a gambling Reinhardt at best. But unfortunately, I don't think his gambles actually pay off as much as he would like in regards to going for random Earth Shatters and otherwise. I would say if there is an Achilles heel on Renegades right now, I think that Juvenile has been a little bit too loose with his Reinhardt play. And that's a situation where you're going against LG Evil, which prides themselves on good tank play. I actually think that that's a case where things could totally break down for Renegades here, especially if Super plays the way that we know he can.
I would tend to agree. The Ryan v. Ryan, that's how Juvenile plays. And I think a lot of his deficiencies get overpowered by the fact that, look at this giant Earth Shatter he just hit. Well, let's remember the ones that he missed as well. I think if you put him up Ryan v. Ryan against Super, you're going to lose that fight for the most part, but he has to take some of those gambles.
Well, you're telling me there, Hex, is that Juvenile can make some wicked montage videos.
Wicked montage, for sure. For sure.
All right, after 10 hours of playing, I have 5 good Earth Shatters, as we're being a little overly harsh. But yeah, no, he is going to have to rein it in and really stand tall, because Super is a massive hammer to go against, as he is going to be swinging it for sure. But let's take a look at the LG Evil roster at large before we dive too deep into Super. But we've got Jake and Train, of course. They have been outstanding in their damage dealing roles. And then, of course, you talked about the strong tank lineup of Super and Vol. Vol has flexed a little bit back and forth. I think most of us can agree we like him on those off tanks primarily. And then, of course, Avast and Rob 420. Any other thoughts on this LG Evil roster?
To me, it's the antithesis of what I said about the Renegades roster, that if you take away Jake, while that would be hugely blowing to the team, I've seen Super carry this team. I've seen Train do it. I've seen Rob do it. I've seen Vol. I've seen Avast have good plays. Across the board, if someone's going to have an off day, not that they do very often, I'm very confident in the next man up philosophy with this roster.
I think the thing for LG Evil, too, is that you take a look at them relative to a lot of other teams in the scene. This is not a team that is banking on previous FPS accomplishments where you go, look, we used to be good in this game. No, I mean, they did have a TF2 history a little bit, but reality is that these are really young kids that are playing here for this LG Evil squad. And not only did they impress when they came out in the one of the last Overwatch monthly melees 2 months ago, but the reality is that they've been improving at a very rapid rate. And that should be just horrifying to other teams in the scene, that you have a team that's this young, this good already, and improving as quick as they are.
Well, their FPS history was just that, but they stopped playing at TF2, then went over to Overwatch, but they started at one league, won it, went to the next level, went to the next level, won, and then they're like, hey, why don't we just play Overwatch? And that's what they've been doing here.
And the other thing, too, you take a look at their players and what they've done here, and this is perhaps a weakness of a lot of your older school players that, you get into the entire FPS royalty argument, but they have a lot of play time. These are people that have done lots of play on the in-game ladder. These are people that have, when they're not scrimming, they're still playing. Their life really revolves around Overwatch right now, but they are getting rewarded for it in some of the biggest ways.
Yeah, and if we talk about them as a roster that doesn't need to pivot on one player or hero specifically, I think it also just plays into that maybe they're the ones that, while other teams are thinking, what do we like to play? What do I like to play? They're thinking, what are we good at, and what is good right now? Because they have pivoted around a whole lot as we're coming into this matchup. But the player to watch, if Juvenile is the one for Renegades, it is going to be Super for LG Evil as our player to watch coming into this one, because he has been a force, arguably one of the best or the best Reinhardt in this event, and he has done it. He is the one you think of when you think of aggressive Reinhardt play.
One word between the two, even though Overwatch does not necessarily come down to 1v1s, but if it did, mismatch. Super has been a far better Reinhardt over the course of this tournament, and Juvenile's going to have his work cut out for him tonight.
If you would have asked me 2 months ago who was the best player on this team after watching them in an Overwatch monthly melee, I would have said clearly it's Super. This whole team is going beyond Super. They were playing the NIP strategy of let's make this guy impossible to beat in the style of Fraggy. But as I've watched them come on and on, Super sometimes goes and plays Tracer, does whatever he wants, and then Jake comes up or Train comes up. But you cannot pin this team down on one thing or another.
Beyond Super. I'm just going to leave it there. You don't realize what you just said, but
Beyond
we'll just say
Super.
this is to go further beyond.
So I'm going to have to write that down. That's going to be on the lower third here later on in this event. Well, it looks like the first map is going to be King's Row, and this one, I believe, was selected. Yeah, it should have been selected by Renegades. Unless they had their, I think maybe, actually, you know what? They may have had their map selection taken away from them because of the last-minute roster swap of Ico coming in. But either way you slice it, who do you think comes out on top in King's Row, if you had to guess?
To me, you could
It's
say
a
any
rigged
map.
question.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. I'm picking LG Evil until they show me any reason not to.
LG Evil. There's, as Hex has just alluded to, their track record has been so incredibly strong over the course of this tournament that you can't do anything but favor them until they give you a reason otherwise. Or I guess Renegades came out and just completely embarrassed the team and looked super strong. Maybe then you'd have an argument. But for now, on paper, very much LG Evil.
Yeah, it sounds like it was selected by Renegades, and I'm thinking, if I'm trying to really dig deep as to why would they pick this one, this actually is the map that the Velociraptor comp came out of, and Mangachu does like to play the Pharah, especially on first, but even coming into second and third. And I mean, we've even seen Mangachu play the Bastion on third a couple times. Hasn't worked out very well. But this has been a map they felt pretty comfortable.
Mangachu's entire style on this map is focused on the window, and that's defense and offense. Offense, he comes in, he checks the window, and then if he sees an Ana there, he calls his Velociraptors, clever girls, to come in and clean that kill up. Other than that, even defensively, he plays it very defensively, which is I like about his Pharah on King's Row. He sits in that window, whether it's 76, which he hasn't played as much. Even his Pharah, he sits up there. You could unplug the keyboard, and it's just mouse rockets.
You know, I don't think we're going to see this directly. I think cameras will have an immediate answer to Pharah, but it would be kind of cool in this one case to see a defensive Widow just to see if they could deal with Mangachu consistently and see what his swap up is. Don't think it's going to happen, but would be pretty cool to see Mangachu just go over the top and immediately take one to the head.
This is a Widow player's wishes, this wanting, you know.
I'm just
just
what you're talking about.
if
I've
you can
only
just
played
will it.
many hours of Widow.
See, if you wanted them to play Widow, what you should have said is, well, they're definitely not going to play Widow on first.
This is
It's probably a good idea.
It's all subterfuge because he's really a Roadhog main.
I've been playing far more Roadhog than I care to admit because I like winning video games.
See,
Fair
that
enough.
yeah. And you know what? That's a good way of doing it right now, I'd have to say. I think we're waiting on some technical issues here. So we haven't actually talked too much about LG Evil other than, wow, they're really good. But breaking it down a little bit more, we've seen Jake. He's one of the only other players that's played McCree. Of course, we've seen Train on the Widow. But what do we think about how they can flex around with the different heroes that they pick?
We say it every week. They could run anything, and I have full confidence that they could run it, no matter who picks what hero now. I mean, back when we saw Tracer being played by Super, who was generally on Reinhardt up to that point, then he had a pretty decent life on it. It's something they run on Assault more than anything else, is 4 DPS. They just don't like running tanks on Assault. But I have full confidence that whatever this team's going to switch to, they big. The one question mark we had coming into this tournament during our prep was Vol, and you and I still have some slight disagreement on it, but Vol, I think, has exceeded your expectations.
A little bit. I mean, I'm not convinced that Vol, relative to the other Zarya play we've seen in the series here thus far, like Spree. But more to the overarching point here, there is a concept in the fighting game community in regards of you just throw different things at an opponent, show that they can beat one, and then they get to your next level. Well, when you go against LG Evil, there's multiple levels that they have where their first layer might be the current meta, but we saw when they went against a team like Rogue that they're still very comfortable going in and breaking out, say, 4 tanks out of nowhere and saying, well, by the way, we still have this. Do you remember how to beat this? They have multiple looks that they throw at you, which means that getting through LG Evil right now is like peeling multi-layered fruit. It takes a lot, and it's difficult.
Multi-layered fruit.
I buy all those fruits pre-peeled because it's just so annoying. No, but and you can see throughout pretty much any game that they played, if any.
This fruit thing is just like
I don't know. I'm just uncomfortable with this analogy.
Onions have layers. Anyway, no, great. The train has been derailed.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, Onion was sitting there for you. And you want
you know what?
fruit.
Onions make me cry, and I don't want to cry while going into this. Let's just.
Well, I don't even. Where do we even go from there? No, I was going to say that. Yeah, if you watch LG Evil's games, in this match, teams will have immediate answers for them, where they'll bring a strategy that immediately throws them off guard, and then literally the next fight they've adapted for it, and they have either they play slightly different or they bring a few different heroes, but it's very hard to consistently bring something that they can't deal with, and so. That's what, honestly, Renegades are going to have to do coming into King's Row as they're 4-1. They've got to play LG Evil twice. They're currently in second, but there's a couple people, Complexity Immortals, who want to usurp their position as we're going into King's Row.
All right, well, we are finally to the streets of King's Row, where we're going to hopefully find some onions at some point. Maybe not.
It's a staple of British cuisine, I think.
Well, it's somewhere in there at the fish and chip spectrum of things to eat in London, I suppose.
I had good meals in London. I was only there for like 3 days, but I ate well.
I mean, we ate Asian fusion while we were in London because we had free tickets to it the entire time. That's what we ate there. I'm not sure that counts. That was not pub fare.
I'm most certain that does not count, but that was the food I had in London. It was Asian fusion. Hey, we live in a global culture and society now, ZP. So if I want to eat Asian in London, I will.
I mean, to its credit, we had many Wagamama tickets, and we used all of them.
Yeah, ate some Wagamama.
Free shout-outs.
We're just working on those individual sponsorships.
See, this is why Hex does the selling out. I mean, I just give the product away for free.
You got to hold out for more. Renegades on their attack. Of course, we won't know exactly what they're running until things solidify, but LG Evil will be the ones who are forced to leave spawn and reveal their hand a little bit. And just to that point, we talk about Renegades maybe not finding a plan B when they need it. LG Evil has plans C, D, and E already written down and ready.
They got the alphabet.
They do.
Let's just leave it there.
So as the defense rolls out, they are still kind of waiting to figure out which heroes they are. Super is a big fan of jumping off the edge, no matter what the hero. I think he enjoys that Symmetrus or that Sombra scream a little too much. He has one of the best death sounds in the game.
Sombra is easily one of the most satisfying heroes to put down in the entire game. Just that they gave her just great death animations. Now, we'll see how things go in the future. Perhaps she gets buffed, perhaps she's used more, and she's on the other end of things a little bit more often. But take a look here at this defense coming out here from the LG Evil side. They are going about this relatively standard, and it's going to be up to Jake to be on anti-Mangachu duty. This Jake versus Pharah setup going to be very important to watch.
I guess this is about as standard as you could call LG Evil. They've run this a little more than anything else lately. Triple tank, single DPS, that being Jake. Now, if Jake gets in trouble or pressured off, expect someone very likely trained to switch over to the D.Va and give him the support he needs. Meanwhile, the other side of things, running a very dive-oriented comp. This is one map that I think you can run the Zenyatta on. Sightlines are better for your dive comp here. They are going to run that Zen and Velociraptor comp, I suppose we'll call it for now.
Indeed, and Aiko right now on the Genji, so very much settling into the role that Saipei was in last time we saw Renegades. See Juvenile leaping in at the Winston, trying to cut things through here. LG Evil actually in a bit of trouble. Super very much low after this dive, and he's going to be first to fall, followed by his Ana support. And from all sides comes in Renegades, and LG Evil not able to withstand. They don't get an early pickoff, and things just snowball against them.
Just bullied, outpositioned for the most part, jamming them in the hotel, which is usually not enough against a team like LG Evo. You have to jam in the hotel, then make sure that your team stays alive. They did just that, able to cut through those tanks in short order. Pretty nice start. Actually, the best start you could possibly hope for Renegades.
This worries me a bit from LG Evil. Shades of old school complexity. They're not running anything that really deals with Mangachu over here, and it's giving them a lot of free poke over the top now. They are letting Rob 420 perhaps be a little bit of a counter poke, but Jake running Genji, be fair, not usually the greatest setup. And Super going down. Renegade's in a great position here to really pile on the momentum.
Well, when your Ana is trying to deal with the Pharah in the sky, she's not dealing with healing her tanks on the ground. Jake and Train will combine for a couple of kills, trying to get something going here, but it does seem like this will be cleaned up momentarily. Mangachu still pretty much unanswered, getting all the heals he needs.
This game is in Mangachu's hands now. Can he work with the space that he is very clearly being given here by LG Evil? So long as he's able to avoid Train, there's not a whole lot that's going to be doing much to him. Sure, Rob can go DPS on him, but that creates a mega opportunity for the rest of Renegades in that time span. So LG Evil, I'm not really liking the comp they're running right now.
Jake on the Genji is the one that you would expect to see change quickly. Jesus takes down Super. Here comes the barrage, though not much out of it, just the one, but tanks falling left and right. Large part because of that orb. This has been all Renegades, and at some point you'd imagine a switch. The problem is Jake has Dragon Blade.
Who replaced LG Evil with LG Loyal when we went looking? What is going on here? I don't understand. This has been very dominant here for Renegades, and LG Evil very slow to react, perhaps slow to start here today, but I'm not even sure they're going to be able to get to this point in time. They're certainly going to try.
I'd say they need to warm up, but I know for a fact there was scrimming earlier today. This is going to be a giant charge in here, trying to get some kills back. Jake takes down one, forces out the Transcend. Fight not over yet. They can fight on this point. Perhaps this is where LG Evil turns it around.
While Train able to take down two, he has been the background, make it three. Roadhog feasting towards the very end here. Finally, LG Evil going to get a bit of sanity, a bit of solidity on their defense here, but now, again, they don't have great ways of dealing with Mangachu. Even still, they don't care.
Well, the other option is completely ignore Mangachu, kill everyone below him, and hope that works out. I don't think it's the best option, but it does seem to be like something teams have gone to before when confronted with a Pharah they don't necessarily have a perfect answer to. Mangachu is a difficult Pharah to take out of the skies because he plays a little conservatively.
He does, but now you're just staring the Pharah to beat you, which I'm not sure is ideal. And not only that, but not only is Pharah getting free pokes, it's going to give Jesus a lot of opportunities for cleanup. Comes in the backline, pulse bomb out, doesn't connect, which means Super gets to live for a while longer as Jake and Rob 420 gets to the backline, and it's Rob 420 taking down Mangachu, so they really are sacrificing the healing output of their Ana to be pressuring Mangachu.
They are, and it's working out. Rob has done solo healing before, so he understands the burden of it. A lot of it is just going to come on to Avast to stay alive, to stay safe, so that if they do lose Rob, they're not completely out of healing, but it also is up on the tanks to play a little more conservatively. Guys, I can't be in your pocket as much as I'd like. I'm dealing with the Pharah. So far, the last couple of fights, it's worked out very well.
Well, they have certainly been able to stabilize, and that's important here. And ultimate-wise, are going to be a good position here for the next fight. But here comes Aiko. Relatively quiet game for him so far. Been more of a supporting cast member, but has the Dragon Blade up. Maybe this is his time to shine. Coming in, Mangachu taking down Super 5v5. Aiko looking for an opportunity. Blade is finally going to come out. Goes to the back line. Looking for Lucio. One slice, two slice. Voss being taken down by the virus that is Aiko. 3 kills by Mangachu into the back. And Renegades going to be able to take this fight. The multi-threat attack working out.
I am a little dumbfounded right now. It seems that LG Evil is playing much more scattered than I've seen. Just the fact that Lucio got slashed down there, yes, that's probably going to happen, but no one was coming to help him out. Train was very far forward, one of the best answers to the Genji Dragon Blade. They seem out of at least.
this is not looking like the LG Evil that we've known here, and also for a team that's pretty adaptable, they're not really adapting to the circumstances. But Jake to the back line once more. Dragon Blade takes down Shirlaki. Other target goes to the sky, not able to get on the Mangachu. That's probably a little bit overambitious there, but 3 kills, damage has been done, and again, just Mangachu able to easily just get away.
Well, let's not jump the gun too quickly. This is LG Evil on defense. Defense on Kings can be a little bit difficult once you've given up ground here. They're going to hold up front. Now they have their tank ultimates coming online. All their CC ults up. Not necessarily the damage output from Jake, though.
Bull coming in, flanking Graviton. Pulls in 3, fall through right there. Train gonna whole hog into the remnants. I think it's Mangachu, but do you really need to get much else when you go in against Renegades?
They've definitely built their team composition around making Mangachu the primary threat, making him happy in the skies. Can be difficult for him on this section of the map. Now things open up a little bit once you get past here for Mangachu, but this corridor in specific.
Well, that's a very good point. I mean, this choke point here doesn't really give Farah the max amount to her verticality. She's actually way more vulnerable to hooks in this area, but Jesus, to the back line. Bomb on the Super. Super immediately getting healed up by Rob 420. Opportunities lost, and Train was able to hook down Mangachu again early on to start this fight, so once Mangachu goes down, Renegade's just crumpling like a cheap suit.
This is the area of the map where Roadhog can be the single shutdown onto Farah, as you mentioned, hook range, and now with decreased spread, that flat cannon does so much, or scrap cannon, I believe is the word. Don't want to infringe on copyrights for other games. But flat cannon's a general term. Anyway, it does look like anti-aircraft when he fires it off, and that right-click's been able to shut down Mangachu. He's been a very difficult time getting in. About to have another barrage up.
Super holding on to another ultimate clock game for him so far. Maybe he can find a way of opening it up here. Both Reinhardt's, of course, facing off. Super still holding on to this now, going a little bit deeper, is well supported, but Jake on the Dragon Blade takes down 3 in the back with the aid of Train. Fight is already over. This time they don't even need to kill Mangachu.
Mangachu will punish Jake for it late, but that is a trade that they will take. Got everyone else there, and now time is becoming a concern. Despite this very close spawn, they've gotten no progress in second point.
It's 1 minute left, and this choke point has really been the way to ground Mangachu by just not giving him any space to spread his wings. So for Renegades, if they just get through here, they'd be fine, but they can't get through here. That's been the problem. But there's the Earth Shatter coming from Juvenile. Gambling, paying off, taking down 3. Mangachu fall through in over the top, and now Mangachu will get that very critical breathing room. A lot more room to work with this Farah as you get deeper into third on King's Row. And under 30 seconds remaining here, Renegades trying to bring this into the end.
A full team kill, and the quickness of that attack was actually very crucial because you had ult sitting on the other team that could have shut some of that down, but Super went down very early, unable to get his Earth Shatter up. That will be up in the next fight. Train looking to flank on his Roadhog. He's got whole hog up. That's a gift of a hook as Jur goes down.
Jur, why were you standing there? But now LG Evil set up well to go in. The sleep dart's gonna come in. Normally that'd be decisive, but they've lost so many people that doesn't matter. Super gonna get the pin towards the end, gets boosted, using his trademark hammer to clear out space and stop Renegades from doing any more onto the point.
So they do stop a completion of the map. That makes the win condition for LG Evil simply the progress of the offense, yellow box of victory, as we sometimes colloquially refer to it as. But pretty far, not an entire completion. That choke, I think we found Mangachu's kryptonite.
Again, there's just no room for him to fly relative to other spaces on the map. So LG Evil, that's a case where Roadhog can be more of your anti-air solution, and it worked out. Train, I think, hooked him at 2-3 fights in a row, and after that, it was Mangachu really being very tentative in how much he wanted to go in. Again, though, I'm not really sold on how LG Evil was defending there. I think that it's somewhat the height of arrogance to not at least run more anti-air options there, particularly when you know that Renegades is banking on that Farah as heavily as they do, but they are able to at least bring things through in the end. So LG Evil, we'll see what they have here on the defense, and X, I know you'd be really excited if you did see a Junkrat here.
I'm going to have to look up the clip and put it on Twitter or something, but do you remember the Pluppy 6K,
yes.
Pluppy, who now goes by Tavik?
I remember it so much that right when you were going into it, I was like, is he going to reference it? And yes, yes, you are going to reference it. Back when Tavik was under a far better name in the name of Pluppy. Please bring Pluppy back.
He had a solo 6K with Junkrat on defense on this point that to this day is one of the prettiest things I've ever seen.
I mean, what people
and I've seen sunsets.
What people have to consider here, though, is Pluppy versus Tsumi.
Yeah, I think the world would implode. That's like dividing by 0 right there. Regardless, on the defense, we will see no Junkrat. Instead, Mangachu is putting down his wings, which were clipped last time, in favor of some new era sneakers on the sprint. He's going to play Soldier 76 instead. Jesus will play a Tracer. Offensively, they're also going to run 2 DPS, 2-2-2.
I was getting bad Hearthstone memories there, dude. Just watching that, that was painful. I've been BM'd, never lucky. Either way, getting into this first fight here, LG Evil not wasting a whole lot of time in being pretty aggressive and contesting this. Jake coming in over the top, and there's for the Tracer here in the backline. Jake seeing his prey, gonna force out that rewind immediately. They're going in on that, but now Tracer's a little bit out of it. Jake's still going in for it, not even caring about the rest of the fight, really investing in the chasing down Jesus. But now, trying to get to that backline. A little bit of a disorganized dive, though, because he was chasing Tracer for so long.
Now he's out of it. There goes Train. That is all the DPS, and now it is time to book it as they get out of town. 4 alive, no kills for LG Evil on that push, largely because Jake just wasn't able to finish kills, ended finding himself 1v3, unable to get out either as a Helix rocket came in late. They're going to try this next push. Vol already very charged up, 100%.
100%. You'd be a great nano target right now, and he's gonna get the nano. They realize that he's a damage machine, but he gets slept right away, but woken up. What a mistake by Renegades to wake up that supercharged Zarya, who's able to move in, and that is one scary, scary laser beam. And honestly, it's done its job in creating chaos into the backline. LG Evil doesn't have this yet, and we do have the tack visor coming in from Mangachu, but he's quickly lost allies all around him. And Jake going to end his misery right then and there. LG Evil, not quite as swift as Renegades, but they do take the point relatively quickly.
And we talked about Vol a little bit, and I think you would like to see more consistency out of Vol, but those moments where he does go off, for me, sell him as a Zarya, in my opinion. Jake's going to have Dragon Blade up.
Oh my goodness! The 4K from Jesus out of nowhere. In over the top, just crunching. What in the world?
You do that all you want. You want.
You know what? Sometimes after you get that good of a moment, you just gotta do some squats.
Yeah,
why not?
You gotta burn off all that extra energy that you still have. Body weight squats, get you fit. Well, anyway, that is fight surprised both of us. Did not see that coming. Graviton's going to come in. He's going to grab 4. Do they have the follow-up? They're all caught in the archway. There's some follow-up. Train has a pulse bomb of his own. Super will charge Juvenile. And barring another Jesus miracle, they will finally take the first point.
Don't think it's going to happen this time around. I don't think he's going to have more time to do his squats here just yet. Instead, LG Evil going to take the point. But for Renegades, that last moment of heroics by Jesus made LG Evil expend more resources just to take first, so they're not going to have that Graviton here for second.
And about a minute. A minute is nothing to sneeze at in Overwatch at all, so 3:45 on the clock to get to second, extend their time even more. Of course, the yellow marker on the ground is their progress point to win King's Row outright against Renegades here. Jesus has been the carry. Mangachu kind of quiet so far, especially since he's not on the Pharaoh, but he's going to be up on this high ground.
In over the top right now, looking for an early pickup. Here comes Soundbear from Renegades, and both teams going to be dropping the beat into this fight. A lot of pressure going in on the Jake, and how is he not dead?
So low.
Mangachu, please.
Helix isn't on cooldown.
Shoot him! Shoot him! Oh. All right. Well,
nope.
Not happening, apparently. Jake, a cat in this life, used up one of his lives. But the moral of the story here is that Renegades is in real trouble. They don't get the Genji kill it down. Jake gets revenge. Punishes Mangachu for not finishing his plate, and oh my goodness.
Well, they just boosted Zarya and got nothing out of that either. She just walked towards it until the Ghostbuster beam faded. Train is picking up in the back line. They put up nearly no resistance. Here comes a late Earth Shatter.
It's a very late Earth Shatter by Juvenile, and it's questionable at best. It's a case where you got a kill there, but your team is nowhere close for a fall through. At most, you're going to get only one from yourself. And
nice
now Mangachu,
Jake's going to get the credit for that, but that's Train on the recon there, spotting him up, not letting him get up there for free, putting some pressure on him.
Mangachu got some of his ult back there, but I don't know what Renegades was doing. That was a lost fight from the beginning, and they still threw good money after bad. And now LG Evil with a very golden opportunity to get to that yellow box victory and finishes out right here.
Getting some of your ult back is kind of a badge of shame. Means you probably shouldn't have been in a position to pop it anyway, but I guess the refund makes you feel a little better. Jake will slice through Mangachu, gives his own life for it as this fight begins.
Well, the fight begins, and it's a much better opening here for Renegades. They're going to invest a Graviton to the future of this fight. Pulse Bomb on the Super, going to end him as Jesus gets 2 kills for cleanup. Renegades going to be pulling this right back. More heroics out from Jesus, but they got to hold this for 3 minutes, and that is not going to be easy, especially when they just invested a whole lot into that fight.
Well, they're going to have Big Bang Combo, something we haven't necessarily seen all that much tonight, not in the giant forms. I wouldn't mind a 5K off of it from Train, but they do have Pulse Bomb, Nano Boost, Graviton, and Earth Shatter. You'd think they have everything to make this work, and they should, because Renegade's going to be closing to their all-round as well.
Well, here comes Graviton. Here comes the Pulse Bomb, perhaps. There it is. Train going to take down 2, but Mangachu taking down more of the Tac Visor, cleaving through LG Evil.
Jeez.
Oh my goodness. Well, when he said he had them in his sights,
One line.
no, there was no chill.
There's no escaping Grandma's goggles with the Nano Boost on you there. You know what the most tragic thing is? He probably just stole play of the game from Jesus.
I would not doubt it. That was very clustered as far as kills go, but you know what? The next fight is already underway. LG Evil going, well, we're going to take another attempt because we have it in Mangachu. Not going to have a crazy Tac Visor this time. Immediately dispatched by Jake. Soundbear saving his life as he goes in. And now for Renegades, could be going from bad to worse here. They have to find a way of fighting this back. Super going very deep in, but now Jesus down. Jake, Dragon Blade in play. Takes off Sherlocky's head in one swipe. Moving in. You have to put the blade away, but the damage has been done here. Suddenly Renegades looking for a miracle to somehow bring this back.
Well, they're going to have to miracle right into an Earth Shatter. Not looking great for them unless they can get some sort of block out here, but they don't have the option to come out. Now Juvenile is on it. They will be blocking up. He goes down very early. I believe it was a Pulse Bomb combination with Jake, and now it is Super swinging for the fences.
Super creating some wind gusts there with that hammer, but ends up falling. Renegades' last moment effort, perhaps a little bit more than expected early on here as LG Evil having troubles actually pushing them out. Vol gonna get the Nano Boost later on. Almost has another Graviton up. Again, just microwaving people here. See if it's gonna be enough. The late Graviton comes in, pulls in 2. They get the kill, and yet Renegade's still staggering up to a point. For being this far out, this has been heroic.
This is crazy. Jake comes back in with a Pulse Bomb onto Rob. That's really going to nerf all the healing. The numbers do appear to be in LG Evil's favor, and there are the last couple of swings with both Blade and Hammer to win map number 1 for Luminosity Gaming's Evil Squad.
So, LG Evil, perhaps a little bit of trouble there towards the end, but they looked like the LG Evil of old when they came in on attack. It's really their defense that was very suspect, thinking emoji, whatever you want to say in regards to that, where shoot the fair out of the sky, you know.
Or run it until they can't.
Okay.
Yay, Jesus gets it. This was an insane play.
It was quite good indeed. It was set by the Graviton, so.
Well, I guess that was the big bomb that we had earlier.
It was quite a big bang indeed.
Yeah, we got the big bomb.
Yeah.
But just breaking this apart, RNG really came out and surprised us with their offense, and a lot of that was not dealing with Mangachu. And then they come out on defense a little bit less wowing as far as their defense goes. And then they just downright, I mean, there was some ult usage there, especially on that second defense that just was pretty questionable.
They had some good defenses there at last, but I don't know. I wasn't super convinced. It really felt like LG Evil was in control the entire time, and it was a big uphill battle just by the momentum of the game up until that point. So, I mean, it's great when you get the 4 or 5K off attack visor. Congratulations. You have positioned yourself very well. And on the same note, I never went in there and went, wow, they're going to hold them. It didn't feel like it was going to happen.
Well, that's my question on Mangachu on 76. Yeah, you have those giant moments when you get Nano Boost and you have Tac Visor. He seemed quiet when he didn't have those things. When ults weren't happening, Mangachu wasn't necessarily this enormous pressure. You saw his cooldown management punished early as Jake was dead, hanging out on roof, and if you just had a Helix rocket up, he'd have been gone again. Jake came back into that fight after not being eliminated. So I think Mangachu's defensive fare is very good. I was a little surprised he didn't run it on King's Row.
Yeah.
Instead, sticking with a more meta pick of Soldier 76. It didn't impress me when he didn't have ultimates up, I think is the problem there. I think his Pharah is miles ahead of his 76.
Well, and then, yeah, talking about Ico then as the newbie on the roster, had definitely had some plays, seemed to work pretty well with them. Played a good Zarya, I would say. But then we had that moment where on second defense, he got nanoed, and then it almost looked like he was like, wait, do I go in now? Like, what's going on? Right. And then they just fell apart.
Aiko is a sub for Saipe who might be off the roster. It's not clear, but let's assume for a moment that Saipe is off the roster here. Did not feel like an upgrade in the least. And again, when we go back to our analysis of Renegades, I don't think Saipe was playing badly given what he had to work with. I mean, you look at the entire RNG setup, it's all based around Mangachu. Everything else is sort of find your own luck. Jesus is able to do that because he's on Tracer. It's harder to do that in Genji. When you look back to real moments of Genji greatness, Shadowburn, when he plays for FaZe, when he was doing well, he was getting Zarya shields. He was getting orbs. He was getting all the support in the world that made him as difficult to kill when he went in. You're not going to get Shadowburn level of Genji performance if you're not investing your support skills into the Genji heavily, and you're not going to be doing that when you're making Mangachu the focal point of everything. So, I mean, you can't really expect Genji to have huge plays with how Renegades is setting it up.
To defend Aiko for a moment, it's one game, first of all, and I know I agree that he didn't look like Saipe there, but also playing Zarya is difficult with a new team because you don't know, is he on the retreat to need a bubble, or is he going in, does he need a bubble? And also they're getting nano boosted Zarya, sometimes you're just like, I guess. And it looked like an I guess ultimate of like, I got boosted, I guess I'll push forward, but he was not in position to do anything.
And there were a couple other ultimates right around that same time that I was just like, I was trying to figure it out. And I even wrote down like ult usage, is that a question? And then right after that we had the nano visor, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just scratch that out. But no, when we're talking about teams like that revolve around one player, like Mangachu in this case on Renegades, and then you contrast that with somebody who has really strong carry, he puts on his carry pants sometimes, but also plays to the strengths of his own team, like Jake. It makes you question, should you be that team that says, hey, we've got this one star, what does he feel like playing? How are we going to play around it? Or are you going to be playing more of a, hey, what are we good at? How can we win games? And we're going to see some of that maybe on Temple of Anubis, but it looks like you have something to think.
I mean, the question is that for as good as he's been at points, is Mangachu good enough? I would argue that C9 in many of its incarnations to get away with throw everything, the baby in the bathwater and the kitchen sink behind Surefour and let things go where they may, and that worked out. Mangachu definitely has his good moments, but there's also moments where he's getting lots of support and nothing is getting done. There's moments where he's on the 76 and he does just sort of get bopped by Jake. So I wonder if he's just a little bit too streaky for that to be as effective in the long term.
I don't think that should ever be your primary focus. I think that should be your backup plan if it must be. We've seen roster after roster of people who are alleged stars being built around, and they get all the support in the world, and then they dive in, so now the supports are dying, and so it's the support's fault, and then the tanks aren't there to help them, and it's the tank's fault. I don't think you can build a team around a superstar as your primary focus. You build your team, if someone emerges as a superstar, great, we can let them carry us when we need it, but it should not be your primary goal in building a team.
Yeah, and they've been very adaptive if we're talking about LG Evil, and that they don't have to worry about that. They can pivot around a lot of members of their team, and even in the moment, even after they lose a single fight or they lose a point, they can change things up and put a different foot forward that is very strong. But let's talk more specifically about Temple of Anubis coming into this one. This one's selected again by Renegades. Do they have any specific strength coming into Assault maps? I mean, what are we expecting out of them?
Assault has been ties for a lot of people. I think Anubis is just the preferred map. I don't think it necessarily matters. I think teams just don't like Hanamura for the most part. LG Evil coming in as 2-2 on Anubis, so it is one of the few maps that they've lost. So they're 500 on it. They have 2 ties on Hanamura, so I guess they just don't want to tie in picking this, but there's not a whole lot of data either way.
I think when you look at here and what we see that LG Evil is willing to run, I think that first point could be very difficult for them because there's a lot of aerial mobility for Pharah, and they weren't willing to really run things that dealt with it well. I do think we'll still see Jake come out in the 76 here. I don't think it's going to be a Genji, but either way, not necessarily LG Evil's strong point. Conversely, though, when you get to point B, it is very good for Pharah, but there's more ways of dealing with Pharah because she doesn't quite have as crazy aerial mobility on second. It's a little bit more zoned in, and that's where you could have a Roadhog do a little bit more work in dealing with it.
Well, I'm really excited to see. I mean, it looked like Renegades definitely came in to Kings Row with a plan on offense, and it didn't end up working out in the end, but I'm curious to see if they put that same time into planning for this map. As we go into Temple of Anubis, Renegades, they're down 1-0 in the series to the mountain that is LG Evil. Will Renegades be able to climb it and tie things up here? Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Speaking of climbing, I bet you could do some pretty off-roading with those tires on the big vehicle. That's not on our live stream right now. But when we get to spawn, that thing can mud up a mountain. I'm certain of it.
I mean, for me, I just wonder if the tires are even its main mode of transportation. I kind of feel like it has to hover its way in because otherwise it would have destroyed everything around by moving into where it's at.
Because why would you spend the kind of money that those tires would require if it weren't the main motivation? You know how much those tires actually cost with those giant construction equipments?
I would assume a lot.
A great deal. That's true. I don't know
I mean,
exactly.
the bigger question is that if your goal is to get to the final point, why are you even going through point A when you can just ram directly into point B? I don't think you're utilizing your heavy machinery anywhere near as well as you should be.
You should be a foreman on a construction site. That way
There's
these
my
roads
calling.
would finally get done. I don't think I've ever lived in a state where the fourth season wasn't traffic season. Regardless, though, defense-wise, it looks like they are going to be running 3 tanks and a single DPS. That is the default mode of LG Evil lately. Jake, of course, will be on that DPS with his buddy Train is going to be protecting him. Offensively, they're going to run Dive again. Sherlocky's still on the Zenyatta.
If you remember, Rogue set the blueprint for how to really shut down Mangachu, which is that Rob 420 and Jake should just combine their powers and immediately attack Mangachu as soon as he comes in the line of sight. Make him a high priority whenever he comes in, but he's coming in from the flank here. Perhaps a little bit off guard here is LG Evil as they're not able to get on him immediately. Juvenile on the Volt pretty early on, so lots of damage coming in here from Mangachu, though he falls in the assault. We'll see if anyone can follow up his handiwork, but Train might be the glue here that keeps LG Evil in this fight.
Well, they tried to follow up his handiwork with a Winston who got there a little bit late, and now Sherlocky finds himself on the wrong end of a rifle butt that will cause Jake to lose his life as the kills come in fast and furious now for Renegades. Juvenile gets a couple after the softened up. Aiko on the Genji now getting those dash resets. This should be a take for Renegades unless we see a miracle coming out of LG Evil. It does appear that they've already conceded this point. They're going to run second because Train has played defensive Sombra before.
I mean, a few things to note here. A is that this is clearly LG Evil's worst game type. They did pick up the win last week when they played it, which was their first. But other than that, it's been losses and draws for them across the board. So they're not particularly good in Anubis, but going to our pre-match analysis, I wasn't really expecting them to do much on their point A defense anyways. Their point B defense, though, can be significantly better, especially if they start balancing their ults pretty well between EMP and everything else.
So Sombra's going to need a little bit of run-up time to be able to get up to that EMP. Of course, the packs are so important there. So far, not doing much to help her team. Going to throw down that translocator to see if they get back. However, Magachu already down. A huge source of offense already in. Train will help finish up Juvenile. That is 2 quick deaths, and that should spell the end of this push for Renegades.
And now this is going to be more of a challenge here for Mangachu to be sure. He doesn't have to worry about a Roadhog, but Sombra can actually do a good amount of damage if she's right behind you and or the top. Now he's going to worry about EMP messing up his team coordination. I think LG Evil now in a much better spot, although you take a look at the time, they have to hold for 6 minutes, which is long, to say the least.
It's an Anubis-eaten time, is because a lot of teams are able to take first very quickly. We end up here for 5 to 7 minutes. More often than not, but there are some ults coming in. Dragon Blade, Mangachu, Jur, all with it. Those both combo pretty well with Sound Bearers, keeping those DPS ultimates alive if they can find an angle for it. Juvenile's just getting some poke in here. He will likely be the one leading the charge.
Aiko, Dragon Blade up, looking to be a hero perhaps this time. Diving in, and no, the spawn door says no. This is a no Genji allowed sign. Soundbear comes in here from the defense, but hasn't done much for them here, although Mangachu ends up eating his own rocket. Explosive taste to be sure, but one that takes him out of the fight. Now late tac visor in from Jake, and that's actually going to let him clean this up rather nicely. 3 kills in from Jake, and farewell the Renegades. They do get 1 tick though, so not entirely empty-handed.
To give up a tick, Aiko got some damage done there. He was so low at the 1 HP, and one of the things that a Sombra can help you with is if you start taking out the attacking team's healing, there's going to be no options for them to heal up otherwise, because all of those packs are going to be hacked for the most part. That's what Sombra's area control can do. Also, this very free poke she's going to get out front, but we do have one of my favorite heroes on this map. Now added in as Jake will come over onto the Mei and still on his same perch. Jake loves that perch, pays rent up there.
He is on the Mei, and then again, I'm not super thrilled with this. I think that it gives Mangachu even more room to work with. The Blizzard can be great, but for this next push in particular, it's actually going to be rather a disadvantage here for LG Evil. They don't have what they need. And Renegades, even though it's just a Sound Bearer, this is actually a huge heal if they come in and can do this before Tracer takes an Icicle to the dome. But Renegades is taking a long time to set this up, Hex, and that could be to their detriment.
This makes me believe that their strategy against Mangachu is to ignore Mangachu and kill everyone else if they're given the chance. He is deep onto Rob in the backline, unable to finish that kill as Volt takes out Juvenile up front. Mangachu looking for more. Train does finally go down, and now Mangachu on a roll, however, taken down by Rob 420. Too many kills for the side of LG Evil.
LG Evil introducing us to the tactical spawn door, where we've been seeing that save many a member of the LG Evil squad, perhaps more so than Rob420 has this game, and Rob420 saved a lot of people, so that's
why not?
throwing shade.
It's right there. You can get healed up just beyond that door. Can't get damaged through it. Works out well.
It's coming in once more. Jake, though, going to take a snooze here over the top. Gets the Ana Bionade on him as well. Can't heal here.
Lives through it.
Onto it. But EMP's up for the next fight. And again, EMP, one really good way of disrupting Assault attacks here. And Drain, not going to mince any words, uses it immediately, doesn't want to waste time, and perhaps still not going to be enough. 3 kills here from Renegades, only 1 in return, but the one was Mangachu, which of course, usually good omen. But this is where Jesus can put the team on his back, takes down Volerland, gets the double kill on the Train. And now Renegades with a dominating presence here on the point. They kill everyone. The ticks are counting up. 2 ticks here, soon to be 3. And Renegades, with 2 minutes, 52 seconds remaining, is able to grab that as Jesus shows us the new Tracer gymnastic flip, courtesy of the Pulse Bomb.
Sometimes you need a little explosive assistance there to get your feet around your head, tuck and roll. The big difference, I think, in some of these, for Renegades especially, I love the idea of Zenyatta, and I posed it before tonight that I thought we should see more Zenyatta. But Sherlocky hit some nice darts there towards the end, giving up on Nano Boost. I think it's a little more powerful than Transcendence is still. I like Zen on defense, I think, a little more than I like him on offense, but every time they've gotten a good push, it's been Sherlocky has switched off of it onto the Ana. The sleep dart's so valuable.
It brought up a bit mid-game, but I'm still not particularly sold on coming in here with the Mei. I'm just not. I don't think it was great given what they were up against, and even though Mei has historically been pretty good on Point B Anubis, you needed something to just give you more range presence there, and I don't know what LG Evil's aversion is to running good hit scan when clearly we've seen Jake have great moments on McCree, which he's going to be running here in the attack.
Yeah.
I would like to see them run something a little bit more on the defense to deal with aerial threats a little bit better. But
It's perplexing, to say the least. This is generally something that we lauded them over their ability to be adaptive, to have all heroes available to play for them for most of their different players, and still have been shying away from a pure hit scan threat to deal with Mangachu. Now they're going to switch to it, and Mangachu is grounded as he takes Roadhog up instead.
And now for those who haven't seen LG Evil on Anubis, what you can look forward to here is Electric Cowboy. What is that? That is Nano Boost on the Jake as Jake goes out of his way to just carve through your Reinhardt like a Thanksgiving turkey. And it's been effective for LG Evil, so we'll see if Jake can repeat that performance here once more.
Along with that, he's going to be rolling with his buddy Train most of the time, lives inside that defense matrix, which is a pretty good shield, it turns out, to keep him alive. It's been something that's been, well, I mean, electric is the right word, both literally and figuratively, but that is a huge hook right away. Super down, Rob down, push over.
Reverse, abort, whatever you want to say there. Jake getting staggered a bit towards the very end, going, guys, forgot about someone. It's like, well, yes we did.
Fan the Hammer get himself a decent charge there. So we'll try it yet again. That push stifled before it even began, thanks in part to Mangachu being able to get that very early kill. Now they have to dodge hooks here for now. Mangachu happy to just pepper away.
Mangachu in and very comfortable in this position here. We'll see if LG Evil able to finally pick up, and oh no, Juvenile a little bit far out, getting punched for it. Bull does pay the price during that, but that's worthwhile. But Jesus, able to come in, finding that early pickoff on the Jake, and that's actually going to make things pretty rough here for Hammers. Although with 3 people still up, Bunny Blaster able to recharge up mid-fight. There's still hope here. Renegades not able to finish their plate, and they very well could regret this here as respawns are coming in for LG Evil.
Mangachu got slept. Now he is up and angry about it as he's been woken. They are not able to get the tick, but they still have some nice pressure in here. I like that they continued this fight. Does seem like Train wants to back up, though. They're going for a whole regroup. Waiting for Jake to get up here so we can sit with Train, try to get some damage done. Another nice sleep dart. They have to capitalize on those. That's twice now.
Runs a Graviton, and it's a big bang. Jesus takes down 2 off that Graviton setup. 4 kills here from Renegades. And again, a lightning defense coming out that really catches LG Evil a bit off guard. And for LG Evil, they're quickly running out of time here. I mean, for them, this wouldn't be unprecedented if they lost. They're not particularly great on Assault relative to the other maps, but this has been a rough showing even by LG Evil standards for Assault.
it's just execution. They've slept Mangachu twice, and twice he's woken up and gotten the full support of his team afterwards. Sleep him, let him nap, deal with him later. It seems like that was their strategy on Pharah, but right now it's going to be Jake rolling in, trying to get some poke damage on the Ana, who's very far away. Nice flashbang over the shield, takes down Juvenile.
Gets on the Juvenile, Deadeye in from the back, going for Ico, gonna connect. Jake, 2 kills off that Deadeye, even got the Lucio as a bonus, and for a offense that was plagued with issues, it does look like it's going to come in. Of course, he's still looking for miracles at the very end, but going to be finding a flashbang instead. Not miraculous, really. Hex just gives you tinnitus.
Anyone else hear that ringing? Regardless, Jake's hello game on point. Always spamming the hellos, whether you watch a stream or even in tournament play. Always got time for a friendly howdy. Mangachu now going to be on Sombra instead. Something we haven't necessarily seen this Renegades team run on defense. Usually he was on a Torb or even a Bastion at times, so trying things out.
Jake is no hearts here, as far as my heart goes, and that's spamming high. He was the original McCree that spammed high. Also, great creator of memes.
He is a top-tier memer, that's for sure. His Twitter is nothing but memes.
They're good fire.
They're going to rotate around. Reinhardt will be with them, so a very steady push here, just waiting for Jake to go off. They are going to roll in.
They're moving in, and Jake right now just looking for who will be the first victim. No Electric Cowboy out here yet, but you do see LG Evil take a commanding presence on the point. You know Mangachu's killed too. They've already got a tick for free. A little bit sloppy here by Renegades to give that up before even engaging, but now they commit to the point and they're starting to get punished for it. Jake has already taken down 1. Earth Shatter by Juvenile, though, will connect. Knocks down 3. He's gotten 2 ticks, though. Why? This is
chasing kills. They gave up 2 for absolute free. The Earth Shatter wasn't needed in that situation either, as Juvenile threw it down just for good measure. On the other side of things, Super will have his ultimate up as well, but what you're going to be looking for, we can all hope for, is Electric Cowboy perhaps incoming. Jake always likes to take this perch. That's why Mangachu is heading to the left, so he can see them coming in, but Nano, Deadeye, incoming. Super also has his Earth Shatter, and Juvenile, as I mentioned, uses late in the last fight.
one thing that can definitely mess with your Electric Cowboy combo is an EMP, and Mangachu has it up here. So Electric Cowboy going to come in, EMP going to come out right away. So that's going to disable his role, but not so much his primary fire, so it's not quite as big of a counter as you might think. Oh, just beautiful. Sherlocky never knew it hit him. Zoning Deadeye out towards the end, but does not matter. LG Evil rather quickly takes that point, and the only reason why they took it that quickly there, and the reason why Renegades didn't get a chance to stall, is that Renegades gave away 2 ticks for free. Can't do that.
For free! Something that's usually good when someone mentions you can get something for free. I guess take it. If they're going to give it to you, just take it, but no reason for them not have a single body on that point. It's not like the fight had been won or decided. Just got off of it, sent 2 people to deal with a one-man job, no one on the point, 2 ticks for free. Then that last fight, rather simple at that point.
I can't wait.
Tough times. And now as a result, LG Evil actually with a better time remaining in their bag. And this would be big for them if they're able to pick up this assault win, because I'm not going to say that it's been relatively clean here for LG Evil. Clearly, they've had difficulties, particularly in their point A defenses, but they kind of get away from one here. Then they only have to win 1 of the remaining 3 to solidify themselves as the #1 team. I mean, they would still be #1 team regardless, but taking out the #2 team, definitely a bit of a statement.
Yeah, they're probably their weakest link by far. I think they've only lost 3, maybe 4 maps in the entire tournament. 2 of them right here on Temple of Anubis. So if you were looking to take a map off LG, this is the map you want to take them to, and it hasn't been a problem for some teams. It's just a matter of taking more than this map off of a team. Sherlocky is back on that Zenyatta, which I love in theory, has not worked out perfectly in practice, but they're going to be running full-on dive comp on attack. Defensively, a single DPS and Jake. Bunch of tanks with them.
Well, Mangachu's taking the same route here. I'd hope that LG Evil was keyed into it a little bit more this time around, where he's going to go for the knockoff off the top. Does knock off. I think that was a Lucio. And it's a good approach here from Mangachu, where, again, LG Evil finding themselves surrounded on all sides. And can't say I'm a fan of how they're dealing with this here just yet, but with that early hook on the Jer, suddenly it goes way better. Jake, long-range step on the Mangachu, and it works out. This time, it's not going to be Renegades flanking them from all sides and getting the kills they were looking for.
Very patient from both sides there. Jesus trying to work something here. Now does drop his pulse bomb to no avail. Still nothing, only 18 health. Does try to grab Dupac. That pack is in the line of charge. Super takes him down. So far, the attack not going great for the side of Renegades here as LG Evo fully thwarted that one. 1:45 just about left on our clock.
I'll see what route Mangachu takes this time. I don't think he's going to go around the high flank, but he very well could if he decides to. Aiko, though, going to be the one to watch here. Dragon Blade very close to being on the way. Again, it's been a relatively quiet series here for Aiko, really having to be freelance Genji at its finest, but does go into the back line. Early kill, taking its toll. Vol out of the fight. Vol, Aiko, waiting for his chance here for the Dragon Blade, but really waiting a very long time and might have lost his opportunity here. As suddenly, LG Evil starting to clean up more of this fight. The attack flies from Jake took down one, and he's able to get the cleanup right after.
Just trying to figure out what he was waiting for. Perhaps the rest of his team, but they had already gotten position on the point. I think he was waiting for the cleanup to come from the Discord orb. Mangachu will get back in this fight. They did use Transcendence very late in this fight. Mangachu now up over the top, looking for more kills. They have bodies over here. He cannot give up this point for free.
No, you absolutely cannot. And LG Evil still going to be throwing into it, though. The odds that they take this back, pretty unlikely at this point. They've bled out too many. D.Va out of the suit into the rocket. Not a good place to be, but they do at least make Mangachu use the barrage to clean this up here, and that's going to be the point for Renegades. They'll get an extra 30 seconds to try and take second. Not a whole lot going into it, but maybe this is where the saved Dragon Blade will be their saving grace. Aiko, will you be the man of the hour?
I'll happily eat my words. The economy coming into full effect. They're trying to dislodge him from his perch as Mangachu unable to take down Jake as Jake rotates around the backside.
Where's the blade? You had sound barrier. He does take down Jake, but gets a double kill. Maybe he doesn't need the blade, who knows? Holding on to it, there the Dragon Blade is finally coming out, takes down one. Looking for more, gets a double kill. Aiko, patience perhaps paying off here in a mystifying tale, but now LG Evil on the verge of giving up a 4th point here in Temple Anubis. They're not able to do anything, they lose everyone onto the point, and even a stall here seemingly more and more unlikely as they've lost so many people so decisively, but they get D.Va and Tracer back into the point. Perhaps they have a chance, but it's going to be tough.
Well, D.Va online will buy a little bit of time. Now they're going to stagger the soldier back out. Here comes a Mei, gets boosted onto the point. And they still need to start getting some kills in their part of the kill feed. Mangachu makes short work of that Mei. Tactical Visor comes across on the other side of the field. Jake gets a kill. Don't think it's going to be enough. Mangachu still running wild, hitting directs.
There's still a good amount of stall coming in here from LG Evil. They've sort of stabilized into this weird moment where they're not getting kills, but it's not enough to keep it going forward. 4 points now for Renegades. So more pressure being applied to LG Evil here where they're going to have to match this. And how crazy would it be to have 2 Temple of Anubis maps today that would go to 5-4?
I've seen everything. It would not stun me. Still just trying to think on Aiko here about the patience with the Dragon Blade. Maybe part of it is being a new player. You don't want to have one of those ambitious Dragon Blades, as we call them here. So holding on to it. Maybe the plan was to use it within Transcendence, because that seemed like when it came out the second time. So definitely something going on as far as planning goes, but I think if he wasn't under instruction to wait for something, to wait for this or that as a new player, he would have used it several times. There were plenty of moments where it would have been effective.
I'm going to say this, is that even though it worked out, it didn't feel like the right maneuver. It was a very long saving. I mean, he was able to pick up 2 dash reset kills without the blade, which is great.
Right.
Don't get me wrong, but on the same note, he also went the entire duration of Sound Barrier without pulling out the blade, which is... You're giving up an opportunity to use blade for free where people can't do much damage to you and you just throw it away. It's not traditional play, to say the least.
It's something to keep an eye on going forward, how Aiko is going to blend with this team as he is the newer addition for the evening. It does seem like on the attack is when they like to run their McCree the most. They're going to run Jake on that McCree for the moment. Train, of course, will be with him. So not running the McCree on defense to deal with Ferez or things like that, but they do definitely have a set style they like running on this offense. They're going to go through the room. It punished them last time.
All right, and Jake going to get slept pretty early onto this fight. Fall through isn't there immediately, but Super out of the fight, and Jake, that terrible alarm clock is Tracer in your face with 2 pulse pistols. 3 unanswered kills here by Renegades, and they immediately dispatch LG Evil again, where LG Evil not quite working the same amount of time this time, Hex, where they have to get through both points, and really, if they don't do it on the next attack, I think it gets quite difficult for them.
They've been kind of predictable. They've rotated through small pack room each time. Each time they've been punished by Magachu, who's looking for stragglers with the hook. That is Hook 2.0. Will not pull him up off the ledge. So far, bloodless in this fight. A charge comes in, takes out Super. Jesus goes down. Now they're trying to bring it back. Jake and Vol with a couple kills. 4v4, or 4v4.5 actually, as it's a D-Mech Diva. They're still trading. This is actually pretty good for the offense if they can get back in here.
This is very good for LG Evil. The trade-offs that they got were excellent. Train going to fall before getting back into his mech. But now, you take a look at Renegades. Best case scenario, they regroup really far back on the point. They lose their positioning. And now, a big opportunity for LG Evil to crack this open and begin their assault on second. Jake taunting the bear there, perhaps, in a sense where he goes in, sees 3 people in the alley. And no, it is not high noon. It is actually nap time. Nap time's at 12.
It is for many people. Jake does go down to Jesus eventually. Magachu still holding on to this whole hog. He does find his counterpart in behind. Super was fully charged up with the boost, is able to get a couple kills. There's a random Widow on the field. This is Train trying to get something done in his desperation time. 140 left on the clock. Train has played this Widow before in different situations, most notably on Hanamura when they want to specialize and run 4 DPS. Has not played it so far on Anubis, not getting any sight lines.
One thing that may be messing with it, maybe it's just our feed, but it feels like there's quite a bit of lag going on the server right now. I'm not sure what is going on here, but it might definitely be affecting hit scan play. We'll see if it stabilizes just a bit, but I think there could be something on the server side, but either way, out of our control. Hook comes in here, Vol going to get knocked down, tries to take a breather out, and will take a breather out, getting healed up by Rob420 during all this, and takes Ico for a ride. What great healing coming in by Rob420 to keep Vol in that fight. Magachu still trying to turn this back around, but Vol still alive, still a threat here as a result of that support play, and this is a big here for LG Evil as they try and keep the hope alive. But it's under a minute left here, Hex, and even if they take this, they only get an extra 30 seconds.
It's going to be rough for him. Train and Vol do combine for a couple, and it has been so far the Roadhogs battling back and forth. Need to get this cleanup going to try to get as much time as possible for the next point. It does seem like they have cleaned up the majority of it. Ultimates available for this next and perhaps final fight on Anubis. Earthshatter for LG Evil. We'll have the Electric Cowboy combination as well, going against a Graviton, Sound Barrier, Pulse Bomb, and a Nano Boost on the target of their choosing.
Final minute remaining here for LG Evil. See what they make of it here. I don't think we're going to be seeing a super aggressive Deadeye, but Jake, if nothing else, has had good Deadeye sense, so
try to get to his perch.
Maybe he'll find a way. Deadeye will find a way, but no, it's Electric Cowboy, and he just immediately removes Juvenile from the game. Goodbye, 6 bullets and you're done. Jake follows up the Deadeye, takes down Zarya. 2 kills here for LG Evil, make it 3. And will they finish this with time left? Will they have time left going into the next attack? Could very well be a thing here, Hex.
Comes a supercharging Reinhardt trying to get in there. He gets countercharged, still in the corner, still buying time though, as they do buy time for the Diva to get out there and get in Jake's face, trying to shut him down. Here comes the Mangachu Bastion on defense, trying to bring this back.
Why not? Trying to pull it out at the very moment, and immediately removes Train from his mech. The Bastion demeching service, and they get off the point. That is going to be it. LG Evil not able to slay their assault demons here. Renegades evening up the series 1-1.
Why don't teams like the Point or Carts, CP?
Well,
why do they hate them?
I don't know. Why do bad things happen in the world?
I don't understand the amount of times teams have gotten off of objectives, and this tournament has been astounding.
Very much has, and Roadhog, of course, big factor here in this game, and get to see a little bit here from Mangachu, although this is already looking like the play of the game is slightly trolling us.
Well, Mangachu had a pretty nice hog life. Lived that hog life proudly. Got a lot of kills done, especially on first point defense.
I was going to say, actually, how do you feel about that hog changeup? I mean, I feel like that might be one of the best decisions Mangachu has made in recent games. Is, you know, he's playing pretty well on the Pharah, but not something you want to see on defense there.
I mean, sometimes
for Anubis.
Sometimes you need pulled pork in your life. What more can I say?
Isn't it pulling pork?
It's pulling pork. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah.
And rather than pulled pork, which is a little bit too direct. But either way, you take a look at the switch up there. I mean, Roadhog is very good right now in this patch. There's no denying it. Yes, Hook went up to 8 seconds, but the scrap gun, 20% more effective, and he was able to get pickoffs in most fights, usually early on. And LG Evil, for a team that's very good at initiating on almost every map, they don't quite have it together on Assault.
It doesn't surprise me at all. I think I was running camera for one tournament, and Mangachu was playing Roadhog, and I just left it on him. It was absolutely easiest decision I ever made. I watched him completely control a game as Roadhog. I think it does come into some of the stubbornness that I talk about him too, because I know he doesn't love playing Roadhog the way he loves playing Pharah, but obviously can be just as effective. So no surprise. I think his Roadhog is probably his second best hero below Pharah.
Well, and it seems like they were using it. They were almost playing a first strike defense there on first point, where they would wait for them to come into maybe the small room there, or they weren't even letting them get to the stairs on first. They were trying to get at them before they could make decisions, and it actually worked out pretty well on defense. They were really only fell once. LG Evil was able to push them past that to the point, give a little bit more space for Jake on McCree. And then, of course, we saw how second went down. But, oh, my gosh, Jake on McCree on second. He has got those fan the hammers down on Reinhard, enemy number one.
It's one of those things where it's well executed. I mean, it's a very simple setup where you flashbang over the top. Anyone that's around still throws in their fire into the Reinhardt, and then you fan the hammer, and if he's still not down, you fan the hammer again. And then hopefully at that point, your Reinhardt problem has been dealt with. So it is an effective way of isolating out Reinhardt. The only thing that strikes me as interesting is that I think it's a pretty good setup. I'd kind of like to see teams run that a little bit more on other maps. I mean, if you go way back, if you think about it, it's sort of unnerfing Fan the Hammer. There was a point where Fan used to do considerable damage, heavy damage. It was the tank slayer back to where people said, why would I run a Reaper when I can just hit right-click on McCree? Yep. And when you use Nano Boost, you sort of bring back some of that old-school power, and clearly, as we saw there, enough to send Juvenile to an early grave.
The flashbang over the shield is such a high-risk prospect, though, because if you miss it, you're dead as McCree. You're way too far in, and why they can run it is because they are running full support behind that McCree, too. So even if he gets hooked, sometimes you have Diva there for him. He gets bubbles on the rare occasion they're running a Zarya, but it is... There are pro players who miss that flashbang consistently. Jake is one who hits them consistently, so you go with that gambit. But getting that flashbang over the top, it seems like a simple thing. There are pros who don't hit it under the pressure that Jake's under.
No, he had some nuts flashbang. Yeah, he had one where it almost looked like he just tossed it to the side and killed a Tracer with it.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I saw that.
What is even going on here? But before we move into our next map, I only wanted to bring up one question for you. Because in both of the maps so far, we've seen some questionable ult usage coming out of Renegades, but they have been bringing something that we haven't seen against this LG Evil squad, and it almost seems like to me that they're trying to elevate their game to the level that maybe they're starting to make some mistakes. So I liken it to golf, like if you've ever played golf before. Where, man, if you want to hit that ball really hard, if you want to get some power behind it, you might be able to. And if it goes straight, that's going to be good. But the more power you try to put into it, the less control you have. And while they lost control a few times, maybe they're trying to hit them a little harder. They did find victory here. How important was it, though, for them to find victory on this map?
Well, it was going to be the map that they had to take. Yeah. I think if any team has a roadmap on how to beat LG Evil, it starts on, we're probably going to lose map 1. But don't worry about it, because when we go to Assault, we actually have a chance. And Assault on Anubis has been one of the very few maps that they've been beatable on.
The cruel joke about that, though, is that Hammers is very good on map 1, but they're also incredible on Control. So it's one of those things where, all right, so you get beaten by map 1, fine. You begin the comeback on Assault. Uh-oh. You begin the comeback on Assault. Now you have to deal with them on Control. What do you do?
Well, we're going to see, because Nepal is the next map. And this one was selected by LG Evil. One of the few times that they have selected a non-first map, as the losing team of the previous map selects it. Why do you think they're bringing us to Nepal instead of Ilios?
Well, this is going to be the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, because as good as LG Evil is on Control, Renegades is just as good. They are 7-1 on Control so far in this tournament. The only loss coming on Nepal.
There it is. Well, and we talk about Pharah. I mean, how does Pharah work on Nepal? Because as it turns out, the Renegades has someone that likes to play that Pharah. Is that maybe a factor?
I think he would play Pharah regardless of the Control map we're going to for the most part. It's very good on Oasis as well. So I think definitely the Pharah comes into consideration, having LG Evil showing that we're not necessarily going to run a counter to it.
Unless I'm going crazy, I'm actually thinking back to this. I think we saw this exact matchup on this very map back in the Overwatch Monthly Melee, and this was the time where Mangachu went to the skies versus then Hammers, and they had no response to it.
Yeah.
So really, we shouldn't be surprised by them having no response even still. Shades of old complexity.
It's just they have the response to it. They're just refusing to run it, which is the confusing part to me. Perhaps they have a better answer to it. I think their strategy is, and I've said this about a lot of top priorities for other teams, you either make them priority 1 or priority 6, and it seems like Mangachu is floating comfortably around priority 6 for them. They would rather fight everywhere else and then know that Mangachu can't do it without the rest of his team. So that seems to be the strategy. If Mangachu proves us wrong, then Jake has to switch onto something.
I think the thing that just makes me a little tilted when I look at this is the idea that Rogue gave you a blueprint. It was very simple. You ran McCree and Ana. Jake is a very good McCree. Rob is a very good Ana. You can punish Mangachu severely for doing what he's doing here, and it's just...
Well, instead, they're just going to give him the Genji very early as a sacrifice to the Mangachu gods. That is a very early kill to open this up and probably halts any sort of push from the side of LG Evil. And that's very likely going to be Renegades with the first point. Mangachu takes down another flanker very early. Train falls.
Gets one immediately. Now there's really no one to deal with them. 2 quick kills here from Renegades. And for LG Evil, this is a little bit rough. Jesus trying to move around and get a bit of cleanup. Will be able to do just that. So nothing going the way of LG Evil here. Just tons of cleanup. And tons of damage coming in from Mangachu, who hasn't had to worry about anything.
Oh, I know. He's just going to chuckle and, you know, spray a sorry as Jesus as they combine to mock the efforts of LG Evil. And why not? They have looked confused and lost this stage for sure. Getting blown up, both flankers in, haven't even had a decent fight yet.
My ultimate is
No,
charged.
not in the least. And so this goes into the next fight here, but it's going to be somewhat of an ult disadvantage if it goes any length of time. And Train just loses that Tracer v Tracer versus Genji fight, I suppose, if you want to add in all the parties. But it was just sloppy. 3 unanswered kills here by Renegades. And LG Evil looking positively mortal right now.
At the best, you're going to be 1v1, probably versus some support you don't see. You know you're all alone if you're Train. I don't understand engaging that fight right there. The best you were going to get was poke, and the worst was going to die away from your team, as they've done several times now. Jake and Train have not been playing well on their DPS, have not been able to find a crack in this Renegade's defense.
Well, Jake does have Dragon Blade up in this fight and certainly going to have to use it early on, but he's getting poked down heavily. He can't use it because he would just die immediately as Mangachu over the top drops the barrage onto the doorway, picking up 2. This has been so incredibly sloppy here by LG Evil, and actually thinking back to that monthly melee, I do wonder why Nepal is a choice here, because it didn't work out well for him last time.
It did not. I mean, maybe they're looking too far into the numbers, saying, hey, Renegades is undefeated on every other control map, but yeah, just your personal experience should have reminded them of this. They will be trying to get in, but that is a backline. Mangachu gets her up 420, sleeps for it. Jake finally getting some purchase here with his Dragon Blade, takes down 2. Looking for a little more, they will finally. Nope, Resurrection comes in, halts those plans.
Resurrection comes in. Now we'll see, at the very least, if LG Evil can clean this up and get some ult bank as a result. We do have a late Graviton coming in, so it's almost negative ult setup here, if nothing else. But does result in Train picking up 2 kills. Jake, meanwhile, finally slaying Lucio. Jair's rollerblading skills buying him some degree of time. And LG Evil on the board here, but very rough start to open things up.
On the board, perhaps the DPS are warmed up as we've seen Jake and Train combine for a couple kills. It's a lot easier to defend when you have control than it is to attack into control, so perhaps benefit of the doubt going there, but it looked very rough. Still no pure answer to Mangachu, putting a lot of pressure onto Rob, and also when he jumps in, you have to think Train's going to be trying to get in position. It just takes a lot of effort to kill a Pharah in this spot.
Dragon Blade is going to be coming out here from Aiko. This time gets his target immediately onto Ana. 3 kills here from Renegades. From dead to deader is LG Evil here. Not a whole lot of hope that they pull this back. Jake certainly going to try, but with the Voss going to fall there, this is going to be a recap here for Renegades. And now 90% LG Evil perhaps going to go for a last gasp attempt here, but even getting people back on the point is going to be very difficult.
Not ideal. There's the Earthshatter, hits absolutely nothing as Juvenile does take down Super. All over but the Crying as Jesus takes out his counterpart. This was not even as close as the score indicates, unless this Dragon Blade can bring it back. Jake, ambitious as he is.
That Dragon Blade was absolutely not bringing anything back. So
that felt not even close to 45%. LG won a single fight there, and mostly what's... I mean, I don't want to harp on it too much, but you can't let Mangachu do what he wants, right?
No, you can't. And again, there is a competitive blueprint out there, videotape that you can use to go, here's how you deal with this. Now, I understand that not every team is alike, not every team feels comfortable wearing the same options, but the upside of Jake being on the Genji right now is not the upside of Mangachu being on the Pharah.
True.
It's just not.
Yep. Hard to disagree with you there. Jake is going to fight Pharah with Pharah, going to take to the skies. Rob was on the Mercy, give him that full support, but perhaps he wants to hit the Monk to a pretty decent area for Zenyatta on this stage. He can dodge a lot of fire and still remain in sight lines where he needs to, so it's going to be an orb up top. Train has gone off to Soldier 76, so at least it's not insanity. They're not going to try the same thing and expect different results.
No, now they're going to have Jake go in and try and out-Pharah Mangachu, which is very possible. I mean, Jake is a great Pharah, but would seem a little bit more unlikely given the relative experiences on the character overall. Still, though, first fight's underway here, 5v5. Both teams trying out a little bit early. Poke as Jake able to immediately remove Mangachu from the fight. A rocket removing him from the equation. And suddenly, better fight here from LG Evil, though certainly not one by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, we see one of the reasons why people don't run Zenyatta. He was hunted down and deleted by the Tracer very early, was Rob 420 on there. They're getting 3/4 of a tick, though, regardless of how this fight went. Renegades will take first point. Perhaps not for long, though, as a couple kills come in late for LG Evil. They try to get on that Mercy. They do. That should be enough. Nice midair onto Ico.
This is so much better coming out from LG Evil because now you have the Pharah v Pharah threat, and you also have the Soldier. Now, you're running the Zen here, which is an interesting take, where I think the Orb is going to be going on Jake a lot of the time, which is less healing per second than what you're getting from Mercy, but you're going to have the Discord Orb there that makes the Pharah far more vulnerable to Train. I like the switch up here so far.
The Discord will be permanently on Mangachu until someone presents themselves as a more immediate threat, perhaps a Tracer onto him. Route 420 goes down very early. Juvenile dive the backline with that Diva. They do take down Ico. Here comes a barrage, takes down 2 from Jake. Resurrection comes in, though.
Gonna force out the Rose immediately, and Train says, I have the attack visor ready for the situation, or does he? Ends up dying to Mangachu anyways, as here comes Ico. Light Dragon Blade to fight. Gonna be more of a cleanup Dragon Blade, or perhaps a Dragon Blade that tests if it can slice the wind, as it only picks up 1 towards the very end, and certainly wasn't needed for that.
Well, there was a sound barrier, I believe, somewhere in there, a little more excusable for that Dragon Blade, as they still have the numbers presence on the point. It continues to tick up for Renegades. This fight very long and drawn out as Jake comes back in. Here's an angry monkey trying to knock people off the edge, but a re-mech'd Diva is going to stop that. This has been as brawly as a Nepal stage you'll ever see.
It's certainly back and forth, but one thing to keep in mind here is that Renegades does have the edge. They got control back, and now it's been this long fight, which means that as long as LG Evil doesn't fully win it, they're not going to get progress despite how even it might otherwise be.
Absolutely. As long as the fight goes on and they have control, they're going to be fine with it. You don't necessarily want to take that fight against a aware Zenyatta. Jesus learns that lesson the hard way as Rob takes him down. This is a lot of kills for LG Evil. They should be able to find the cleanup and bring this point back. Zenyatta's very easy to kill if he doesn't see you coming, but he saw you. He saw you, Jesus, and Rob punished him for it.
Got punished immediately, and LG Evil, they are going to be retaking this point, but so much progress done there by Renegades in a fight that was otherwise even. That's the power of having control here on a control map. And now for Renegades, arguably 1 fight away here, Hex. So we'll see what they do here, but certainly plenty of time to store up some ultimates and go in for 1 really good attempt.
Well, we'll see how practiced Juvenile is on his Diva. He's going to have self-destruct up here. Probably launch that in before the fight starts. You don't really want to be doing it during the fight as Diva, the option of losing your mech at that point in time. But this is some pressure over the top. That is Sherlocky putting a lot of return pressure onto Jake's Pharah.
Wow, LG Evil rushing back in. It's going to be Mangachu dying immediately. He's now in a Winston of all things, so they got him off the Pharah. The Zenyatta was the key to making that switch off. And Jake still gets to dominate the skies. 2 kills off that barrage. This is a very good adjustment here from Hammer so far, or LG Evil, I should say. Old habits.
Old habits do die hard, but this is now LG Evil, the artist formerly known as Hammers, taking the firm lead in it. Last fight for them incoming. Very likely if they win this fight, they will win the stage and equalize the map.
Well, what a twist coming out here. Now it's Mangachu on anti-Pharah duty. I mean, on one level, you'd think he knows how to neutralize the Pharah. On the other level, this certainly was not Renegades wanted moving in. Here comes Attack Visor out and Train. Going the fall immediately. Not getting too much out of this. Mangachu in the back. Almost no HP. Just punched off the ledge by Super. So relatively even here. Aiko picks up one with the Dragon Blade, has to put it away. Still, though, this is not necessarily great for LG Evil. If they get pushed off this point, they have to come back very quickly if they want to retake.
Well, they will get pushed off this point, in large part because Rob is down and Ana had taken out Jake from the sky. Sherlocky putting in work to take down that Ana. 99% will be the marker that LG Evil leaves it at. A little bit of a late stagger here onto the Lucio and Winston. So by the time this next one commences, when all the dust has settled, we will have a winner of this stage.
83% to 99%. Last attempt here for LG Evil, and they're going to have to do it through the sound barrier of Renegades. We'll see if they can do it here. Of course, Renegades already up 1 round to 0. This fight, though, underway. Vol gets the graviton just as the fight begins, drops it. That's going to be enough to immediately remove Juvenile from the fight, but so is Avast. 5v5. LG Evil throwing everything they have here onto that point. And it is very even right now, but perhaps a little bit more even in favor of Renegades. Electric Cowboy in action from the flank, removes Jake from the fight. And the fair control working out. Still, I'm the deal with Winston and Zarya, and staying at the Zarya here, it's actually looking pretty good. Down goes Super, and Vol could be next to fall.
Clutching it out on this McCree as he has to roll into double tanks. 4 HP, finally getting some heals up. They gotta be careful, they give the cap away.
Cap is taken here by LG Evil, and down goes Jer. I don't know, he got a little bit aggressive there. I don't think he needed to do that to stall it. It's possible that he did, but he pays the price no matter what. 2 kills here from LG Evil, and suddenly Renegades, despite some nice pickups by Mangachu, on the verge of falling here on the Shrine. That is going to be the turnaround from the side of LG Evil. You're now tied up 1-1.
I think so much of that was dependent on the Zenyatta play. You saw the focus being so driven on getting back to Rob in the back lines that allowed some space for his own DPS to get going. And Rob, even though he got jumped on a couple times by a Tracer, by Jesus' Tracer in specific, stuck on the Zenyatta, and then finally was sitting in the right sight lines, able to defend himself and discording those targets, making the cleanup that much easier on his team. I'd be surprised if he doesn't run it. But this is Sanctum, ZP. You want to know how I can tell?
Well, it's because Mangachu is on Junkrat, Hex. That is exactly how you can tell.
That is right. Is one of the only people in the tournament to run Junkrat. This is the only stage you really see Junkrat. Cracking the shields on the stairs. Let's go, Rubbish Raccoon.
Now, if LG Evil has done their homework, they should expect this, and they should not fight stairs. There's actually way too much poking power from here. You want to attack this from the side. That is the effective way of dealing with this, and that appears what they're doing. They're not fighting the stairs versus Junkrat. But as a result, Renegade's getting a pretty good jump on the LG Evil early on here, and they strike pay dirt. Super not able to get away. The rotation just a little bit slow, and oh no, backed into a corner, and here come the Junkrat bombs. This could not be getting any worse here for LG Evil. They try and escape. Oh no, not like this. Yikes. Final little bouncing ball there towards the end. Yeah, the rotation of let's go into the even tighter area against the Junkrat, probably not top 10 plays in the league.
No, not at all. And regardless of the hero he's on, Mangachu is the person you have to shut down first, because we talked about how you can't leave a 76 or a Pharah unattended. You really can't leave a Junkrat to just spit out 6 nades every second whenever he feels like it.
And the Tire takes down 2. That cannot be happening. I understand you don't see Tire a whole lot in comp, but to take down 2 off that just wins a fight outright.
We don't see Tire a whole lot in comp because it's a very weak ultimate. It dies to anything. If you blink at it wrong, it blows up and dies. And so it's really surprising they were unable to kill it before it got in there. Mangachu still making this Junkrat work, getting all the support he needs. And remember, kids, it's not spam, it's tactical area denial.
Well, there is tactical area diving in right now by LG Evil. They take down 2 immediately, catching Renegades off guard. Junkrat or no Junkrat. It's going to be 2 kills here from Jake. And that should be the end of Junkrat here for this map. Unlikely that Mangachu will stay on it when trying to retake the point. Of course, I say that, still have a little bit delay coming out here by Jesus, looking for a bit more knockoff into the pit, but would it be difficult to hold it on? And Mangachu is now off the Junkrat. 76 now represented.
Rest in pieces, Junkrat. I shall miss thee until the next Sanctum, my friend, and we will meet again. Next Sanctum for Renegades, anyway. So a couple chances tomorrow, as they have 2 matches tomorrow, for us to see more Junkrat. They will be holding doorway. Most teams have been holding doorway lately, trying to get free ultimates. Graviton should be incoming. Graviton does come in.
Graviton's going to come in. He's going to pick up 4 takers immediately. His trade is there with the fall through. Ends up taking down 2 very quickly off of that setup. Making it 3 before it's all said and done. So still a while to go here for LG Evil. Only about to hit 30%. It took a while to recap things here, so Renegade still have plenty of time to actually find a way to bring this back.
Yeah, Renegade's still in a rather good position here. They're going to have a Graviton of their own, did not burn it on the way out the door, so that will probably be their entrance strategy here, knowing that they're not going against a Graviton. They rotate low, and wow, they're going to get sent off the cliff.
They want to explore the other stages in Pollax. That's just all there is to it. As Train almost certainly has picked up play of the game with that in a 3K whole hog that involved environmental depths.
They wanted to relive the glory days and go back to first stage. Found the quickest ticket there was riding a whole hog all the way down to village.
It is the best ride here. It's how Nepal is going to make all sorts of money in the future.
Yeah, Nepal being a theme park, I see no issues with that at all. Jake is going to try to get in here, get some poked on, probably dash through his incoming. About to have Dragon Blade up, although Super goes down early. Losing a Reinhardt early, never great.
They've lost Super here, and here comes Dragon Blade from Jake to the back. Slicing, so much value, picks up 3! Oh, the blade tastes well tonight, but ends up falling in the very end, so we'll see if it's enough. Train going to end up going down as well. So despite the contribution there from Jake, it's not clean, but oh, there's the Earth Shatter from Super. Just walk up Earth Shatter, slam, goodbye. Perhaps good night. Have a little bit of life here from Aiko. Is he going to get away? Oh no, Super not able to finish his play, but Jake is there, able to get the last little kill there. Remaining members of LG Evil coming in, and they might be turning around this Nepal yet.
Well, they have to be careful to not give up the point, as it is very close to being flipped back over, and we've seen teams not be the most aware of where they are situationally, but it does seem like they clean it up. Got to give it up to Super there. He came in, solo ulted a point, able to knock down 2, walk just far enough to get Sherlocky on the ground before he flipped around, got the charge, stayed alive, allowed his team to get back there, but that solo ult ended up being huge for them.
It was very significant indeed, and now LG Evil, despite a rough start in trying to figure out the Mangachu equation, is now up 2-1 here on Nepal. They have a little bit of breathing room.
And it sounds like a terrible movie I would watch, the Mangachu equation. About like a mathematician who gets shunned by his country or something. I'm just spitballing here.
But the equation he has will solve energy problems forever.
Oh, perfect.
Coming this summer.
That's pitch it.
Near you.
Can I get Kevin Bacon involved?
Yes.
All right.
There's no way that you can't get Kevin Bacon.
He's actually already signed on just hearing us from this cast.
Gary Oldman's probably knows it.
They will take this high ground here. It will be looking like a Braveheart setup as they try to get him, but bullied out by the barrage of rockets over top. Train, though, takes down Juvenile.
Train able to get down Juvenile now. Jake looking to apply pressure to the Mangachu here once more. Now he's not going to have the Zen Orb that's helping him here. McCree's still a threat, but Mangachu able to take down that potential counter to him coming in from the flank, and can't happen there is that just too many people have gone down, and Mangachu feasting on the cleanup, picks up 3 before the carnage is all said and done.
Once you rotate into that high ground there, you have to decide if you're going or you're pulling back. A little bit tentative there. Once they knew the area, Jesus came in from the other side, was able to take down Rob 420. Such a pivotal
We warned you about this word.
We made a bet that I wasn't going to screw up that word. All right, I'm done. You won the bet. Never again. It's out of my vocabulary. He made a crucial mistake.
Well, in a pivotal moment here. Jesus comes in, drops a pulse bomb, takes down 2.
Oh, I psyched myself up for it. Oh, it was tragic.
I'm just worried it's contagious, and I'm not going to be able to say the word anymore.
I don't even know what word you're talking about. Pivotal. It's been deleted from my vocabulary.
You pivot, and then you add Al. Al's a great person, especially when you throw him at the end of pivots. That's how you get pivotal. It's not even close.
I feel like this is a first grade vocabulary class, and I'm failing. Regardless, Mangachu over the top, damage boosted. There's been no answer for him despite Jake being on the McCree. He's going to come in a little over the top. We've seen Mangachu get himself out of position on this map before, and it's going to be that case again. No need to give that capture, but they do.
Well, they do get up, and this has been a running problem here for Renegades, and Jake now able to deal with Aiko, gets a second kill, and powered up by Zenyatta, McCree is a scary thing indeed. Mangachu looking to undo some of the bleeding here. But might be too little too late. This is where McCree is now established. Now you're going to have to move in, and Jake's going to have a better position for dealing things. There's Sherlocky just taken out of the sky. No more healing beam here onto Mangachu. Although, does get instant revenge for his long-lost partner.
Well, I like that they've gone double hit scan here. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Mangachu, which is sorely needed. Jake was able to take the aggressive stance he did to hunt down the Mercy, knowing that if he dies, the rest of his team will still be in position to deal with Mangachu at some point. It took him a while to get to this, but this is a perfect anti-Pharah setup. You got a McCree, 76, most importantly, perhaps, Zenyatta for that Discord.
You can't ask for more pressure on the Mangachu, and it's about time that it's there. Train a little bit too over aggro. The Discord orb was on him, but you take rockets to the grill like that, it's not going to end in your favor. As Mangachu right now getting casual cleanup on the remaining members here of the LG Evil squad. Nice and easy, but pretty back and forth here between both sides. And don't forget, LG Evil playing a little bit with the house money here. They can lose this round and come back in. And to that note, they only have to win 2 more fights regardless, so...
Mangachu learning he's going to have to be careful against this team composition. Can't get the free peek that he wants over the top without at least thinking twice about it. Looks like they want to run triple DPS with Zenyatta up over top. The rest of their squad below. Here comes a Deadeye. Does get Aiko in the background.
Unacceptable for Aiko to get caught like that. That cannot happen. But Jake taking full advantage. Takes down 2 with the Deadeye thrown in there. 4 kills here by LG Evil, and remainder is going to get mopped right up. So for Renegades, what could be their final fight coming up here in just a moment, because by the time they get in, it's going to be about 80%, and unless they get wiped real quick, that will be it.
They're going to be pushing into a team with 2 very important ultimates up. Graviton, Surge, and Earthshatter at the ready. Both of these tanks probably want to stagger these unless you're really in trouble in a fight, using 1 for 1, 1 for the next. If there is a next one, this has been a slow initiation, so 85% on the percent ticker.
Although Winston jumping in is going to be giving Mangachu room to come in from the opposite flank. Not getting as much as he wants here, though. Definitely having to respect the hit scan, but does come in off the flank. Goes for the barrage, is immediately taken down by Train. Here's the res coming in, but here's Attack Visor, meant to deal with heroes that have been just resurrected, but not really line of sight of a whole lot of them as Renegades perhaps just cracked through here. They're getting back onto the point.
Now, very nice positioning by the Winston there to deny a lot of the angles that Tactical Visor wanted to take. A nice boop at the end is going to mean that Train cannot escape. Last fight incoming. LG Evil did save 1 ultimate. That is Super's Earthshatter. It's going to be absolutely critical in this next fight.
When they were Hammers Esports, he won the Razor Hammer, although is there even going to be a next fight? This is where Jake has to potentially sacrifice his body. He gets on the point. He causes overtime. Super, where is your hammer at?
Dead.
If you don't drop it soon,
it's in the grave.
He's gone. Farewell. Well, we'll see if the rest of them can still make it through, but it's looking heavily unlikely as Jesus, a pretty good garbage man himself, at removing the last little bit.
Well, it looks like we will be tying it up on Nepal. Jesus with his traditional self-sacrifice there at the end.
Pulse Bomb test 217. Today, I tried Pulse Bomb again in Nepal. It still blew me up.
Results the same. Results consistent with expectations.
One day. Freedom.
All these afterlives, you know, just too much. Sometimes you just don't want to exist. She's trying.
Well, speaking of freedom here, we are going into the Sanctum, and Hex, you might have misled our viewers here at home, may have misled me. You said that we'd be seeing more Junkrat the next time we're on Sanctum, and instead I'm seeing Junkrat's cohort in crime, Roadhog.
Well, that's what happens to me when I let my dreams be dreams. Reality comes smashing down, and Mangachu runs Roadhog instead. Thanks, buddy. Regardless, both teams running that Roadhog. Compositions very similar. Jake will be on Genji, whereas Jesus will be on Tracer. That's it. That's the difference.
Both teams right now trading off here in the habitual stair fight here. And again, it's going to be Renegades winning this early stair fight. No Junkrat required. Although, as I say that, they do fight back. Both Reinhardt's out playing. Now, any team's game is Jake. Goes to the back, trying to get deep in on the Jer, but kind of gets slipped through. And this is a lot of time he's spending not actually being part of the fight. Time that Mangachu is using the Devour Bull back in the back line. This could be getting bad and worse here for LG Evil. He's getting very little done, but Sherlock going down, suddenly an option.
That's something. There's a nice pull that's going to drop that pork into the pit as Mangachu goes down. Jared does get a nice boop onto Super, but it has been Jake who's gotten the kills at the right times when he's needed to. Going to chase down this Zarya as well. Got to be a little careful. Not too careful, though, as Aiko goes down. They threw some bodies on there late to stall it up, but this is LG Evil cleaning up that fight in no small part because of Jake's Cyber Ninja.
Well, That is some cyber agility he has going from, though he is not agility. He is still quite an agile ninja. And going to the next fight, this is where LG Evil going to be holding things up pretty far up here, not really giving Renegades a free entry in. So it's not going to stop Tracer from trying. Here comes a whole hog, and this is going to crack through the shield in just a moment. Pinned against the wall. Also, Train getting whole hog into the pit. So
it's not consistent though. He shot it at the ground. It should have propelled him up like a rocket.
Well, that's certainly not happening as 3 kills come out here from Renegades. The boop off from Mangachu doing its work as Aiko. Don't get an angry Rosario than that. Charged up with 100% energy. Gonna be not only finishing out the fight, but building up a graviton for the next fight.
Well, this is very close. We are 1-1 in the series, 2-2 on the map. If Renegades can win this, they will be one of the first teams to take a lead over LG Evil in this entire tournament. Super will take down Juvenile, and the trade still unable to get in here, and they have to be very careful of this Graviton. It's going to come in behind him, grabs 3.
Well, they don't look at the Zarya, and they get grabbed as a result. They're going to Sound Bear to try and live through it.
Counter grab.
The counter grab is in. Here comes Super. Swings the hammer off the nano boost. Avast actually picking up 3 of those kills. Just a little bit of Lucio support to that Reinhardt. And now, suddenly, LG Evil going to be retaking control of the point off of what was honestly a very nice counter grab. Always risky to do the sound barrier counter, but it did work out in this case.
They had to use just about everything, but it did work. Lucio dropping beats and taking names with the 3K there. Always good to see him show up in the kill feed when he gets some of the glory. 90% on this Dragon Blade for Jake. Both teams at 55% on the meter. That's a nice sleep on his Super, and he dies in his slumber.
Well, he dies, and that opens up Juvenile to drop the hammer and knock down 3. Jake, though, gonna try and be the equalizer. Going to the back, 2 slices. Down goes on. A dash reset, moves in, has to put away the blade. That's gonna be it, but and he just says, enough. I've had enough. I'm going to explore the hidden depths and find the hidden gold of Nepal.
Thank you, Omek, for resetting the map for us. As the Silver Monkeys try to push out here, 70% for Renegades, 65 for LG Evil. This could not be closer stage-wise, map-wise, series-wise. It's getting down to it, though. Aiko getting bullied off the cliffs. A very aggressive charge on a Juvenile. We'll see if he gets punished in it for it or not. Mangachu goes down, though, and that is 2 nice kills for LG Evil to start this out.
Jake getting the better Mangachu there towards the end, and here comes Train. Not much he has to worry about, although he does get hit by a Bionade. Goes a little bit too far in. Damage overall going to deal with him, but while they're focusing on him, they're not looking at Jake. Jake from the back effectively takes down 2, and this is going to be re-grabbed here by LG Evil. Next fight here, almost certainly going to decide the fate of this map. It all comes down to this. What's been a very close Nepal, about to reach its final conclusion.
I would expect Train to be using his whole hog here. This has been the corner of whole hogs the entire set, the entire tournament for the most part. This is where you see whole hogs more than anything else.
Jesus holding the plus bomb. He's next time. No, Aiko has a graviton. This could be huge. Train not going to give him the opportunity. Opens up with the whole hog here, looking for at least 1 kill. Juggling back, finds chair. And now do or die here for Aiko. He's going to go for the graviton. Uneven number situation. The fall through, not necessarily those. Jake is in the back line. The Dragon Blade takes down 1, but Aiko and Mangachu towards the very end are going to get some fall through. It's not with the graviton, but it very well could be enough. 99 to 97% right now. Both teams fighting for their lives, and Train's still in it.
Aiko's still alive, though, in the corner, giving his team all sorts of support. Mangachu takes out his counterpart in Train with a whole hog. 98%. Is there going to be able to get a charge onto the point?
Oh, no,
knocked off, but the Tracer's on the point still.
Super's gone, and now Tracer trying to get a little bit of final delay. Is it going to be enough? Very likely not, as the final few kills going the way here of Renegades. Super would have been a huge benefit there in that fight, but with him falling, so do LG Evil's hopes of taking the map, and that's huge. LG Evil has been near unstoppable in control, and now they're the ones that have to win 2 in a row.
I partially expected it based on Renegade's great record on control, that it was going to be at the very least be close, and it was close. Does not get much closer. There it is, Train knocking people off the cliff. Whole hog is a pretty good ultimate.
Well, it's whole hog, it's environmental kills, it's people exploring the hidden depths of Nepal. Not where you really want to be on that map.
There were a lot of people looking for gold down there, actually, this time. I kept writing down, boop of the week, boop of the week. There's all these potentials there. A couple of them were intentional, but a lot of them were forced. But that's not really the story of this match. This is, I mean, I was just on the edge of my seat the entire time. And this was something that I've been building up in my head a lot, even over the last couple of weeks, because I knew that these two teams were going to face off till week number 4. And I guess, is there any question in anyone's mind as to whether or not Renegades deserve to be in that second slot?
No, I think LG Evil started slower than I expected them. I think their adaptation wasn't as quick as I thought it would be. But you took 2 maps off a team that only dropped, I think, 3 or 4 maps in the entire tournament. Then, yeah, Renegades, you have to start putting in that conversation. Renegades, I've never believed that they were incapable of hanging with LG Evil, but I wanted to see it a little more. I'm still a little worried about their consistency level, how it goes forward.
I do wonder how this map turns out if LG Evil goes with the McCree Zenyatta 76 combo earlier instead of giving away a few rounds for free to the Pharah. I think that if they'd swapped it up earlier, it probably would have went in their favor. I don't know why they had to run their heads into it repeatedly to get the idea, but they did adapt. It's just they didn't have enough margin for error at the very end in what was a very, very close final round.
Yeah, no, they didn't swap. They swapped to the Pharah v. Pharah, and that actually went pretty well for them on Shrine. But then it wasn't until the 3rd map that they actually even switched it up at all. And yeah, that's my question is, if you react faster, what's the difference in this one? Well, the only other thing I wanted to talk about was the McCree, when they did play McCree versus Pharah, who got the best of that? And I mean, I guess is that what we expected?
I mean, certainly Mangachu was under more pressure and fought it off reasonably well, but I think the proof was in the pudding the first time it came out, where he said enough and had to come out on McCree. So clearly, if you can make him swap off his bread and butter, what he really likes running, you've done something right. There's no other way around it. It's just, I wish they'd done that a little bit earlier in the map, because they, I think, just lost too much, and they probably could have taken an earlier round, but they left themselves no margin for error, and it came down to the wire, and they weren't able to finish it out.
Well, that's the first part of it, is making him swap. And then the second part is, do you have an answer to what he swaps to? Because if he swaps to Roadhog, he can also still cause all sorts of havoc. His 1 or 2 lives on McCree were really good lives on McCree, Razor's Edge lives, but able to get a lot of kills there too. So Mangachu's not really a one trick. His Pharah is amazing, so that's why you have to start with getting him off of Pharah, but he can still run other things. I think they did succeed in the pressure, but this is a team that can run everything, run every hero. I don't know why they don't run double hit scan before that. It's not like even if he switches, that double hit scan's bad against a lot of things that you're seeing. So it was a little confusing to see the late adaptation from LG Evil.
I do think part of the logic there is the idea that Pharah isn't necessarily great at fighting Genji straight up either. Like, neither hero really likes fighting the other. It's sort of, it wastes a lot of time, and I think maybe they were just thinking, well, you can be running Mangachu in the sky, but now you're going to have one less person to deal with Jake.
Right.
Unfortunately, I feel like an uncontested Pharah in the sky is a much bigger deal than a Genji that is perhaps dealing with less pressure, and the results were very plainly obvious.
Yeah, when you stack up resource for resource, what you're using, because Genji, once again, you know, he can make some plays by himself, but he really excels in that team environment where he's completing kills, contributing to damage. Whereas Pharah, I mean, Mangachu's just going around getting a lot more damage and potentially even securing kills solo, because he can get to your back line, especially if you're not really dealing with him. And we did see that come to fruition. That means that after Nepal, coming into map number 4, it is LG Evil who is down 1-2. And so they are going to be selecting this map. They selected Watchpoint Gibraltar. Any expectations coming into this one?
I think it should be a good map for LG Evil. I think they didn't want to necessarily go to Dorado because, RNG is better at Dorado. They're 2-2 so far. Gibraltar is a map that they're comfortable on, taking high ground, and they can run a lot of different things. But other than that, we weren't expecting this to be LG Evil's map choice or to be down in the series. So,
So for me, I remember back when LG Evil played against Rogue on this map, and I think something that's really worth noting is they can be outmaneuvered. How they're going to try and play this map is very simple. They're going to control the server room, and they're going to say, come fight us in the server room. If you can work around that, get them out of the server room, you can put them in a zone where you can really take them out. And in particular, when you're on your own attack, if you can avoid it, all the more power to you. The problem is that if you let them really get hardened up in that room, and then you take fight after fight there and you don't break them, that's bad. So that's probably the terms that we're going to see here as both teams compete here in sunny Gibraltar.
Yeah, well, and is this one of the maps they brought 4 tanks against Rogue? I'm trying to remember. Well, either way you slice it, we're going to find out what they have to bring, as Renegades have brought much more than many expected, up 2-1 in the series, coming into Gibraltar, going to try to close it out here, while LG Evil, they're looking for Game 5.
Well, LG Evil on the attack, so we have no idea what they're going to be running. That Rogue reference you made is actually very critical too, because a lot of how Rogue did it when they were on offense especially is they avoided server room by sending 2 up top maybe or 2 somewhere else. Meanwhile, there's always one person getting a free meter push here, free meter push there. Then when they're spread out somewhere else, oh, let's send the Genji back, free meter push. And you get it through those really difficult choke areas, thinking specifically of car wash. And then by the time you're in front of the server room, you're in position to where you want to be anyway on the offense to fight there. So we'll see how that shakes out. Jake on the McCree. Train's going to be with him on Diva. Mangachu this time around running a Soldier 76.
Unless they get success in the first push, Jake's not going to be in this McCree long. He is only out here because they were expecting a Pharah, potentially.
Maybe. We'll see. Jake has been running this McCree a little bit more often than most people. I do agree that it's mostly for the Pharah, but it can also shut down some of these flankers. Gets a nice little shot onto Jesus to deter him from doing anything. Going to keep his eyes on that, and we'll see how this battle ensues. Jake's going to go down with his team. His team has to retreat as well as they're taking a high ground. Slow pushing so far.
And now we head into the server room, and this is where, of course, LG Evil loves to fight. This is a huge mistake by Renegades to actually take the fight in here, and oh no. Nap time for Tracer. Met by a bullet, and now Jake can give it a cleanup here. This is where you don't fight LG Evil. You don't fight them in the server room. It's bad. It does not work out well. This is their home ground, if there ever was one. Maybe they were all IT guys. Who knows? Either way, they clean up that fight relatively quickly. Renegades caught out of position, and what else can you say there?
We need the Tespa splash screen to show all their majors. Probably a bunch of computer science down there. They are going to boost the Diva to try to lock out this point, make sure no shenanery can slow it down. As that is going to be a tactical assault visor from the top, getting mostly shut down by Train's Diva. Mangachu all up in his lonesome, has to run away, glow or not, and that is a very successful first take from LG Evil.
Split spawn time, Mangachu going down, not able to get away. He was hoping it, but Jake on McCree had some other plans, and they just can't get away.
But this is so important. The momentum with the first push into Gibraltar second is huge. If you can get it all the way over here, Jake's going to be setting up for the highest of noons. Getting some hey there's because they're important. Keep morale up. Say hello to everyone. They're going to be pushed back into this back corner. Already a pretty successful shuttle stage. Going to try to crack this shield.
This is dirty.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so they were dead on 3 different levels there. Graviton, Diva self-destruct, Deadeye.
Now they're jumping off the cliff. They don't want to split spawn again. Now they're coming back in. They want to fight this. All right, 1 meter left.
They haven't had enough punishment, clearly, because this is terrible positioning. And LG Evil perhaps angry after what just happened on Control, because they are viciously picking apart Renegades right here. Everyone getting in on this. I mean, mechanically, it's a slaughter. Just Renegade's not able to get anything done, and everyone from LG Evil contributing. Yikes.
Well, this will be a choke, at least on one side, the long corridor, to perhaps stall out the offense. The only thing slowing down the offense is the slow push of the cart on Gibraltar. But defense should be able to get in position to fight better now. I'm not going to say they're in position to stabilize. For that, they'd have to win a fight. Juvenile has Earth Shatter. We've seen it be hit or miss from him before. They're just boosting this Diva every chance they get. The hook will come in and yank Vol out of the equation. They will boost in Juvenile here, trying to get some.
Finally, a kill goes the way of Renegades. Multiple kills go the way of Renegades, as perhaps LG Evil going a little bit too far in front, but what a run. My goodness. Everything from mechanical play to some well-timed ult coordination. LG Evil putting on a gem of a series, and now Renegades, I actually don't like how far up forward they are. This could get punished in a very quick hurry, and now they have to quickly back out, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to back out in time.
Giving up one of the better parts of your defender's advantage, which is this long uphill hallway that you can defend at the top of, and there you go. 3 kills incoming. Jesus will take down Super with a pulse bomb behind the back, but that is it. That is going to be Aiko, not long for this world either, and this is not the position you want to let a McCree set up, and he's got his choice of high grounds once they clean up Jesus, which is right there. Will he go back? Will he go forward? Oh, actually debating the 2, is going to go forward high ground. You don't want him up here. Going to be difficult to deal with.
Well, sometimes it's high noon and sometimes it's McCree on high is how I'm going to say this here. And this is a great position for McCree to be in. You have to deal with him, of course. He's getting flanked by an Ana of all things. But Rest of LG Evil coming back in, taking down 2. 3 kills here, make it 4. As Renegade's really struggling to deal with the advantage LG Evil had positioning-wise there. Not able to take down Jake super early, and yikes.
Their best defense has been Jesus dying on the cart. It's really the only thing that has slowed down this cart the entire game.
What is that? Their best defense is Jesus taking one for the team on the cart.
Factually correct. It's the only time the cart wasn't moving was when Jesus was blinking around trying to slow it down and then eventually dying 1v5.
I just feel like if
that says a lot, does it not? That was the best defense they had?
You're not wrong.
You're just a jerk.
I don't know. I mean, we do have this thing. Don't forget about times where Renegades has been reverse swept and everything else. There is just this entire idea that Renegades runs out of steam late in series. And right now, I'm kind of feeling if Renegades were a cell phone battery, it'd just be flashing beep, beep, low battery warning, whatever you want to call it, because throw whatever it is about map preferences, map specialties, whatever, out the window. That was a shellacking of epic proportions.
Yeah, they just got bodied. They got bodied hard. It wasn't even close. Okay, so fighting outside of spawn there on last, when they had defense, it is their style, so I understand it to that point. But last on Gibraltar, the offense has to fight uphill in a hallway. That is a huge defender's advantage just to bail on, just to spawn camp. There are other maps where spawn camping makes more sense to me.
You're not wrong. I think in that case, they're just happy to win a fight and then want to keep that moving forward, but clearly wasn't going to be a thing. And now, again, if I had to pinpoint the start of that terrible fiasco where Renegades just basically served themselves up on a platter to LG Evil for the entire game, it was server room, where if you've done any homework on LG Evil, you know not to fight them in the server room. Rogue didn't fight them in the server room. They went out of their way to make them fight anywhere but the room. And that's how you approach this. You don't want to fight them at a time where they're dominant. And Renegades tried that and, frankly, failed pretty spectacularly.
Did not work out. We'll see. They do have a chance. They need to complete this map to at least send it into more rounds. They are going to get a lot of free push here, as it does Pure Evil wants to hold medium high ground here. Going to rotate over to server room, excuse me. And that's where they're going to want to fight yet again. They're going to try to bait them in. It's going to be up to the Renegades offense to try to find a way to bypass this.
All right. So LG Evil here actually not holding the server room early on. I do think they're going to retreat there as soon as the temperature gets raised up even a little bit here, and that's what they're going to do. They're taking refuge here, and this is where they're okay at the payload moving up, just not up until the front of the server room. And Jake actually on adventure. He's going full Lily, and adventure has been found. Sherlocky taken down, but a price has been paid. Blood for blood. But the overall fight going in favor of LG Evil here. They will be able to hold right in front of the server.
Jake is a sad panda indeed. Does not finish off that kill. Taking out the Ana is a trade that you'll make nearly every day, though, especially considering the spawns are right now about equidistance from where that payload is pushed. He'll get back here in time and maybe just even go hold high ground on his way through here. Anyway, so a first push stifled by LG Evil from Renegades. A nice hook is going to start this one off by Winston.
No. Well, with the early pickoff coming in here from Vol, now they don't have Winston to really get in on anything, but they're also not running a good comp that... It's just frustrating because I feel like they need to wrap their way around, get in, and start applying pressure to the server room that way. They don't want to attack the server room directly. They certainly are not equipped compositionally to attack the server room properly, but they're also not going away around that will do anything but actually get them out of the server room. So this is just frustrating to watch from Renegades.
I wouldn't mind them finessing the card a little bit, taking meter by meter. Here comes a Deadeye up top. An ambitious Deadeye will take out Mangachu. Jake was getting healed during that entire time, so that is one DPS threat taking down the other. Meanwhile, server room turned into a slaughterhouse as Vol unleashed Whole Hog. Sherlocky has seen this story before. Jake's just going to take a nap.
I mean, it's okay. In the far future, those servers are absolutely bloodproof. You can splatter blood against the walls, and they will still keep Overwatch running just fine.
Oh, what I wouldn't give for a bloodproof server. Don't ask.
Oh, here comes the sound bearer in from LG Evil. Still looking to defend this here. Really dealing with the nano boost coming in from Renegades. And at the very least, Renegades has them out of the server room here, so it's much more of a winnable fight. But they're going to lose Sherlocky relatively early on. Ico firing back on the Jake, so 5v5 here. Best opportunity the Renegades has had all match long Self-destruct coming in, and oh, there's the hook. Goodbye and good night to Mangachu. Pulled in to his demise, and the one upside here is that the payload is far enough that you can't quite hold server room as aggressively. You can sort of bypass it now.
That is definitely the upside. If they want to just go through high ground and then swap sides, make the defense come out and fight them, they do have that option. Of course, they should not be surprised that the server room is still the hold right now. They've been holed up there all game. They're going to look for a little bit of peak here, which they've done time and again. That has led to some early hooks. Now going to get aggressive. Hammers flips the switch.
Hammers moving in, a little bit of a changeup here, but is it a good changeup is a question. The answer might very well be no. Train dying for that early dive, 65 opportunity, and they're bypassing the server immediately, but Super gets a nano boost, going to be clearing out space on the cart. Last moment maneuver here by LG Evil, but Super falls. Still, Vol up and in this fight. They can just hold a little bit longer for respawns here. Hex they can still hold, but Vol quickly in danger. Goes for the whole hog, immediately interrupted. But he's bought time.
Yeah, Diva Matrix comes out, keeps him alive. Vol has bought enough time that Sound Bear is worn off. All the alts are out from the side of Renegades. They have to win this fight.
They haven't got it yet. It's very close. It's 0.4. Will they be able to get? No, Mangachu's going to fall. The rest of LG Evil getting on top of the payload. They don't have this just yet. We're in the overtime as Renegades now trying to get the final bit of push here. Earthshatter coming down. Perhaps not going to be enough, but the Graviton very well could be. 5 kills here from Renegades, and they have earned their trip into the hangar.
You're going to try to get this momentum, try to punish any split spawns. They do find an angry Reinhardt on the other side of the door.
And behind door number 1, he's known for playing Reinhardt. For LG Evil, it's Super. Guess the retail cost.
Well, not worth a whole lot right there as he goes down immediately to it. Now Renegades with some great momentum. They're going to have some ultimates to work with, but a very long first hold for LG Evil. 2 minutes left for a hangar phase. They're going to get aggressive again.
Well, they are getting aggressive and blind out the sound barrier, enabling that aggression. They already win Rhine versus Rhine. 2 unanswered kills here. Mangachu, even if he won that fight, first of all, it would have been a moral victory at best. This fight very much going in favor of LG Evil, so this is pretty unfortunate for Renegades. They need to make up time, and they had a chance to blaze through hangar, but not going to be blazing through this time, as now only 1 minute 30 remaining.
Well, the fights they've won, in my opinion, have been because of Sherlocky. That's been on both sides. He's been hitting giant bio grenades. Every time that they group him up, he's there, Johnny on the spot with the Bionade, and they've been able to really kind of chew through the health pools of LG Evil because of it. So Sherlocky's going to be absolutely critical in this next fight. Going to have nano boost up as well. Probably.
All right, Sound Bear coming in here from Renegade. Sherlocky under fire, but able to get away. Oh, not quite able to get away, but even during that time, he was not healing, which means that the Renegades offense out without an Ana for quite a while here. Still 4v4 though, so some potential of bringing it back, though their healing output very much lower. Pulse Bomb coming in, Jesus, taking down Super, so now perhaps creating a bit of an opportunity. Hog versus Hog here. Diva able to support Vol, doesn't go down immediately, but Renegade's starting to make some progress here. Under 1 minute remaining, but it's looking better for him.
Trained support Diva is a magician. Every time I think someone's going to die, all of a sudden, here comes a defense matrix to keep them alive. It happens time and again. They're going to try to contest out here. Point is contested at the moment. Earthshatter will come down in the back lines. This Tracer being very annoying, but Mangachu has gone down. That is a charge onto Vol. Sherlocky is going to chime in as well. Jake on the high ground, though, uncontested. No heroes to really do it. Here comes a flanking tack visor.
Oh, this is a potentially beautiful flanking tack visor for Jake. Takes down 2 immediately. Will fall, but damage has been completely done there.
110% worth as Train gets the Bunny Blaster up.
Well, 2 seconds left remaining here. Renegades, can you even touch the cart one more time? No! Mangachu just, he had enough. He's like, no, this isn't happening. What's more important, a few extra seconds on the cart or style? Sweet, sweet style.
That's the Mangachu playbook right there. Everything he does with style, even losing in style.
Not entirely sold on that, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm trying to help him out. Let's see who gets play of the game. Style points here. And
oh
I mentioned,
my God.
Yeah, Sherlocky played really well.
I actually just wish he had the Halloween mask on, so we could
watch
see
this Bionade right here.
It's a great Bionade. a way of finishing things out. But if he had the Halloween mask on, that would have been like pure what face in Twitch chat. You know what, guys? Say what face anyways. Golden Boy's awesome, and he does want to be on the top 10 emote list for Twitch again when TwitchCon rolls around this year.
We have got some unusual sponsors. I think we've had some grilled cheese, a lot of different things.
Golden Boy's a
now.
national treasure, though. How dare you?
Hey, listen, are you saying that grilled cheese is not a national treasure?
It's not Golden Boy.
Okay,
Although Golden Boy.
Just let's carry on with some Overwatch.
Okay, Overwatch. Back to Overwatch because that is what we're watching here. I feel like after this series, I just needed a breather. You know, I mean, it's 2-2 here.
Yeah.
LG Evil, they're able to bring it back against Renegades. And one thing I want to ask about Renegades is you said, well, maybe their low battery is starting to show. How much of that is they were really strong on a few maps and not as strong on these maps? Or how much of that maybe is that they have been attributed to being a momentum-based team?
I'm not sure if it's momentum or just really that BO3s are more their jam than BO5s because, I mean, we're starting to get to a sample size here with Renegades where it does feel like they have lasting power problems in longer series, and that's actually very problematic as many tournaments still in the scene are not just one-off BO3s. They're longer series over the course of a longer day, and in fact, you look to their sort of disparate results in the last Overwatch Monthly Melee, I don't know why you would have significant stamina problems, but I don't know. Maybe it's a thing for Renegades.
It does seem to be too large to ignore, and we're going to be going into a map 5. I think last week we had problems here where they were going, and they started looking very sloppy. And
Yes.
that was the issue why we even began entertaining the idea that fatigue and endurance might come to mind, because they were making plays they hadn't made all night. They were playing more individually than as a team. This map in particular, we'll see what side they want to be on. I think we're going to Eichenwald.
Doesn't it look like that?
But a lot of jump ups into high ground got completely shut down, completely denied, and they were going alone, going staggered. So we'll see. But yeah, I do think they have an endurance issue.
Yeah, well, and this is going to be testing that endurance and their stamina, coming in here to go that extra mile into Game 5. And they're looking to be the first team to potentially upset LG Evil. The question is, do they have that staying power? Don't look at me like that.
I'm just full of joy from the previous conversation.
Yes,
Thinking, what would Mr. X do? And that's all I can think about right now. So apparently I'm making everyone else laugh here.
I do have
you
some
think
questions.
that, then you do the opposite. Is essentially how you should live your life.
Do the opposite of X.
Yeah.
There we go. Well, either way, I do have some questions. Let's just recheck in. We've been through the 2 and 2, or it's almost like a best of 1 now. It's a really bad way to think about it, but I'm going to go and think about it that way. Let's revisit our players to watch. So Juvenile versus Super. What have we seen out of these two this series so far?
I think it's been pretty even, but I think that can always happen when you have Juvenile who's going to take chances, going to take risks, that as Super, you're not always expecting it. It's been somewhat back and forth. I don't think either of them have had enormous standout games, but that's kind of what you want from your Reinhardts. I think overall, if I was still drafting today, I'd start with Super.
Oh, certainly. And although I will say that for Juvenile, I was pretty harsh on him in the very beginning. I do think that consistency has had issues, but this has been a better series for him so far. It hasn't been the complete outplay mismatch that I thought it would be early on. So bravo to Juvenile. Now let's see if he can bring it home going into a final map.
He's making a lot of his charges. He's charging Super. He's taking the fight to Super before it can happen to him, which I think is smart. That's how you deal with Super.
Well, I feel like maybe the reason that he's standing out a little bit more and maintaining some consistency is I think that the area, if I had to pin down the one thing that really has been his opportunity is with the actual Reinhardt Shield Earthshatter battle. And we haven't seen as much of that. There haven't been as many standoffs. It's been pretty high intensity coming in, and that's where we start talking about stamina again. But the only other thing I wanted to ask, oh my gosh.
I'm going to burst out laughing.
No, you're the problem. You need to lock it down.
I'm trying. I don't know why.
What's in his water over there? I don't know.
Oh, I always spike his water
the
with
altitude,
various
I mean,
chemicals.
we're in Colorado. Who knows?
Gotta loosen things up here. For there's gonna be some memes going on with that.
You know what? It's good to be joyous. What can I say?
But either way, Eichenwald. Let's refocus. We've been really having to refocus here. It's been a little bit of a long night.
Yeah, sure.
This is gonna be practice for tomorrow night, where we're gonna have 3 best of 5s. So be prepared for that. But yeah, coming into Eichenwald, how are we feeling? Do we feel like that LG Evil really has built up that momentum, that they're honestly stronger on these maps in general? Are they going to be able to close it out here?
Well, I probably yes, because the last time Renegades ran out of steam and fell apart. What was the final map? Eichenwald.
Eichenwald.
So this is a case where Renegades is either going to defeat their demons and come out with a great victory over the current #1 team, not taking the #1 seed, but certainly sending a statement, or a little bit of the same coming back at them where they're just not able to finish things out strong. So one way or another, we are going to get some answers here as we head to Eichenwald for the final map tonight here in the Carbon Series.
Well, one way or another, it is good that Renegades has shown us that there is at least one team that can hang with LG Evil, that can give them a little bit of a fight. So it's not LG Evil's tournament just yet. Not ready to crown them just yet.
No, certainly not. And I mean, at the very least here is that Renegades has made a bit of a statement, although I do think they've actually given a little bit of insight into a potential weakness of LG Evil, where when LG Evil has struggled here tonight, it has been more against things like Pharah. So it does bring to mind the idea that perhaps going against LG in the future, when they're not running with their ritual falling off the map here. Not sure why I'm pausing. Something's going on.
Everyone jumped off. Aren't you concerned? Shouldn't we call the Eichenwald authorities? They're into the moat. Someone throw them a life vest.
Someone has to feed the crocodiles.
That's true. I didn't think about the crocodiles. I should have thought about
When
the
you
crocodiles.
respawn for free, I mean, what's the big deal?
Fair enough. We do have, I believe, as we are rotating through the map, that's the high ground that we saw Renegades donate bodies to. Last time we saw them on this map trying to take that high ground, simply crawling up the cliff and meeting a Winston up there. It was a couple of the unfortunate deaths that we had. There is the gate with its tiny little cute door. No one uses that door. You should be able to, like, Sombra should be able to go through that door, and only Sombra.
That would be one way of getting through there. But, I mean, then what does the battering ram do in that case? Got to think about all angles here.
I think the battering ram should knock down everything except for that door, like an old Western.
And let me just tell people here, despite what you're seeing in the live feed, you are still very much alive. That is real life just telling you wrong things right now. Guys, just wipe away the sweat beads. Everything's going to be okay.
Can you imagine if this was your afterlife, listening to us talk about Overwatch?
Well, that means that you committed some terrible deeds in your real life now, doesn't it?
You heard it here first. Live right, folks. Live right.
I mean, don't be a Hanzo main.
Wow. Oh, man. It doesn't matter because, like, the one Hanzo main in chat isn't going to say he's offended by it because he doesn't want to out himself as a Hanzo main. Now, it's generally... And we call people specialists here. Hanzo specialist.
Yes. And for the record, I am just kidding around here. Play whatever you want. Overwatch game. Many heroes available.
Except Junkrat. You yell at me whenever I play Junkrat. I play Junkrat in quick play and ZP looks disgusted at me.
I don't even have to say anything. I just give Hex dirty looks.
Hey, sometimes you just want to fire and forget it, you know? Fire and forget it. And who doesn't like the character? It's like a little clown in your life.
So for those who are wondering what is going on update here wise, there is a mouse swap going on at the moment. Another one is being grabbed, presumably being plugged into the PC. Kind of like to imagine that you added some NASCAR sound effects there, pit crew, setting it up, attaching to the mouse bungee, going forward.
Maybe one day esports will get to that, where when people are at LANs and something and there's a keyboard malfunction, you have to bring in a crew of 3 people to spread everything out, yank it out, and replace
and literally
it.
have sound effects, like pit crew sound effects.
Yeah, and
Just
you'd watch them try to plug in the USB port wrong, flip it over, it'd be wrong again, flip it over, it's wrong again, defying physics.
Just the struggles.
Am I the
of
only one with that
USBs.
USB problem?
You are the only one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. At some point, you might want to get that checked out.
Well, I'm back. Hello, everyone.
Welcome back.
No,
you.
just because of this mouse pause. And I actually have a fun fact. This was a question earlier. How expensive are those tires? Well, I don't know what the market looks like, what the US dollar value would be in the future. But if you bought it today, it'd be about $40,000.
Jeez.
Yeah, I know,
Just
right?
a tire.
It's not even
a lot
a
of
future
rubber.
tire. I mean, you throw in
is a lot of
inflation,
rubber.
everything else.
I'll tell you, that
You
tire
mean
definitely...
inflation like within the tire or the dollar?
Why not
Oh,
both?
my gosh.
I'm going to reject your crappy pun there and just just power through that.
You'll laugh at everything except my attempts at puns.
I will
Talk about
laugh at
inconsistency
many a
here.
thing that entered my mind.
Inconsistency.
Well, let's not bring back the giggles, or maybe let's bring back the giggles because we have to fill here while a mouse is being swapped out.
Well, that's
How
the
long
nice
does
thing
that
about being
take?
in a team house, right? There should just be a pile of mice
I feel
somewhere.
like it should be above them. They,
Yeah.
just like drops
Yeah.
down like a Pez dispenser, upside down Pez
Well, I mean,
dispenser.
that is the upside. You are sponsored by a hardware sponsor, and they send you lots of extra things. So, I mean, you have it on tap pretty much like the opening here to Eichenwald, where doesn't seem like this place has gotten much business.
No, I think the tourism population probably dropped when the Omnics invaded, and the town went to rubble.
But I mean, the real question is, anything still good in those kegs?
Probably.
There you go.
As long as they're untapped. Maybe a little, you know,
It's a reason to visit.
pest.
Minus the Omnic infestation problem.
Well, the Omnics have been dealt with. Now you can just pick out one of these houses, assume squatters' rights, raid whatever's left of the town. I mean, that's where I'd go. Regardless, on this attack, we do have Sherlocky on Zenyatta again, something they've been mixing in with this dive composition. Defensively, they're expecting Pharah, and they've got Jake to deal with it. We'll see how well he can do. Other than that, a lot of tanks. So Jake, kind of on his lonesome. We've seen a McCree and an Ana able to deal with a Pharah very well.
All right, so we'll see how this LG Evil defense does with this. Of course, I'm sure for their point of view, they'd love to get first point hold and end this right now. As Jake goes in deep, whiffs the flashbang. That's a bit embarrassing, to say the least. But Train, being the glue here in the backline, able to take down one onto Tracer. Jesus falling immediately. So despite being down to McCree, LG Evil still going to be very much in this first defense. That's going to give Jake plenty of time to lick his wounds and come back in. And I will note, in terms of what they're running here, they're not running the Zen, but they are still running Jake. So Jake going to have to deal with Mangachu without a whole lot of support this time around.
Yeah, maybe Rob can help him out a little bit. So get a one shot in there, let Jake hit the headshot. He's been good at hitting those, but hopefully not another play for the McCree low light reel incoming, because that was pretty rough for him. He's actually going to battle Mangachu in the back, who's been on the flank. Got to be careful, though. Already at 90, cannot eat another rocket.
Yeah, he doesn't even want to take the chance there. Possibly winnable, but why even fight that? Now, why Mangachu is out that far back with no one near him?
How did that flashbang not hit?
I don't know, but this is so questionable. Mangachu, what are you doing?
Got a free tick.
He did get a free tick, I guess, but he's also going to die and lose quite a bit of time here. So, I mean, somewhat worth, I guess.
Forced out Nano. I mean, there were some benefits to what he did. I'm not saying it was perfect, but
it's one of those things where it worked out probably better than it should have worked.
Right.
But it's still just, I'm not sure why he's back there all alone to begin with, and then coming in all alone.
Well, just fairer things, I suppose. But that flashbang, if it had hit that I thought it did, it probably would have denied that first tick. Would have denied a lot. Wouldn't have had to use the Nano. A lot of things could have gone better for them, but this front line of LG Evil, reminiscent of their Hammers days, we're going to put all the meat on the ground up front. I dare you to fight us. So far, it's been all LG Evil.
They cash in the Graviton for the free team fight there, and really, if there was a window of opportunity for Renegades, it is this next upcoming fight. They might have enough time for 2 fights, but if they spend ultimates, it's all down to this. But Soundbeard can really ruin a lot of what they're going for here, even if they open the Transcend. So they're going to open in here. Dragon Blade is up. Aiko, this is time to use the Dragon Blade. He's just waiting for it, and might actually be able to save it. Ferret the Barrage taking down 1, so 2 unanswered kills. Late Dragon Blade coming in. Nothing Jake can do at that point. 3 kills here from Renegades, so is looking like they're going to get this payload moving. Be pretty difficult for LG Evil to actually come back into the point right now.
A couple nice opening kills there from Mangachu on the barrage, able to open it up, and Aiko very patient. Use that Dragon Blade towards the end to make sure that they are able to secure, see if they run into any problems up here. This is where they staggered and fed a little bit last time, trying to take this high ground. Jake takes down Mangachu early. That's going to open up this defense to take the high ground advantage back. A hook onto Aiko late. Pulls him down as well, and now it is a scramble for cover as Jake has his revolver out.
Hammers, they don't care about where your spawn point is. They're going to get almost up to the spawn door, but after taking their price of blood, they start backing out here once more, and aggressive defense coming out here. 3 minutes left remaining for second. Plenty of time for Renegades to get through, but I gotta say LG Evil reestablishing pretty strongly here.
Well, there's a Winston going up, and now Jake's just going to ignore him. Goes for the flashbang on the backside, able to take down Sherlocky. Mangachu taken down by Avast there, too. This is one angry electric cowboy taken down. Eventually, Jesus might be able to turn this back. Gets 2 kills.
That is easily one of the most aggressive diving cowboys I have seen. There were no breaks on the Jake train, because not only did he get nano boosted, but he also got speed boosted and rolled forward all at the same time. When McCree wants in, Hex.
Is able to bust down that door, but Jesus with a double kill late in there, allowing them to pull this back, get some free push. Now going to look for the knockoff, and Grab comes in on the bottom. Only grabs a couple, but they will clean it up. Sherlocky and Juvenile go down. LG Evil looking to stabilize.
LG Evil certainly off the Graviton. I mean, they take out one, which gets a free pick. I'm not sure it's a great Graviton usage, but Hook comes in from Train, and this is going to let them stabilize a little bit more. Although Jesus Mangachu trying their best, but not going to be quite enough.
It is kind of an anomaly, though, because LG Evil is a team that I don't necessarily think of economy when I think about them. They want to win fights, and they'll fight fights. It doesn't matter what they have or what they don't have generally in the way it does for other teams. They will take a fight regardless of their situation.
Well, we're about to have 4, if not 5 ultimates up here on the Renegade side, so their window for second quick approaching here with a minute 30 left. And again, it's going to be versus a Sound Bearer, so we'll see if LG Evil can have a little bit more success from this angle. But Mangachu coming in from back. Barrage is it coming in. Justice raining from above. Does not do anything. Immediately taken down. Not getting his target. Transcendence coming in, and here comes Ico. Dragon Blade unsheathed. Moving to the back. 2 kills here from Renegades. Doesn't get as much from the Dragon Blade as he's looking for here. Jake can try and pull this back, and actually for converting that many ultimates, Renegades coming away with very little indeed.
That was terrible. Ico may be able to bring this back now that all have faded, but Transcendence should have been able to help him out earlier. Some of the things just were seconds off from being as useful as they could have been, and because of all that, now look at this war chest. LG Evil went into that with nothing. They're coming out with everything. Renegades, vice versa. Went into it with a lot, coming out with nothing.
All right, so Vol now has Graviton Surge. And now really with one more fight left, there's a really big opportunity for LG Evil to fully just win this. I mean, look at how many ultimates they have up here. Renegades on the verge of getting stopped here, and that could very well mean an end to the series, not in their favor. Here comes LG Evil unengaging, and they take down 3 immediately, make it 4. Vol sets the stage, Jake and Super with the cleanup. 13 seconds remaining, and I'm not even sure Renegades is going to be able to touch this again. I feel like most of the times I say that, they touch it and then die immediately, so clearly that's what I'm cursing them to.
We just need to get you a little kilometer-based map of Eichenwald. They are going to be able to barely get back on it. That is Winston there, but 3 die in the process, and that is an Earth Shatter all over but the Cryin now for Renegades, unable to get the cart past the second point. I'm going to say the Jesus swap onto Widow, in theory, was great. Had a couple shots that he didn't convert, one of them being on a falling Jake, unable to knock that cowboy out of the air, but I know there were more problems than that.
I know the Widow desperation all too well there. It's like everything else is failing. Let's just hope I hit a headshot or 2 or 3.
Yeah. I'm going Widow. So there it is. Pretty easy win condition on the board for LG Evil. Of course, former Hammers Esports. If you're just catching up to the comings and goings, they've been LG Evil for nearly a week now, I think. So breaking it in pretty well. All they have to do is get to about halfway to second point on Eichenwald, and they will win the set. But this has been a closer set than they were used to.
Certainly is closer, although unfortunately could be a bit of a painful memory here for Renegades, because where they have to hold, I mean, really, I feel like if LG Evil takes first, this game is all but over. It's up to Renegades to find a way of holding first here. And this is where I think if you're Renegades, I mean, on one hand, you practice how you want to play, but I do wonder if now it's time for, say, Symmetra Gamble. And even though you don't play it, you realize that you want to play the composition that gives you the higher chance of full hold, even if it's not the composition that holds out more time on the average, because full hold is their victory condition here, in my mind.
Well, Renegades does play it, though. They've played it more than anyone, double builder.
True, but it does feel like they've been getting away from it in recent times.
That's true. I'm thinking mostly the first week or so, and then also some of the OMM stuff, they ran a lot more double builder. But of all the teams in the tournament, they're probably the most familiar with it. Does not look like we'll be seeing any, any aspects of the build team coming out. Jur would be the one who would be playing the Symmetra very likely. Mangachu would be on the Torb. Neither are on those heroes. They're going to run a single DPS in the back. This can be Jesus. Running a lot of tanks. Mangachu will be on that Roadhog. On the other side of things, attack. Taking a page out of the Renegades book. Jake is going to be on the Pharah, and they're running 3 additional DPS. So very aggressive team.
Well, Jake almost going down as quickly as he goes in. Lucky to get away with his life, eating a lot of poke damage early on. But still going to live in LG Evil now, getting through this early archway uncontested. The Renegades opening the door for them, so to speak. We'll see if they can slam it back in their face as LG Evil looking to come in from all sides, and here comes Jake diving into the back line, getting in on both supports. Big rockets in from Jake, and Sherlocky immediately thrown off of the point. What a beautiful engagement there from Jake. 2 kills to 1 in favor of LG Evil, and suddenly this is looking very good here for the side of LG Evil. Just need a little bit more, and they will take point A quickly.
Well, Aiko's been causing them a little bit of fits. Jesus still alive, trying to bring this back. He has been the most steady part of this team. Does cause Jake to murk himself, but Jesus does go down in the process. They were running Rob 420 on Soldier 76. The only healing they had was a Vast on Lucio. But I mentioned it earlier, the mark of a great Pharah is how well you use those concussions. Using that to launch himself in the room. Surprise, here are some rockets. How do you deal with that? Oh, wait, you're dead.
So for Renegades, now they must hold for 5 minutes, 10 seconds, not even for all of second, but to the midpoint of second. Much easier said than done. Is Train able to find Aiko early on? Pulse Bomb connects, and I'm not really sure why Mangachu is back here. This is the second time where, I mean, it works out, I guess, but this is, given that their margin of victory here is 1 fight, I get it, they're trying to expand it out a bit, but still.
It's in that iffy area where they can lose up here and get back and still fight, is why they're fighting up here. This is also part of their styles. Renegades has been doing this as long as anyone else, including Selfless, this ultra-aggressive spawn camp nature. Look, they're making them burn out some kind of utility. They did boost the Reinhardt up front, so they have to do this for 4 minutes, though.
That's the problem, is that the way I see this movie ending is that even if they succeed here for another minute, it's going to end in a gigantic team wipe against them. The payload's going to get right to the point, and then they're just barely going to get out in time. But they're going to be up against so many ultimates from LG Evil that's going to be so hard for them to actually defend that second time.
Well, still having a hard time getting out here. A missed hook there does not open the door for them. Jake does take down Mangachu, though. That is 2 kills. This could be the prophecy you just laid out for us fulfilling.
All 2 kills here from LG Evil, and this is where Renegades, they just need to back out, not feed as much ultimate in the way. They want to have a chance at defending the next fight, but this fight going fully against them here. Now, 1 fight away is LG Evil from getting over the hump, defending their #1 status, and sending Renegades away.
Ultimate statuses are upcoming. It's going to be super with Earthshatter. Aiko and Jesus have the Big Bang combination available to them. Jake's in a nice spot to just throw down some suppressing fire. So he's forcing them all over there. Also going to have recon on where they're going to be setting up. They're not taking the long way around.
Jake goes off for basically no reason. So Jake now coming in over the top. No one really on him here. Big opportunity as Pharah coming in from the side. Goes for knockoff. Almost so gets close. Reinhardt into the moat. Does not happen. Instead, Big Bang combo comes up. Only picks up 1. And Jake's still a threat here. Over the top. 2-1 in favor of LG Evil. The Big Bang has fallen flat. And Renegades about to be dispatched here in map number 5. Everyone falling. Yellow box victory has been achieved. And LG Evil takes it over Renegades. 3-2 in a very close series.
Very close indeed. Renegades with their aggressive defense, a gambit that they have been known to run in the past, were able to get people on the card in time, which again, it's a mathematics game of, is this card far enough away that we can get another fight here? They decided it was. They did get another fight, maybe not optimal position, but I think they had the fight they wanted there. Appropriate enough that the former Hammers Esports, LG Evil, closed it out by this man swinging the hammer.
On some level, we're always going to associate them with things that are hammers.
Yeah, well, also just Super was their mascot when they made their name with hammers, and you see why.
Well, I mean, when you protect a Reinhardt and he gets that much done, why not?
I was actually thinking at that very play, I was like, the algorithm probably won't call that the best play, but it does seem fitting that Super ended out that way, and apparently the algorithm got it right this time. Well, I don't want to dig too deep into this match, but I just want to talk about Jake versus Mangachu. Jake played McCree and Pharah primarily. Any final thoughts on that matchup out of this best of 5?
I think Jake probably overall won that matchup, but I think Mangachu gifted him some lives that he didn't have to go. The one I know that you want to talk about coming over the side, then coming back in was a little bit odd. I think Mangachu was playing a little over aggressive.
Again, I also think it's just this entire idea where Renegades gets loopier as the day goes on. I don't know if we see Mangachu off there doing whatever Mangachu is doing if we are back in map 1 of the series as opposed to map 5. And it's weird because this isn't usually a talking point for teams where you think, oh, they struggle as it goes on. And yet I do feel like we're starting to build the case for Renegades as having some issues in longer sets.
We'll see if it really is an issue because they have to play late tomorrow night. There's that makeup game that they have to go, and we'd be starting that set now. We'll see if it really becomes an issue for them.
Yeah, no, it just seems like they put their foot on the gas, and turns out if you have the same size gas tank, you're going to use more gas in that regard. And I really want to say that 2-3 versus LG Evil is a moral victory. The problem is, at this point in the event, well, moral victories, that's all great and good, but you've got to put numbers on the board coming into the playoffs.
It is, look, silver lining, they were probably hung the closest with LG Evil that we've seen anyone do. However, I've said it before, I'll say it again, close doesn't count in Overwatch, only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. We're not playing either.
Don't really have too much to add on to that.
There's really nothing more to it. In that case, let's just review today's matches a little bit. Two fairly important matches coming into the playoffs. As we're just 2 weeks away from it. Immortals was able to pick up victory against Team Liquid. That was very important for them. They're now tied 3-3 in the middle of the pack with Complexity. Both Complexity and Immortals were watching this game, and they have to feel pretty good because that next rung of the ladder in Renegades is one step closer to them at 4-2. So it's going to be tomorrow's going to be so important with all three matches that we've got because, well, yeah, now... I guess we all kind of assumed that LG Evil would be on top, but they have continued to solidify that. I guess let's take a look at the rankings in that case coming out of today. LG Evil, they're still undefeated now at 7-0. They only have 3 more matches left in this event. Renegades, they're going to go 4-2. Complexity and Immortals, as we had mentioned, they are 3-3 at the middle of the pack. And then at the bottom of the pack, it's LG Loyal versus Team Liquid. And if we're really just statistically speaking, LG Loyal, they do have a path to get into the playoffs. It is a little bit harder that Immortals was able to pick up victory today. Team Liquid technically could still make it, but it's pretty rough. It would have to go perfectly for them to make it in. But any thoughts on LG Loyal coming into tomorrow?
Well, first of all, LG Loyal and Liquid, even if they're out of it, you cannot afford to throw games in Overwatch. Sponsors are watching, organizations are watching, other teams are watching your pickup. You cannot afford to put down bad tape overall. And I would say that the teams that are generally fighting for the playoff spots, I'm going to assume Evil is in. You don't want that 4th seed. That 4th seed does not look very appealing.
And here's, as far as it goes with Liquid and LG, Hicks brings up a very salient point, which is that there's a loss and then there's a loss, where even if they rack up more losses, but they look respectable during that, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. There's things where you could say, we can build off this. If things get dire to the point for a team like LG Loyal to where they go in and it's just a stomping the entire way through, which I don't think it will be, but if you do get that situation, well, that creates much more question marks about a team.
Yeah, well, and especially with LG Loyal specifically, they have, I think, the most number of maps overall. Right now, I think they're at 27 maps coming into this week, which is at least 6 or 7 more maps than anyone else, and yet they only have 1 victory. And that has got to be rough because you're so close. And it's actually the story with them and Team Liquid is that they're both like so close sometimes, and just not able to pull it off. And it actually felt a lot like that with Renegades versus LGE, like so close. And they had some strong showings, but they weren't able to weather the storm. And it's getting... How are you going to be tomorrow?
I'm going to be fine. I'm still... It's one of those things where, I don't know, not just...
I just don't look. I just say,
I know, but I have to.
But I can also
don't make eye contact.
I can also hear him chuckling in my free ear, so it's very difficult.
Well, professionalism aside, at this late hour, let's take a look at the schedule then for the rest of the games this week, because there are some big ones, as we had mentioned. One tomorrow, the start things off is going to be LG Loyal versus LG Evil. So that's the top of the pack versus, well, a second to last, I guess, technically at this point. Next up, it's going to be Complexity versus Team Liquid. That's going to be another important match, an opportunity for Team Liquid to potentially upset the middle of the pack by picking up a victory against Complexity. Complexity, of course, are going to be looking to bring themselves 1 game closer to Renegades, and probably the most important match of the night is going to be Immortals versus Renegades, as if Immortals is able to pick up victory there, they actually tie it up with Renegades, and that's obviously a very important victory, because then on Wednesday we'll be starting off with another game of Renegades versus Immortals, followed by Complexity versus LG Loyal. So for Complexity this week, it's don't get upset coming into week 5. And for the rest of the middle of the pack, they are really going to be working hard to try to push themselves out of that 4th position. Well, outside of that, I mean, do you have any final thoughts from this from tonight?
Tomorrow night's late game should be one that you brew a cup of coffee and stick with us, and we'll try to keep energy up as well. But that's going to be such an important one. Immortals versus Renegades. Renegades could re-solidify at the top. Immortals could really start making leaps. They could become the team we expected them to be in this tournament.
So I have 2 final thoughts. One, on topic, is that there's a lot at stake tomorrow, period, between the teams. We're hitting the end of this, and we're going to find our final standings very soon. The second thing is that, let me just explain the grilled cheese thing for you for a moment. Back at E-League, Grim Reality said he could make a great grilled cheese. Golden Boy, of course, was at E-League, and he responded with, but I also make great grilled cheese. I've just been thinking of this ridiculous thing between both of them making grilled cheese, and it's the dumbest thing, but it's been making me laugh all night long.
Okay, so this is the root of it. If anyone's wondering.
This is the root.
See, for me, I actually take a very practical reaction to that. I'm just hoping at some point I get to be the taste tester and the judge in that battle, because more grilled cheese for me, the better. I'm just saying.
My money's on what face?
On which what?
It's Golden Boy.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Golden Boy is what face?
What face?
Yes.
So apparently I'm not hip with the jive. Well, either way you slice it, it's been a great day of Overwatch. It's certainly been an interesting day for memes and back and forth. But tomorrow is going to bring even more amazing Overwatch, and we'll see how the memeing ends up turning out, as it is going to be a late one. 3 matches, best of 5 is going to be coming in tomorrow at 5:15 PST. Make sure that you're following us on all of our social medias, as we do have some cool highlight videos coming out on Twitter, and of course the website, which has all of the schedule, standings, etc. For you as well. With that said, it's Gil Frost here with Hex and ZP, and I'm going to call it a night. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Though, odds that they take this back pretty unlikely to put one on too many. Diva out of the suit against the Rocket.
There's now 2 from Jake. Resurrection comes in, though.
That was good. It was not about a I guess that was the big one. Here comes Graviton. Here comes the pulse bomb, perhaps. There it is. Strain gonna take down 2, but Mangachu taking down more. The tack visor cleaving through. Be sure, but one that takes him out of the fight. Now late tack visor in from Jake. And that's actually gonna let things up.